The Lantern of Eternal Twilight by Win Valentine. First edition, published by iHype, LLC 2025. Copyright 2025 by Win Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored, or transmitted in any form by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, scanning, or otherwise without written permission from the publisher. It is illegal to copy this book, post it to a website, or distribute it by any other means without permission. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or localities is entirely coincidental. Win Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers in the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco. Chapter 1. Shadows at Twilight. The lantern's sickly purple glow cast wild shadows as the cloaked figure stumbled through the dense underbrush, their ragged breathing forming misty clouds in the cold evening air. Thorns snagged at their cloak, and fallen leaves crunched beneath desperate footfalls. The brass lantern swung violently from their white-knuckled grip, its unnatural light making the forest look diseased and wrong. Behind them, the shadow creatures moved like spilled ink between the trees. Their forms shifted and writhed, neither fully solid nor completely ethereal, with eyes that gleamed an awful violet. The whispers that followed them seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, speaking words that made the traveler's head ache with their wrongness. Ducking behind a gnarled oak, they fumbled with trembling hands to retrieve a worn piece of parchment. The map's edges were frayed, its surface marked with elaborate veil-born runes that seemed to shimmer faintly in the lantern light. Dark veins spread across their fingers where they gripped the cursed lantern, branching like twisted lightning beneath their skin. "Please, please," they whispered, scanning the map frantically. There, the marking for the Hearth Crust Inn. It wasn't far now if they could just... A crystalline sound split the air as the protection charm around their neck shattered. The traveler dropped to the ground just as a shadow creature lunged overhead, its form rippling like dark water. They pressed the sealed letter marked for Draven Ironroot closer to their chest, the parchment crinkling against their racing heart. The lantern's purple light pulsed stronger, and the vegetation around them began to wither. Leaves curled and blackened, grass shriveled to ash, and moss crumbled to dust. The traveler's sleeve slipped back, revealing angry violet patterns spreading up their wrist like burn scars, matching the sickly light they carried. "No, no, no," they muttered, trying to pull the sleeve back down with shaking fingers. The patterns were spreading faster now, crawling up their arm like hungry vines. They crashed through a thorny thicket, their cloak catching and tearing with a harsh, ripping sound. Branches whipped at their face, drawing thin lines of blood. The second-to-last protection charm, a small silver disc hanging from their belt, cracked and broke with the sound of shattering glass. The shadow creature's whispers grew louder, more distinct. The words they spoke were ancient, each syllable feeling like ice water down the traveler's spine. The language was one that hadn't been spoken since the Veilborn vanished, and hearing it now felt like a violation of something sacred. "Veskar Nith Morden!" The shadows seemed to laugh, their voices like rustling dead leaves. "Shalme Veskar!" The traveler stumbled on, one hand clutching the letter, the other gripping the lantern that was both salvation and curse. Their final protection charm hummed against their hip. its magic vibrating with the strain of holding back the encroaching darkness. But even that wouldn't last much longer, and the shadows knew it. They were closing in. The exposed root caught the traveler's foot mid-stride, sending them sprawling onto the damp forest floor. The cursed lantern flew from their grasp, its purple light spinning wildly before they lunged and caught it inches from the ground. Dead leaves crumbled to ash where the light touched them. "No! No!" they gasped, scrambling up on trembling legs. Their hood slipped back slightly, revealing skin marked by the same corrupt patterns that decorated their hands. Violet lines that branched and twisted across their features like dark lightning captured beneath flesh. Though their face remained mostly hidden in shadow, the patterns pulsed in time with the lantern's sickly glow. A break in the trees ahead revealed the warm, welcoming lights of Willowmire village. The sight sent a surge of desperate hope through the traveler's chest. Their final protection charm, a small crystal pendant, pulsed weakly at their throat, its magic nearly spent. The shadow creatures pressed closer, their fluid forms condensing into something almost solid, almost recognizable, their violet eyes fixed hungrily on the pendant. Veskar. The ancient word slithered through the air like poison. Ninth. Each step toward the village became a battle. The lantern grew heavier, as if filled with lead, its light fluctuating wildly. The traveler's arm shook with the effort of holding it, the corrupt patterns spreading further up their skin with each passing moment. Their breath came in ragged gasps, visible in the cold night air. Just a little further, they wheezed, though the words felt like ground glass in their throat. A shadow creature lunged, its claws raking through the traveler's cloak. They stumbled forward, and something changed. The air rippled like heat waves rising from summer-baked stones, and a wave of protective magic pulsed outward from an invisible boundary. The shadow creatures recoiled with shrieks that set the traveler's teeth on edge, the sound like breaking glass mixed with winter wind. The traveler staggered to a stop, chest heaving. The shadow creatures prowled at the barrier's edge, their forms rippling with frustration. One slammed against the magical boundary, only to dissolve into wisps of darkness before reforming. The crystal pendant at the traveler's throat crumbled into fine dust, but they were beyond its reach now. Willowmire's protection held firm. "Find its keeper," they whispered, their voice rough and desperate. The letter marked for Draven Ironroot was crumpled in their white-knuckled grip. "Before they do." Pulling their hood lower to hide the corrupt markings on their face, the traveler hurried toward the warm, inviting glow of the Hearth Crust Inn. Behind them, the shadow creature's violet eyes tracked their movement, and their ancient whispers carried a promise of patience. They would wait. They had nothing but time. The lantern's purple light pulsed once more, and the traveler's steps faltered slightly. But they pressed on, leaving the frustrated shadows to prowl at the edges of Willowmire's sanctuary. The letter seemed to burn against their chest, as if aware of its own urgency. Night was falling properly now, and the village's magical lamps were beginning to wake, their soft golden light a stark contrast to the sickly purple glow of the cursed lantern. A cool breeze carried the scent of baking bread and burning wood from the inn's chimney. The homey smells felt wrong somehow, too normal for the weight of what the traveler carried. Their boots clicked against the cobblestones as they made their way through Willowmire's winding streets, staying close to the shadows cast by the buildings. Each step was measured, careful, the movements of someone who knew they were safe, but couldn't quite convince their body to believe it. The corrupt patterns continued their slow spread beneath their sleeve, and the lantern's light flickered like a dying heartbeat. The evening had settled into its usual comfortable rhythm at the hearth and crust, wrapping the common room in familiar warmth. Draven ran a polishing cloth over the weathered counter, more out of habit than necessity, while keeping an eye on the handful of guests scattered throughout the room. The crackling hearth cast dancing shadows across the worn floorboards, and from her favorite corner, Lenora's steady page-turning provided a gentle counterpoint to the fire's song. Through his connection to the stone foundation, Draven felt the steady thrum of the ley line beneath the inn, its energy flowing like an underground river. The sensation always reminded him of his grandmother's lullabies, deep, resonant, and somehow both ancient and ever new. His peaceful contemplation shattered as the front door flew open with enough force to rattle the enchanted wind chimes. A blast of autumn air swept through the room, causing the hearth flames to leap and dance. Several patrons jumped, and Lenora's book snapped shut with a startled thump. A cloaked figure stumbled across the threshold, their movements jerky and desperate. Draven's Earthshaper's bracers grew cool against his skin, the stone-textured metal responding to something wrong. The ley line's song beneath his feet shifted, its melody twisting into an unsettling discord that made his jaw clench. Years of mercenary work had taught him to trust these instincts. His muscles coiled, ready to react, though he kept his expression carefully neutral. "Welcome to the Hearth and Crust," he rumbled, voice steady despite his unease. The figure approached the counter, and Draven caught glimpses of trembling hands marked with strange, violet-tinged patterns that resembled burn scars but seemed to shift and pulse in the firelight. The stranger placed an ornate brass lantern on the counter, their shoulders sagging with obvious relief. The moment the lantern touched the wood, the inn's ambient magic recoiled like a startled cat. The enchanted furniture, usually content to drift lazily between preferred positions, creaked in protest. The warm, golden lighting that typically suffused the common room dimmed, as if retreating from the lantern's presence. Draven studied the peculiar object. Though unlit, it pulsed with an inner purple radiance that seemed to drink in the surrounding light. The metalwork was intricate, featuring symbols that tickled the edges of his memory, similar to the ancient runes he'd seen in his grandmother's books about the Veilborn. A resounding clatter from the kitchen made several patrons jump. Draven recognized the distinctive sound of Raleigh, the enchanted rolling pin, hitting the floor, something that hadn't happened since the day Amara had enchanted it. The rolling pin's usual gentle humming transformed into a high-pitched whine that set his teeth on edge and made the stone sense in his bones vibrate uncomfortably. "Please," the cloaked figure whispered, voice rough with exhaustion. "I have a letter for Draven Ironroot." Draven's gaze shifted from the lantern to the stranger's concealed face. "I'm Ironroot," he said, his tone measured. The bracers at his wrists grew colder still, and he felt the stone beneath his feet shift restlessly, responding to his unease. The figure reached into their cloak with those violet-marked hands, movements slow and deliberate. Draven noticed Lenora had risen from her corner seat, her hand hovering near the protective charm at her throat. Smart girl. The stranger produced a sealed envelope, the parchment bearing scorch marks around its edges. As they extended it toward Draven, their sleeve fell back slightly, revealing more of those unsettling violet marks crawling up their arm like twisted vines. "The shadows," they rasped. "They're coming! The lantern! It must find its keeper before—" Their words cut off in a pained gasp as one of the violet marks flared with an inner light. Draven's stone sense screamed a warning as the ley line's song beneath the inn twisted further, its melody fracturing like crystal about to shatter. The lantern's purple glow intensified, and the nearest chairs skittered backward on their own, as if trying to escape its influence. Without hesitation, Draven reached for the power humming through his bracers, preparing to raise a stone barrier if needed. The stranger's next words, however, froze him in place. "Your grandmother. She said you'd understand." The common room fell silent save for Raleigh's continued distressed whine from the kitchen and the stranger's labored breathing. Draven felt the weight of every eye in the room, but his focus remained fixed on the cloaked figure and their burden, a burden that was already changing the very fabric of his inn's magic. The letter trembled in the stranger's outstretched hand, waiting for his response. while the lantern's purple light pulsed like a heartbeat against the inn's weakening warmth. Draven watched as the cloaked figure reached into their robes once more, movements jerky and uncertain. The letter they produced bore scorch marks along its edges, his name written in a familiar flowing script that made his chest tighten. Before he could reach for it, the stranger dropped both letter and lantern on the counter, backing away as if the items burned them. A discordant surge rippled through the ley line beneath his feet, and Draven winced at the magical interference that scraped against his stone sense like granite on glass. The foundation stones themselves seemed to shudder, rejecting whatever power emanated from the lantern. His bracers grew colder still, the stone-textured metal almost painful against his skin. Across the room, movement caught his eye. Lenora had jolted upright in her chair, one hand clasped around the locket at her throat. Her eyes, usually warm amber, now reflected the lantern's unsettling purple glow as she stared at it with a mixture of fascination and alarm. The sight did nothing to ease Draven's growing unease. The stranger stumbled toward the door, their previously measured movements now frantic. The hearth fire chose that moment to sputter and dim, plunging the common room into brief darkness. In that shadow-filled instant, Draven's sharp eyes caught sight of something that made his blood run cold. Those same violet marks that marred the stranger's hands had crept up their neck like twisted vines, pulsing with an inner light that matched the lantern's glow. "Wait!" he called out, letting his voice fill the room with the authority he'd cultivated over years of protecting his inn and its guests. But the figure had already slipped through the door, leaving only the protesting creak of hinges in their wake. The silence that followed felt heavy, charged with unspoken questions. Draven turned his attention to the items left behind, studying them with growing concern. The lantern's craftsmanship was exquisite. Brass worked into intricate patterns that reminded him of the books his grandmother had shown him, filled with Valeborn histories and warnings. But where those ancient texts had spoken of harmony and balance, this object radiated discord. His bracers pulsed another warning as he reached for the letter. The lantern's purple glow intensified, casting elongated shadows across the counter that seemed to move independently of any light source. The worn wood beneath his hands thrummed with magical tension, and he could feel the ley line's song becoming more erratic by the moment. Draven's fingers brushed the scorched envelope. The paper felt warm, almost alive, and bore the same flowing script his grandmother had used in all her correspondence, a script he hadn't seen since her disappearance 3 years ago. The common room had grown unnaturally quiet. Even the usual creaks and settling sounds of the old inn had fallen silent, as if the building itself was holding its breath. Only the distressed whine of Raleigh from the kitchen continued, a high-pitched counterpoint to the discordant hum of the ley line below. He traced his grandmother's handwriting with one calloused finger, remembering her last visit. She had spent hours in the inn's small library, poring over those ancient texts, her expression growing more troubled with each passing day. When she left, she'd hugged him tighter than usual and made him promise to keep the inn's protections strong. "The boundaries between light and shadow grow thin," she'd whispered. At the time, he'd attributed her cryptic warning to age and too much research. Now, with this lantern casting its sickly purple light across his counter and the ley line writhing beneath his feet, her words took on new meaning. The door to the kitchen burst open, and Amara fluttered through, her wings leaving trails of agitated silver light. Flour dusted her hair and apron, but her usually cheerful expression had been replaced by worry. "Draven, something's wrong with Raleigh. He won't stop spinning and—" She broke off as she noticed the lantern, her wings folding tight against her back. Oh dear. Draven could feel the ripples of magical disruption spreading through his inn's foundation stones. Whatever this lantern was, whatever message his grandmother had sent, it couldn't wait. With deliberate care, he picked up the letter, the paper crackling beneath his fingers like autumn leaves. The lantern's glow pulsed once more, and in that moment, Draven could have sworn he heard whispers, fragments of melody that reminded him of his grandmother's voice, but twisted somehow, as if played on an instrument slowly going out of tune. Amara couldn't keep still. Her wings fluttered in an anxious rhythm as she paced the flagstone path of the inn's garden, casting rippling silver-blue shadows across the herb beds. The evening should have been peaceful. It was her favorite time to gather fresh ingredients for tomorrow's breakfast pastries. But something felt terribly wrong. "Raleigh, please settle down," she pleaded with her enchanted rolling pin, which spun wildly atop the weathered garden table like a compass needle seeking true north. The faithful kitchen tool had never acted this way before, its usual gentle hum replaced by an almost frantic whirring. The garden's familiar scents were off too. Where there should have been the soothing blend of lavender and moonbloom, a sharp metallic tang hung in the air, making her nose wrinkle. Even her prized cloudberry bushes, typically bursting with ethereal silver fruit, seemed to curl inward on themselves. A faint blue-green glow caught her attention as it crept along the garden path. Amara's shoulders relaxed slightly. She'd know Silvara's bioluminescent trail anywhere. The dryad emerged from the deepening twilight shadows, her presence usually as comforting as fresh-baked bread. But tonight, something was different. "Oh dear," Amara whispered, her wings giving a particularly sharp flutter. The delicate flowers woven through Silvara's flowing ivy hair had sealed themselves shut, their petals tight as tiny fists. In all her years of friendship with the dryad, she'd never seen such a thing. Silvara's deep green eyes, typically serene as a forest pool, held shadows of their own. A shower of agitated pixie dust rained down from the garden trellis as Merrick abandoned his usual evening perch among the climbing roses. The pixie zipped through the air, leaving a trail of sparks that fizzled and popped instead of their usual gentle shimmer. He hovered near Silvara's shoulder, his tiny features pinched with worry. The sight of Merrick without his trademark grin made Amara's stomach twist. It was like seeing a sunrise without light. The forest whispers of shadows. Silvara's voice carried the melody of rustling leaves, though tonight it held an undertone of autumn rather than spring. She knelt beside a patch of sage that had been vibrant just that morning. Now the leaves drooped, their silver-green color fading to gray. The dryad's fingers brushed the wilting herbs, and for a moment they straightened and brightened. But as soon as she withdrew her touch, they began to fade again. "It's that lantern," Amara said, wringing her flower-dusted hands. Her wings cast dancing patterns across the garden walls as she spoke, the light fragmenting and reforming like broken crystal. "A traveler brought it just before sunset. The poor deer looked terrible, all pale and shaking, with the strangest marks on their skin." She shuddered at the memory. "The lantern's light. It's wrong somehow. Purple, but not like my violet cream tarts. More like bruises on the air itself." Raleigh gave a particularly violent spin, nearly launching itself off the table before Merrick darted over to catch it. "Even my kitchen tools are acting strange," Amara continued, gratefully accepting the rolling pin from the pixie. It trembled in her hands like a frightened animal. "And the inn's hearth fire, it's burning blue at the edges. I tried to bake a batch of my comfort cookies to help everyone calm down, but they came out tasting like worry instead of warmth." A cool breeze swept through the garden, carrying with it the distant sound of wind chimes. Except the inn's wind chimes had been still all evening. Silvara lifted her head, listening to something only she could hear. The closed flowers in her hair quivered. "The trees remember these shadows," she murmured, her words carrying the weight of ancient bark. "They speak of a time when the forest's heart grew cold, when roots withdrew deep into the earth to escape what walked above." Merrick's wings hummed a sharp note as he produced a handful of pixie dust, but instead of its usual golden sparkle, it shimmered with an oily sheen. "Look," he said, voice uncharacteristically serious. "Even my dust is going wonky. Haven't seen it do this since, well, never." Amara clutched Raleigh closer, drawing comfort from its familiar smooth wood. What should we do? Draven's been in his study since the lantern arrived, and I don't think normal magic will help. My protection pastries aren't even rising properly. Her wings drooped slightly, sprinkling the flagstones with falling silver light. It's as if all the joy is being drained from my baking. Amara watched as Silvara reached into her bark-textured robes, movements fluid as a stream. The dryad withdrew a small pouch that seemed to breathe with its own inner light, the fabric rippling like leaves in a gentle breeze. When she loosened the drawstring, Amara's breath caught. Inside nestled a cluster of herbs unlike any she'd seen in her centuries of magical baking. Nature's warning lights, Silvara explained, her voice soft as moss. The herbs pulsed with a gentle green radiance that reminded Amara of fireflies dancing through summer evenings. They glow brighter in the presence of corruption. The word corruption made Amara's wings shiver, sending cascades of silver-blue light across the garden walls. She clutched Raleigh closer, the rolling pin's anxious hum vibrating against her palms. As Silvara began distributing the luminous herbs, Amara noticed a familiar glint of mischief. Merrick, hovering near the dryad's shoulder, thought he was being terribly clever as he slipped an extra herb into his tiny waistcoat pocket. His pixie dust betrayed him, though, sparkling just a touch too brightly with suppressed glee. Silvara turned, fixing him with those ancient green eyes. Amara had to press her lips together to hold back a giggle as Merrick's pointed ears drooped. He retrieved the purloined herb with exaggerated reluctance, a shower of apologetic pixie dust trailing from his wings as he returned it. "Here," Silvara said, placing several stalks in Amara's free hand. The herbs felt warm against her skin, like sunlight made solid. Following some instinct she couldn't name, Amara raised them toward the inn where that strange purple lantern sat. Her heart sank as the gentle glow intensified, the light pulsing like a warning beacon. Her wings drooped, scattering motes of silvery light across the flagstones. "Just as I feared," Silvara murmured. She moved to the garden table, her movements as graceful as wind through willows. "Come, little baker, let us weave some protection for your domain." Amara perched on the edge of the weathered bench, watching in fascination as Silvara's fingers danced through the air. The dryad began weaving the luminous herbs into an intricate pattern, each twist and knot precise as a spider's web. "The binding pattern channels earth energy," Silvara explained as she worked, her voice taking on the rhythm of rustling leaves. "When placed in your kitchen, it should help stabilize your enchanted tools." She glanced meaningfully at Raleigh, who had finally stopped spinning but still trembled in Amara's grip. "Think of it as a grounding root for your magic." The way Silvara's fingers moved reminded Amara of kneading dough, each motion purposeful, guided by ancient knowledge passed down through countless seasons. The completed charm looked like a delicate mandala of light, the herbs pulsing in harmony with each other. Just as Silvara tied off the final knot, a cold breeze swept through the garden. Not the gentle evening air that usually carried the scent of Amara's baking through Willowmire, but something sharp and biting that made her wings curl protectively around her shoulders. The herbs in Silvara's creation flared brilliantly, their green light casting strange shadows across the dryad's bark-like features. Silvara grew absolutely still in the way only beings connected to ancient trees can manage. Her eyes took on a distant look, as if seeing through the garden walls to something far beyond. Even the flowers in her hair seemed to listen, their closed petals turning like tiny ears to catch whatever whispers rode the wind. "The balance shifts," Silvara said finally, her voice deeper than before, carrying echoes of creaking branches and rustling leaves. The words seemed to hang in the air like morning mist, heavy with meaning Amara couldn't quite grasp. Without another word, Silvara pressed the completed charm into Amara's hands and turned toward the forest. Her departure left a trail of glowing moss in her wake, each footstep blooming with bioluminescence that seemed reluctant to fade. Amara watched the lights flicker and pulse, staying bright long after they usually dimmed, as if they too feared leaving them alone in the growing darkness. Merrick landed on her shoulder, his earlier mischief replaced with uncharacteristic solemnity. "Well," he said, trying to inject some cheer into his voice, "at least we've got a pretty nightlight now." He gestured to the herbal charm, but his attempt at humor fell as flat as one of Amara's failed soufflés. Amara cradled the charm in one hand and Raleigh in the other, feeling the way their magics hummed against each other, her rolling pin's familiar melody now steadier in the presence of Silvara's gift. But she couldn't shake the memory of those herbs glowing brighter when pointed toward the inn, toward that strange purple lantern that seemed to breathe wrongness into the very air. Chapter 2. Shadows Among Us. The wooden beam creaked softly beneath Devil Cat's paws as shadows coiled around its midnight black fur. Below, Mordaine's hunched form cast long, unnatural shadows across the ancient desk, its surface cluttered with weathered scrolls and humming crystals that made Devil Cat's whiskers tingle unpleasantly. Humans. Always making simple magic needlessly complicated, Devil Cat thought, watching its master's blackened fingers dance across yellowed pages. The purple glow seeping through the floorboards painted everything in a sickly light that set Devil Cat's teeth on edge. Even the dust motes floating through the air seemed wrong, moving against natural currents as though pushed by unseen forces. A familiar scent caught Devil Cat's attention. The musty sweetness of ancient parchment mingled with something sharper, more artificial. The same scent that had clung to the brass lantern at that quaint little inn. Devil Cat's tail swished with interest as Mordaine's quill scratched frantically across his journal, copying the same intricate veil-born symbols it had seen etched into the lantern's surface. The sight stirred something in Devil Cat's memory. Another study, bathed in warm sunlight instead of these corrupted shadows. Kyle Vorath, still fully human then, his scholar's robes crisp and his eyes bright with wonder rather than haunted by darkness. He'd offered bits of dried fish to the suspicious stray that would become his familiar, his laugh gentle and genuine when Devil Cat had finally deigned to accept. "You were kinder then," Devil Cat mused, yellow eyes narrowing as shadow tendrils writhed from Mordaine's form, lifting books and unfurling scrolls with unnatural precision. "Before your precious research consumed you." The cat's fur bristled at the memory of that day. The screaming, the smell of burning paper and flesh, the shadows that had poured from the failed ritual circle to devour the scholar whole. Devil Cat had tried to intervene, claws extended to drag its foolish human away, but the shadows had been faster. When they finally receded, Cale Vorath was gone, and Mordaine's shadecloak had risen in his place. Now those same shadows danced at their master's command. But Devil Cat wasn't fooled. The shadows weren't truly serving. They were feeding, growing stronger with each spell Mordaine cast. The cat's sensitive nose could detect the change, the way its master's natural scent, old books, ink, and that particular human musk, had grown fainter over the years, gradually replaced by the sharp, cold smell of shadow magic. Like frost creeping across a window pane, leaving only traces of transparency behind. A tendril of shadow brushed past Devil Cat's perch, and it hissed softly, more out of principle than actual concern. The darkness recoiled, recognizing a creature of shadow far older than itself. Mordaine glanced up at the sound, violet eyes gleaming with an inner light that was nothing like the warm brown they'd once been. "Found something interesting, have you?" Mordaine's voice rasped like dry leaves across stone. "That inn holds more secrets than it knows." Devil Cat yawned deliberately, showing sharp teeth. "Obviously, but you're looking in the wrong places, as usual." The shadows around Mordaine writhed more intensely as he turned back to his work, muttering calculations and theories under his breath. Devil Cat's ears flicked forward, catching fragments of resonance and harmonic convergence, more of the technical nonsense humans used to explain what any magical creature could sense naturally. Another pulse of purple light made the floorboards groan, and Devil Cat's whiskers detected a subtle shift in the leyline currents flowing beneath the building. The corruption was spreading, tainting the natural magic that had once flowed pure and strong through this old library. Soon, this place would be uninhabitable, like all the others Mordain had claimed as temporary sanctuaries. "We'll have to move again," Devil Cat thought with irritation, just when I'd found the perfect sunbeam in the west window. Though, truthfully, there were fewer and fewer sunbeams in Mordain's chosen hideouts these days. The shadows grew thicker with each passing season, each failed attempt to reclaim what he'd lost. A particularly violent surge of shadow magic made the crystals on the desk pulse and whine. Devil Cat's tail puffed up despite itself as the acrid taste of corrupted leyline energy filled the air. Below, Mordain was tracing complex patterns in the air with one blackened hand, while the other frantically recorded observations in his journal. The veil-born symbols seemed to writhe on the page, as though trying to escape the shadow-tainted ink that formed them. "Fool," Devil Cat thought, but there was a touch of something almost like pity in its mental tone. You can't force harmony through discord. But Mordain was beyond hearing such simple truths now, lost in his obsession with power and redemption. All Devil Cat could do was watch, wait, and occasionally nudge events in more interesting directions when the opportunity arose. Like that lantern, now safely tucked away in that cozy little inn. Devil Cat's whiskers twitched with satisfaction at the memory of the chaos its presence would inevitably cause. Sometimes the best way to help a human was to let them fail spectacularly enough to learn from it. "If there's enough of you left to learn," Devil Cat mused, studying the increasingly erratic movements of its master's shadows. The trace of Kale's original scent was barely detectable now, a fading echo nearly drowned out by the cold emptiness of shadow magic. Devil Cat's whiskers twitched as Mordain raised his shadow-stained hands, weaving darkness into a miniature replica of the Hearth Crust Inn. The projection hovered above the desk, accurate down to the ivy creeping up its weathered stones and the warm light spilling from its windows. Having recently prowled those very halls, Devil Cat noted with satisfaction that even the kitchen's crooked chimney was faithfully reproduced. "The lantern's presence will draw out the inn's secrets," Mordain whispered, his voice dry as autumn leaves skittering across stone. "And then, restoration will be within reach." That word again. Devil Cat's ears pricked forward despite itself. How many times had it heard Mordain speak of restoration, of reclaiming his lost humanity? But lately, the word carried a hollow ring, like a bell cracked by frost. The shadows wrapped around Mordain's form pulsed eagerly at his words, and Devil Cat's sensitive nose detected their growing influence, the scholar's scent diminishing further beneath layers of cold void. Mordain's fingers traced patterns through the projection, disrupting the shadowy inn's outline. The Veilborn knew the secret of harmonizing with leyline energy. Their artifacts resonate with... His words dissolved into muttering as he rifled through the scattered papers, searching for some elusive connection. Finding nothing, Mordain slammed his fist against the desk. Shadow magic erupted from him in a violent wave, sending papers flying and extinguishing several crystals. Devil Cat remained perfectly still on its beam, only the tip of its tail betraying its irritation as darkness flooded the room. Temper. Temper. You used to have better control. In the dim purple glow of the remaining crystals, Mordain's hand crept up to touch his face. His blackened fingers traced the corruption spreading across his skin like ink bleeding through parchment. Devil Cat watched the familiar gesture with a detached interest, noting how the shadows seemed to lean into his touch, eager for more purchase on their host. The crystal light caught Mordain's expression as it shifted between determination and raw desperation. For a moment, Devil Cat glimpsed Kale in those features, the earnest scholar who'd spent hours examining ancient texts, sharing his discoveries with the stray cat that haunted his library. But then the shadows writhed, and Mordain's violet eyes blazed with something altogether darker. A sudden pulse of energy made Devil Cat's fur stand on end. Its supernatural senses detected the moment Mordaine's shadow magic synchronized with a distant resonance, the lantern's corrupted energy calling to its master like a beacon. The connection hummed through the ley lines, setting Devil Cat's whiskers tingling unpleasantly. Yes, Mordaine breathed, his shadow tendrils coiling with renewed purpose. The frequency, it's perfect. He began gathering components with feverish intensity, crystals, scrolls, and various arcane tools that reeked of shadow magic. Devil Cat had seen enough. Its mission to confirm Mordaine's connection to the lantern was complete. Rising silently, it melted into the shadows cast by the ceiling beam, its form becoming one with the darkness. The last thing Devil Cat saw before slipping away was Mordaine surrounded by his swirling shadows, their eager tendrils reaching for him like hungry children. In his violet eyes, the war between his scholar's humanity and shadow-bound future raged on, though the shadows, Devil Cat noted, were clearly winning. Your restoration may come, Devil Cat thought as it navigated the shadow paths between spaces, but perhaps not in the way you expect. After all, sometimes the most interesting outcomes arose from carefully arranged chaos, and if there was one thing Devil Cat excelled at, it was arranging chaos in precisely the right places. Lenora's eyes burned from hours of reading ancient texts, the flickering lamplight casting dancing shadows across weathered pages. She shifted on her cushion, adjusting her crossed legs as another stack of books threatened to topple. Her locket pulsed against her chest for the 12th time that evening, its gentle warmth both comforting and distracting. Focus, she muttered, pressing her palm against the pendant. The steady thrum reminded her of summer afternoons spent in her grandmother's garden, where the air itself seemed to hum with magic. But this was different, more urgent somehow, like a whispered warning she couldn't quite hear. She'd barely managed to decipher another paragraph about Veilborn harmonics when a leather-bound book materialized atop her research with a soft thump. Lenora yelped, nearly knocking over her ink pot. The guest book of whispers lay innocently before her, its cover catching the lamplight in ways that shouldn't be possible, as if tiny stars were trapped beneath its surface. This was supposed to be at the front desk, she stammered to the empty library. Except it wasn't empty anymore. Ooh, looks like someone's getting special delivery. Jill's cheerful voice came from behind a towering bookshelf. The brownie appeared a moment later, practically bouncing as she hopped onto a nearby table. Her t-shirt proclaimed, "Books are friends, not projectiles," in sparkly letters that seemed to wink in the lamplight. The guest book doesn't usually make house calls, you know. Lenora opened her mouth to respond, but the words caught in her throat as the guest book's pages began to flutter, as if caught in a phantom breeze. Her locket grew warmer still as dark ink began to seep across the blank page, forming letters with a deliberate precision. When shadows fall, the keepers call, Lenora read aloud, her voice barely above a whisper. The words seemed to shimmer, like heat rising from sun-baked stones. Cryptic much? Jill leaned over Lenora's shoulder, her pigtails brushing against the apprentice mage's cheek. A shower of fine, glittering brownie dust scattered across the page, making Lenora's nose tingle. The brownie's t-shirt had already changed to read "Professional Mystery Solver" in a font that looked suspiciously like detective novel typography. Achoo! Lenora sneezed, and several nearby candles flickered in response to her magic. Jill, your dust is achoo everywhere. Sorry. Can't help it when I'm excited, and this is definitely exciting. Jill bounced on her perch, sending another shower of sparkles into the air. Lenora's locket grew almost uncomfortably warm as she reached toward the fresh ink. Something pulled at her, an instinct she couldn't explain. The moment her fingertips touched the page, the words rippled like disturbed water. A familiar sensation washed over her, the same resonance she felt when practicing her unlocking charms, but stronger, deeper, somehow. It's responding to me, she breathed, watching as tiny threads of golden light began to dance between her fingers and the ink. I can feel it like it's trying to tell me something more. Jill went uncharacteristically still, her usual mischievous expression replaced with wonder. Your magic's never done that with the guest book before. Look! She pointed at where the golden threads were beginning to trace the letters, making them glow from within. The resonance grew stronger, and Lenora's locket hummed in harmony with whatever magic was awakening on the page. It reminded her of the stories her grandmother used to tell about the Veilborn and their songs of power, how they would weave spells through melody and harmony. The keeper's call, she repeated softly, her free hand rising to clutch her locket. But who's the keeper? And what are they keeping? The brownie dust settling on the page began to swirl in intricate patterns, catching the golden light. Jill's t-shirt flickered through several phrases in quick succession before settling on, "Clues don't solve themselves." "Well," Jill said, pulling a pencil from one of her many pockets and tucking it behind her ear, "I'd say this beats reading dusty old books about Veilborn history. No offense to your research, but—" She gestured at the glowing page. "This feels more like the history is reaching out to you." Lenora nodded, unable to tear her eyes away from the shimmering words. The warmth from her locket spread through her chest, and she could have sworn she heard the faintest hint of music, like a half-remembered lullaby, weaving through the library's silence. More text bloomed beneath the first message, but the letters were broken and faded, like footprints half washed away by rain. Lenora leaned closer, her nose nearly touching the page as she tried to decipher the fragmentary phrases. "Lightsome brace," she read haltingly, squinting at the faint script. "Guard, Ian's grace. There's something about a vessel, I think, but the rest is too smudged." Her locket pulsed steadily against her skin, its warmth spreading through her chest like honey in hot tea. The sensation reminded her of practicing unlocking charms with her grandmother, that same resonant hum of magic recognizing magic. "Hold that thought!" Jill rummaged through her tinkerer's toolkit, various tools clinking against each other like wind chimes. "Aha!" She produced a peculiar magnifying glass, its rim adorned with tiny brass gears that clicked and whirred as she adjusted them. Her t-shirt flickered to display "Decoder ring sold separately" in a font that looked suspiciously like vintage spy movie credits. "Does that actually help decode things?" Lenora asked, eyeing the device with equal parts skepticism and hope. "Well, sometimes duck!" The guest book's pages suddenly burst into motion, fluttering wildly as if caught in a windstorm. Lenora's carefully arranged research notes scattered like startled birds. She caught glimpses of previous entries as the pages turned themselves. Shadows gathering at the crossroads. Keeper of the ancient ways. The protector's burden must be shared. But each entry faded like morning mist before she could properly read it, leaving only impressions of urgent warnings and half-formed prophecies. Her locket thrummed more intensely, matching the rhythm of the turning pages. The pattern tickled something in her memory. It was similar to the purple lantern's pulse, but cleaner somehow, less corrupted. Grabbing her notebook from the chaos of scattered papers, Lenora hastily began marking down the rhythm. Long, short, short, pause. Long, long, pause. Short, long, short. The ink barely had time to dry before the next pattern emerged. "When shadows fall," she muttered, connecting the words to Silvara's earlier warning about the forest's imbalance. The dryad had seemed particularly troubled by the darkness gathering at the edges of Willowmire. Jill's t-shirt helpfully changed to "Captain Obvious Strikes Again," complete with a tiny cape illustration. Despite her mounting frustration, Lenora couldn't help but smile. "You know," she said, "sometimes the obvious connections are the ones we need most." Her grandmother had often said that magic worked best when you stopped overthinking it, when you let your instincts guide you instead of your doubts. The thought had barely formed when the guest book slammed shut with a decisive snap that made both of them jump. Lenora stared at the closed tome, her heart racing as if she'd just run up all the inn's stairs at once. Her locket's warmth faded to a gentle reminder against her skin, like the last echoes of a bell. "Well," Jill said, adjusting her magnifying glass's gears with a series of tiny clicks. That was dramatically unhelpful. She hopped down from her perch and began helping Lenora gather the scattered research notes. Though I suppose mysterious books aren't supposed to just give away all their secrets at once. Where would be the fun in that? Lenora looked at her collection of clues. The cryptic message about the keeper's call, her hastily scribbled rhythm notations, and pages of research about Veilborn harmonics that suddenly seemed more relevant than ever. The locket's residual warmth felt like a gentle nudge, urging her to keep pushing, to look deeper. "The fragments mentioned twilight," she said, more to organize her thoughts than anything else. "And the lantern. There's something about its light that feels wrong, twisted. But maybe it's supposed to be different, like it's been corrupted from its original purpose?" Jill's t-shirt shifted to read, "Now you're cooking with magic." She pulled the pencil from behind her ear and added it to Lenora's growing pile of notes. Sometimes the best way to fix something broken is to figure out what it looked like whole. Lenora traced her fingers over the guest book's cover, feeling the subtle patterns in the leather that seemed to shift under her touch. The mystery pressed down on her like a physical weight, but not an unwelcome one. It felt more like being wrapped in a heavy blanket, constraining perhaps, but also somehow reassuring. "I need to understand what these patterns mean," she said, tapping her rhythm notations, "and why my locket keeps responding to them." She glanced at the darkening windows, where evening shadows were beginning to gather. "Preferably before whatever's coming actually arrives." Theron entered the common room of the Hearth and Crust with measured steps, his boots silent against the worn floorboards. The familiar sense of hearth smoke and Amara's baking usually brought him comfort, but tonight something else threaded through the air, a discordant hum that set his teeth on edge. Draven stood behind the counter, his broad shoulders tense as he nodded a greeting. The orc's usual stoic welcome felt subdued, his amber eyes fixed on an object between them, a brass lantern emanating an unsettling purple glow. "I see you found trouble," Theron murmured, reaching for the Veilborn lens that hung from a chain at his belt. The monocle's familiar weight settled against his eye, and the world shifted. Beneath its enchanted glass, the lantern's surface blazed with familiar patterns, intricate spirals and sharp angles that made his breath catch. The same symbols he'd spent years studying in crumbling temples and forgotten archives now pulsed before him, alive with corrupted energy. "I received your message," he told Draven, fighting to keep his voice steady, as violet tendrils of disrupted leyline energy writhed around the lantern like smoke. "Though I admit, I didn't expect to find something quite so significant." His research journal emerged from his travel-worn cloak with practiced ease, the leather soft and familiar beneath his fingers. The pages fell open to his sketches of the Balance Keeper's temple, lovingly detailed in ink and careful notations. He placed the journal beside the lantern, leaning forward to compare the matching curves and angles. White streaks in his dark hair caught the firelight as he traced the patterns with a scholarly finger, careful not to touch the lantern itself. "These artifacts were part of a network," he explained, green eyes sharp with recognition. The academic distance he usually maintained slipped, revealing an intensity that marked his half-elven heritage. "The Veilborn used them to maintain harmony in the ley lines. Each one dot." He paused, distracted by a particularly troubling surge of energy visible through the lens. A delicate clink of porcelain drew his attention as Amara set a steaming cup beside his elbow. The familiar scent of his evening blend, chamomile touched with moonflower and a hint of dreamleaf, wafted up. "Thank you," he murmured, though his focus remained on the task at hand. From memory, he began sketching Willowmire's ley-line convergence points on a fresh page, the pen flowing in swift, sure strokes. "The village sits at a nexus," he continued, marking the major channels with precise lines. Here and here. The pen tapped specific intersections. But something's disturbing the natural flow. Through the lens, I can see the corruption spreading outward from this lantern, like ink in water. The familiar scratch of his pen against paper filled a thoughtful silence. Around them, the inn's usual evening warmth felt muted, as if the very atmosphere held its breath. Through the lens, Theron watched the purple energy pulse in time with his heartbeat, a rhythm that seemed almost deliberate, almost like music. He reached for his tea, letting its warmth seep into hands that had grown cold despite the hearth's cheerful blaze. The half-elven blend Amara crafted for him usually helped sharpen his thoughts, but tonight his mind raced ahead of itself, connecting fragments of lore with growing unease. The lantern's presence here couldn't be coincidence, not with those specific markings, not at this precise confluence of ley lines. The disruption follows a pattern, he observed, sketching rapid notations in the margins of his map. It's not random corruption, it's purposeful, as if the lantern is trying to recalibrate something. His pen paused mid-stroke as another surge of energy rippled outward. Through the lens, he caught a glimpse of something else, a fleeting impression of harmonies long forgotten, of power meant to flow in perfect balance. The lantern's light flickered, casting strange shadows across his carefully drawn maps. Theron's fingers tightened around his pen as he recognized another symbol hidden within the patterns, one that spoke of guardians and sealed doors, of powers meant to stay buried in shadow. Theron felt Jill's presence before he saw her, the brownie's innate magic creating tiny ripples in the ambient energy he studied. She perched on a nearby shelf, legs swinging, her enchanted t-shirt now displaying "The plot thickens" in shimmering letters. Despite the gravity of his work, a slight smile tugged at his lips. After years of friendship, her ability to find humor in even the most serious situations had become oddly comforting. "Those squiggles mean something important, don't they?" she asked, leaning forward to peer at his notes. "They always do when you get that wrinkle between your eyes." He was about to respond when movement at the doorway drew his attention. Lenora entered, and Theron's careful observations faltered. Through his lens, he could see her grandmother's locket pulsing with a familiar resonance, one that matched the lantern's corrupted rhythm perfectly. Centuries of practice helped him school his features into scholarly neutrality, though his pen pressed a fraction harder against the paper. "Ah, Lenora," he acknowledged, deliberately keeping his tone even. "Your timing is excellent. I was just explaining the significance of these markings." He gestured to his journal, where detailed sketches of veil-born symbols filled the margins. The familiar act of teaching helped steady his racing thoughts as he added another precise notation about the energy patterns. Jill's t-shirt flickered to Professor Mode, activated, drawing a quiet chuckle from Lenora as she moved closer to study his work. Theron shifted slightly, ensuring his body blocked her direct line of sight to his more sensitive notes about the locket's resonance. Some truths needed time to ripen. "The temple must be acting as an anchor point," he explained, his finger tracing the confluence of ley lines on his map. "These energy patterns are too structured to be natural. The Veilborn were masters of harmonic resonance. They never left such things to chance." His voice carried the weight of decades spent piecing together their lost knowledge, each word carefully chosen. Through the lens, he watched violet energy pulse between the lantern and Lenora's locket, creating intricate patterns that reminded him of musical notation. His pen captured these observations in his private shorthand, developed over centuries of research. The familiar motion helped calm the unease growing in his chest. Without conscious thought, his fingers brushed against the old scar near his collar, a silvery mark left by another veil-born artifact decades ago. The memory of that encounter surfaced with uncomfortable clarity, the same discordant hum, the same sense of ancient powers stirring. He forced his hand back to his pen, though the grave set of his mouth remained. "Look here," he continued, indicating a particular symbol that spiraled around the lantern's base. "This represents a threshold, a boundary between states of being. The Veilborn used such markers to indicate places where the veil between different forms of energy grew thin. His fingers traced the pattern in the air, careful not to touch the lantern itself. Draven moved closer, his natural connection to stone lending weight to his next words. The ley lines beneath the inn have been restless since it arrived. Theron nodded, adding another notation to his growing collection of observations. The disruption follows established pathways, ancient ones, older than Willowmire itself. The lantern isn't just corrupting the ley lines, it's attempting to access something through them. A particularly strong pulse from the lantern cast purple shadows across his journals, illuminating years of careful research. Pages of sketched ruins, transcribed prophecies, and mapped ley convergences testified to his long pursuit of Veilborn knowledge. Yet, looking at the lantern now, Theron felt the weight of how much remained unknown. "Jill," he said, glancing up at the brownie, "would you fetch my reference text on harmonic resonance? The one with the blue binding?" He needed to confirm a theory forming in his mind, though he carefully kept his expression neutral as Lenora's locket pulsed again in perfect synchronization with the lantern's light. Chapter 3. Glimscale's Awakening. Lenora's heart quickened as she followed Theron and Draven deeper into the shadowy glade. The afternoon light filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, but something else caught her attention. Her grandmother's locket grew increasingly warm against her skin, its familiar weight now thrumming with an urgent energy she'd never felt before. "Wait," she whispered, pressing her hand to the locket. "Something's different. The magic here feels stretched, like a bowstring pulled too tight." Theron paused, adjusting his Veilborn lens with a careful twist. The ley lines are disturbed. Whatever's affecting them must be nearby. A flash of iridescent scales through the trees caught Lenora's eye. She inhaled sharply at the sight of a creature she'd only seen in her most treasured books. A wyvern lay curled among the roots of an ancient oak, its crystalline spine formations pulsing with an erratic, sickly light. The creature's wing membranes, which should have shimmered with flowing patterns of magical energy, instead trembled with distorted ripples of power. "By the veil!" Theron breathed, his usual scholarly reserve cracking. "It's a leyline wyvern. They're incredibly rare. I never thought I'd see one in person." The wyvern's head lifted weakly at their approach, and Lenora felt her breath catch as its eyes, shifting rapidly between colors like aurora lights, fixed upon her locket. The creature made a sound that sent shivers down her spine, like wind chimes in a storm, beautiful notes clashing in discord. Her locket pulsed stronger, matching the erratic rhythm of the wyvern's crystalline formations. Without conscious thought, Lenora took a step forward. The connection between her family's heirloom and this magnificent creature pulled at something deep inside her, like remembering a song she'd never learned. "Careful!" Draven rumbled, reaching to hold her back, but Theron caught his arm. "Wait," the scholar murmured, peering intently through his lens. "Look at the resonance patterns." Lenora barely heard them. The wyvern's crystals flickered with that same unsettling purple light she'd seen in the lantern, and through her locket she felt an echo of its pain. It was like hearing her favorite melody played by an orchestra where every instrument was slightly out of tune. The wrongness of it made her teeth ache. "You're hurting," she whispered to the creature. "The ley lines, they're supposed to flow through you differently, aren't they?" The wyvern's eyes, now a distressed amber, met hers with startling intelligence. Acting on pure instinct, Lenora lifted her locket, letting its steady golden glow shine forth. The familiar warmth of its magic spread through her fingers, but this time it felt different, more purposeful, as if it had been waiting for this moment. As the locket's light touched the wyvern's crystalline formations, their erratic pulsing began to steady. The discord in the air softened, like instruments slowly being tuned back to harmony. The creature's eyes shifted from amber to a deep, peaceful blue, and its wing membranes settled into gentler patterns. "That's it," Lenora murmured, taking another careful step forward. Let the magic flow properly again. Like this. She hummed softly, a snippet of an old lullaby her grandmother used to sing, and the locket's glow pulsed in time with the melody. The wyvern's crystals began to chime softly in response, no longer the jarring discord from before, but a sweet, clear note that made the leaves above them shiver. Lenora felt tears prick at her eyes. It was beautiful, this connection she'd somehow formed with this magnificent creature, this guardian of the ley lines. Remarkable, Theron whispered, still watching through his lens. The resonance patterns are aligning. Your locket. It's acting as a stabilizing influence on the corrupted leyline energy. How did you know to do that? Draven asked, his gruff voice gentler than usual. Lenora shook her head slightly, not wanting to break her concentration. I didn't, not really. It just felt right. Like the locket was showing me how to help. The wyvern's head lifted higher, its movements already stronger. Its scales caught the filtered sunlight, throwing rainbow reflections across the glade. When it looked at Lenora again, she felt a whisper of something. Not quite words, but a sensation of gratitude and recognition that made her locket warm with answering joy. The moment their minds touched, Lenora gasped. It wasn't like reading thoughts exactly, more like sharing feelings and impressions colored by purpose and memory. Through their newfound connection, she felt Glimscale's deep attunement to the ley lines, its instinctive understanding of how magical energy should flow through the land. But threading through that knowledge was a current of confusion and distress. Something's wrong with the paths, the feeling seemed to say. The song is broken. You're meant to guard them, aren't you? Lenora whispered. The ley lines? The wyvern's crystalline spines chimed softly in response, and gradually it began to uncurl from its defensive position. Each movement was careful but growing stronger, its pearly scales catching the light in mesmerizing patterns. Lenora heard Draven shift behind her, his boots scuffing against fallen leaves, but his protective presence felt less urgent now. As Glimscale stretched to its full height, Lenora marveled at how the sickly purple tinge had faded from its wing membranes, replaced by flowing patterns that reminded her of sunlight on water. The creature moved with increasing grace, each step more assured than the last. That's incredible, she breathed. The corruption is actually leaving your system. Glimscale lowered its elegant head until it was eye level with her. This close, she could see how its eyes shifted color like opals catching light, currently a serene blue-green that matched its scales. With deliberate gentleness, it touched its snout to her grandmother's locket. The resonance that followed took her breath away. Her locket's usual warm glow burst into brilliant light, harmonizing with the chiming of Glimscale's crystals. The sound wasn't just sound anymore. It was visible energy, transforming the air around them into ribbons of luminescent magic that traced the paths of ley lines she'd never been able to see before. Oh my, she heard Theron murmur, the scratch of his pen against paper almost lost in the harmonic display. The convergence patterns are exactly as the texts described. But Lenora barely registered his words because suddenly she wasn't just seeing the ley lines, she was seeing through Glimscale's memories. She flew along ancient paths marked by standing stones, each carved with symbols that matched the ones in her grandmother's books. She felt the satisfying hum of magic flowing properly, the way Glimscale's presence helped maintain that delicate balance. The Veilborn markers glowed with welcome, recognizing the wyvern's purpose. The vision faded, but the understanding remained. You used to work with them, she said softly. The Veilborn. They trusted you to help keep the ley lines healthy. Glimscale's crystals chimed in affirmation, and through their strengthening bond, Lenora felt its pride in that ancient purpose. The wyvern rose to its full height, impressive but no longer intimidating to her. Its wing membranes spread slightly, catching the afternoon light and sending prismatic reflections dancing across the grove. Her locket pulsed in time with Glimscale's crystalline formations now, their energies perfectly synchronized. The sensation of rightness flowing through their connection was impossible to mistake. This was how things were meant to be, guardian and keeper working together to maintain magical harmony. Fascinating, Theron muttered, still scribbling furiously. The resonance patterns suggest a traditional guardian bond, but I've never seen one form so quickly. The texts speak of months of preparation. Lenora felt a gentle amusement from Glimscale at the scholar's excitement, but underneath that was a more urgent emotion, a clear sense of purpose and determination. Through their bond, images and feelings flowed, the corrupted lantern's energy spreading like poison through the leyline network, ancient markers dulling as their protective magic weakened, shadows growing where they shouldn't. "You want to help us," she realized, "to fix what's been damaged." The wyvern's eyes shifted to a determined gold, and its crystalline spines chimed in agreement. Through their connection, Lenora felt its absolute certainty. Whatever had disrupted the ancient protections, whatever was corrupting the ley line's flow, Glimscale meant to help them set it right. The creature lowered its head again, this time touching its snout gently to Lenora's forehead. The gesture felt like a promise, and her locket hummed with answering warmth. They would face this challenge together, guardian and keeper united, as in days long past. Jill's boots barely made a sound on the ancient wooden steps, each careful placement a testament to years of brownie stealth practice. Her t-shirt, proudly displaying Basement Explorer Extraordinaire, glowed faintly in the dim light. Cogs perched on her shoulder, his mechanical wings creating a soothing whir that matched her heartbeat. The Clockwork Raven's blue eyes cast dancing shadows along the stone walls, complementing the warm glow from Draven's lantern ahead. "You know," Jill whispered to Cogs, patting his metallic head, "most people bring wine to their basements, not creepy purple lanterns that make my tools tingle." Her fingers absently traced the outline of Wrenchy, her favorite spanner, through one of her dress's many pockets. Behind them, Peanut's claws clicked softly against the wooden steps, the little familiar's nose already beginning to emit its telltale magical glow. The Cheweenie's usual bouncy enthusiasm had been replaced by cautious steps and perked ears. Through gaps in the stone foundation, something caught Jill's eye, threads of purple energy seeping like dark water through the mortar. Her t-shirt flickered briefly to, "That's not supposed to do that," before returning to its previous message. "Scout ahead, Cogs," she whispered, giving her mechanical companion a gentle nudge. The Raven glided forward silently, his gears clicking in a pattern that only Jill could interpret. Their own secret language developed through countless hours of tinkering together. Draven paused ahead, his broad frame casting a shadow as he held up one hand. Jill could feel the slight tremor in the stone beneath her feet, the orc's connection to the foundation running deep. Peanut whined softly, padding forward with her nose glowing brighter as she approached a particularly damaged section of wall. The familiar's ears flattened against her head just as Cogs returned with a metallic screech that set Jill's teeth on edge. The Raven's blue eyes flickered rapidly, their established signal for magical danger. "Thanks for the warning, buddy," Jill murmured, scratching under his metallic beak. "Though maybe we could work on a quieter alert system?" Years of practice made it easy for Jill to spot the narrow gap between the walls, the kind of space most would overlook, but that called to her brownie instincts like a beacon. "Time for some creative investigating," she announced, her shirt changing to read "Professional Squeeze Artist" as she edged sideways into the gap. Cogs followed, his wings folding with precise mechanical clicks as he maneuvered through the tight space. The Raven's blue glow revealed what Jill had feared, shadowy runes eating away at the inn's protective wards, like acid through metal. Her trained eye recognized the corruption spreading through the ancient magical barriers. "Hey, big guy," she called out to Draven, her voice echoing slightly in the confined space. "You might want to see this, unless you're not feeling particularly squeezy today. In which case, I can describe it in great detail, possibly with interpretive dance." While waiting for Draven's response, Jill pulled out her enchanted measuring calipers from a hip pocket, the tool humming ominously as it detected the magical disturbance. Cogs hopped closer to the corrupted runes, his lockpick talons carefully scraping away years of accumulated debris to reveal more of the damaged wards. Her t-shirt shifted to Dream Team as she and Cogs worked in practiced synchronization, their movements flowing together like well-oiled gears. From various pockets, Jill produced an array of specialized tools, each with its own name and personality, as far as she was concerned. "All right, Twistmaster," she muttered to a copper-colored device that resembled a cross between a compass and a cookie cutter. "Show me what we're dealing with." The instrument's needle spun wildly before pointing firmly at the corrupted section of wall. She pulled out more tools from Cog's maintenance kit, which she'd modified to double as magical measuring equipment. Each reading was worse than the last, causing her shirt to cycle through increasingly worried phrases before settling on, "Well, this isn't good." Cogs let out a soft, mechanical trill of concern as he used his talons to trace the outline of a particularly nasty-looking rune. "I don't suppose," Jill called out to Draven, "you'd be willing to tell me these are just some harmless glow-in-the-dark decorations someone forgot about?" She pressed her hand against an untainted section of wall, feeling the familiar hum of the inn's protective magic growing fainter. "Because I've got to say, my professional opinion is leaning pretty heavily toward yikes with a side of oh dear." Peanut's sharp bark echoed through the basement, making Jill jump. Her t-shirt flashed, definitely not startled, before settling back to professional squeeze artist as she wiggled free from the narrow gap. The little familiar stood rigid, nose glowing like a miniature lighthouse as she pointed toward a corner where the shadows seemed to writhe and cluster. "What have you got there, sweetie?" Jill cooed, though she kept a careful distance. Above them, Cogs swooped in graceful arcs, his blue eyes cutting through the gloom. The mechanical raven's wing servos whirred in a pattern that made Jill frown. "That bad, huh?" She reached into one of her dress's deeper pockets, the one she'd enchanted to hold items twice its size, and pulled out a delicate silver whistle. The tiny air elemental that answered her call manifested as a swirling ribbon of pale light, barely larger than her palm. "Little help with the spooky darkness, please?" Jill asked, and the elemental danced forward, dispersing the shadows like morning mist. What it revealed made her wish for the darkness back. The foundation stones were webbed with purple-black energy that pulsed like infected veins. Her t-shirt shifted to "Science is Happening" as she pulled out her notebook and several specially designed collection vials. "Cogs, honey, time to earn your treats." The raven cocked his head, mechanical eyes whirring as they focused. "And yes, I'll polish your gears later, too." Cogs dove with precision, using his lockpick talons to carefully maneuver the vials into position. Purple energy dripped like toxic honey, each drop causing the glass to frost over instantly. Jill sketched rapidly, adding notes in her particular shorthand that looked more like a collection of doodles than actual writing. "Careful with that one," she warned as Draven examined a particularly damaged section of foundation. Her stone-touched friend pressed his palm against the wall, and Jill felt the subtle vibration of his magic reaching into the earth. A sudden surge of corrupted energy made her newest detection device, lovingly named Spinny McSparkerson, shoot sparks and whirl like a drunken top. Before it could smash against the stone floor, Cogs swooped down in a blur of metallic feathers, catching it neatly in his talons. "Nice save, partner," Jill beamed as her t-shirt updated to "Bird Brain Saves the Day." Cogs preened, his chest plates puffing out with mechanical pride as he deposited the device safely in her outstretched hand. Between Peanut's glowing nose highlighting the worst of the corruption and Cog's aerial surveillance, Jill managed to create a detailed map of the damage. Her mechanical companion landed periodically on her shoulder, transmitting his observations through a complex series of clicks and whirs that she'd learned to interpret over their years together. "Wait, what was that last bit?" she asked, and Cogs repeated a particular sequence. "The energy's strongest near the support beam? Good catch." She added another note to her increasingly crowded map, complete with tiny illustrations of gear patterns in the margins. The temperature dropped steadily as they worked, their breath beginning to fog in the air. Jill summoned another air elemental, this one taking the form of a tiny whirlwind that spun lazy circles around them, pushing back the worst of the cold. Cogs nestled closer to her neck, his internal mechanics generating welcome warmth. "I'm definitely not scared of the dark," she muttered as her t-shirt displayed the same message. The shadows seemed to reach for them now, pulling away from Peanut's glow, only to regroup in deeper pools of darkness. Cogs made a sound like a concerned gear grinding, and Jill scratched under his metallic beak. "Thanks for the vote of confidence, buddy." They were just preparing to head upstairs when Cogs suddenly went rigid, his blue eyes flaring brighter. He launched from her shoulder, circling a particular cluster of corrupted runes while emitting a rapid series of clicks that made Jill's eyes widen. "You're sure?" she asked, and the raven bobbed his head in confirmation. Her t-shirt changed to plot twist incoming as she hurriedly added one final note to her map. The corrupted runes weren't just spreading randomly. They were resonating with something above them, pulsing in time with the purple lantern's sickly light. Cogs landed on a nearby beam, chest puffed out proudly at his discovery, while Jill double-checked his findings with Spinny McSparkerson. The device's needle swung in perfect synchronization with the lantern's pulse, confirming what her clever raven had noticed. "I don't suppose," she said to Draven, "this is the part where we discover it's all just a big misunderstanding, and maybe the lantern just needs a hug." But the growing shadows and Peanut's continued whining suggested otherwise. Chapter 4. Whispering Glade. The descent into the Whispering Cavern sent ripples of awareness through Draven's earth resonance. Each step resonated with a purity he hadn't felt since the corrupted lantern's arrival at the inn. His Earthshaper's bracers hummed against his forearms, responding to the raw power flowing through the crystalline walls. Here, at least, the ley lines still sang their proper tune. "Mind the drop," he warned, steadying Jill as she nearly skipped off a narrow ledge in her excitement. The brownie's boundless energy sometimes made him feel every one of his years, though he'd never admit to finding it endearing. Crystal formations jutted from the cavern walls like frozen music, casting prismatic light across the underground pool's mirror-dark surface. The air held that peculiar stillness that always preceded one of Eldrin's appearances, a waiting sort of quiet that made the back of Draven's neck prickle. A familiar stirring disturbed the water's surface. Beneath the dark ripples, moss-like patterns began to pulse with a soft, green-gold luminescence. Draven's bracers warmed against his skin, the stone-touched metal recognizing another ancient power awakening. He'd visited the Wabaglim Oracle enough times to know the routine, but something felt different today. The patterns under the water seemed more urgent, their glow more intense. Eldrin's broad form rose from the depths with characteristic dramatics, water cascading off his flat body while whisker-like appendages swayed in an unfelt current. The oracle's presence filled the cavern, ancient and inscrutable as the stone itself. "The stones speak of disturbance." Eldrin's voice rippled through the water, each word sending concentric rings across the pool's surface. Despite the gravity of their visit, Draven caught the familiar sardonic lilt in the oracle's tone. Though perhaps they're just stating the obvious. Beside him, Jill's magical t-shirt flickered to life with the words "Cryptic Fish Alert" in gleaming letters. Draven fought back a smile, keeping his expression neutral as Eldrin's ancient eyes fixed upon their group. The Wabaglim had never appreciated being called a fish, though he seemed to make an exception for Jill's shirt-based commentary. With slow, deliberate movements, Eldrin began weaving patterns in the water with his fins. Draven's earth resonance tingled as he recognized the rhythm. It matched perfectly with the pulse of leyline energy flowing through the cavern floor. The synchronicity wasn't coincidental. Eldrin's movements were drawing power from the earth itself, using the pool as a focus. "Where shadow meets light at the heart of the grove," Eldrin intoned, his voice deeper now, resonating with the cavern's natural acoustics. The oracle paused, whiskers twitching in what Draven recognized as barely concealed amusement at his own theatrics. The balance keeper's gate stands unopened. Jill's shirt obligingly changed to, "Why can't riddles come with maps?" But Draven's attention was drawn to Theron. The half-elf had stepped forward, veil-born lens catching crystal light as he studied Eldrin's aquatic choreography. The scholar's usual mask of careful neutrality slipped, his expression shifting from intense concentration to something sharper. Recognition. "The patterns," Theron murmured, lens adjusting with tiny clicks. "They're not just for show, are they, Eldrin? You're showing us a key." Draven felt the shift in the cavern's energy as Eldrin's patterns grew more complex. The oracle's whiskers curled with what might have been approval. "Perhaps the scholar's eyes see clearer than the stones," Eldrin replied, though his gaze drifted meaningfully to Draven's bracers. "But some keys require more than sight to turn." Through his connection to the stone, Draven felt the subtle harmonics building in the cavern. Each sweep of Eldrin's fins added another layer to the underwater dance, and his bracers grew warmer in response. The patterns weren't just symbols. They were a song written in water and stone, waiting to be heard by the right ears. Or, Draven realized as his resonance thrummed in time with Eldrin's movements, waiting to be felt by the right hands. Draven closed his eyes, letting his earth resonance expand through the crystalline cavern. The patterns Eldrin wove in the pool weren't random. They pulsed in perfect harmony with the leyline network he'd spent years mapping beneath Willowmire. Each ripple corresponded to a junction point, each swirl marking a place where magical energies converged. His Earthshaper's bracers grew warm against his skin as he recognized the rhythm. It matched the steady heartbeat of power that flowed beneath the inn, though here it remained pure and untainted by the lantern's corruption. The realization settled in his chest like a stone dropping into still water. Eldrin wasn't just showing them patterns, he was revealing the village's magical foundation. The temple entrance. Theron's quiet voice broke through Draven's concentration. The scholar had pulled out his research notes, comparing them to the shifting designs in the pool. When he mentioned Silvara's grove, the water's glow intensified, casting dancing lights across his face. Draven noticed how the half-elf's hands trembled slightly as he held up an ancient map, its markings eerily similar to Eldrin's aquatic choreography. The Wobbeglim sank lower in his pool, his whiskers twitching with unmistakable amusement. "The wise ones listen to stone and water both," Eldrin remarked, his ancient eyes meeting Draven's with knowing intensity. There was something almost challenging in that gaze, as if daring him to piece together the puzzle laid before them. Draven knelt beside the pool, pressing his palm against the smooth stone floor. Through his connection, he felt the cavern's pulse, steady and strong. His bracers thrummed in response, and he knew what he needed to do. "Stand back," he murmured to Jill, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, watching the proceedings with wide eyes. Her t-shirt now read, "Rock Show Coming Up," which actually brought a slight smile to his face. Drawing upon his stone-shaping abilities, Draven began to work. The stone responded eagerly to his touch, rising and flowing like clay between his hands. He crafted a miniature representation of Willowmire's leyline network, each intersection precisely placed according to the map he carried in his memory. The work was delicate, requiring more finesse than strength, but his years of practice served him well. As the model took shape, Theron's breath caught audibly. The scholar held his notes up to the stone creation, nodding rapidly. "It's perfect," he whispered, tracing a finger along one of the lines. "Every junction, every convergence, they align exactly with the ancient texts." In the pool, Eldrin's patterns shifted to mirror Draven's stone model, creating a double image, one in stone, one in living light. The oracle's fins moved with deliberate grace as he spoke again. "Your grove's heart beats with ancient rhythm." His voice carried the weight of centuries, each word rippling across the water's surface. "Seek balance where the old songs still echo." Draven felt a surge of satisfaction as the pieces began falling into place, but something in Eldrin's tone made him pause. The oracle was already beginning to sink beneath the dark water, his moss-like patterns dimming gradually. Then Draven felt it, a subtle shift in the cavern's energy that made his stone sense prickle with warning. The crystalline formations seemed to shiver, their song changing pitch ever so slightly. Eldrin's final words drifted up from the depths like bubbles breaking the surface. Mind the shadows that seek to silence the song. The warning sent an unexpected chill through Draven's body, making his normally steady hands falter. He'd faced countless dangers in his mercenary days, but something about Eldrin's words struck deeper than mere physical threat. The oracle spoke of silence, the absence of the very rhythms and harmonies that gave their magical world its life and power. Jill's t-shirt flickered briefly to Creepy Cryptic Warning number 47 before she moved closer to Draven's side, her usual bounce subdued. He rested a reassuring hand on her shoulder, though his eyes remained fixed on the now still pool. The stone model he'd created cast complex shadows in the crystal light, and for a moment they seemed to move of their own accord. "We should return to the inn," he said finally, his voice steady despite the unease settling in his gut. The stone beneath his feet still sang its ancient song, but now he listened more carefully for any discord that might herald the shadows Eldrin had warned them about. Mordain emerged from between ancient willows, his form rippling like dark water. Each step left traces of shadow that curled and dissipated in his wake. At his feet, Devil Cat prowled with characteristic disdain, yellow eyes gleaming as darkness wreathed its paws. The sight of the corrupted lantern sent familiar pain lancing through Mordain's blackened hands, a reminder of what he'd become. Through his altered senses, the world appeared as layers of magical resonance. Leyline energy flowed around the group in streams of light he could no longer touch without tainting. The memory of that pure connection ached like a phantom limb. Devil Cat's tail twitched, picking up on his inner turmoil. "You can't begin to understand its purpose," Mordain said, his voice carrying echoes of the scholar he'd once been. The words tasted bitter on his tongue. How long had it been since he'd spoken to colleagues as equals, sharing discoveries over cups of tea that had long since grown cold? That artifact holds secrets beyond your comprehension. His gaze fixed on Theron, recognition stirring. The scholar's stance, the way he cradled that ancient lens, it was like looking into a mirror of his past self, before the shadows, before the burning need to unlock the Veilborn's power had consumed him. Mordain reached out with tendrils of shadow magic calling to the lantern. Its purple light pulsed in response, recognizing the kindred corruption in his essence. But Glimscale's crystalline formations flared defensively, emanating a harmonic barrier that made his teeth ache. The wyvern's natural connection to the ley lines was everything he'd lost, everything he craved to reclaim. "I was like you once," he told Theron, watching understanding dawn in his former colleague's eyes. Shadow tendrils writhed around him as memories surfaced, the cramped study lined with ancient texts, the thrill of breakthrough, the moment it all went catastrophically wrong, driven by the same questions, seeking the same truths about the Veilborn's power. The lantern's purple light intensified, its corruption resonating with his own tainted magic. Devil Cat hissed, fur bristling as competing energies created ripples of dissonance in the air. The cat's yellow eyes narrowed to slits, its own shadow-touched nature responding to the magical discord. Rage built in Mordain's chest as he watched Glimscale position itself protectively before the group. The wyvern's scales shimmed with pure leyline energy, a cruel reminder of everything that had been stripped from him. His attack manifested as waves of shadow, but they fractured against the creature's natural harmony. "You guard that power so preciously," he snarled. the scholar's measured tones giving way to something darker. Yet you lack the courage to use it. Another wave of shadows surged forth, only to splinter against Glimscale's resonance. Devilcat circled restlessly, disrupting the defensive magic where it could. The corruption in his hands pulsed painfully, spreading further up his arms as he channeled more power. Through his altered sight, he watched the ley lines shudder and dim wherever his shadow magic touched them. It was beautiful in its own way, a dance of light and darkness, purity and corruption. But the beauty offered little comfort when measured against what he'd sacrificed in pursuit of knowledge. The Veilborn understood true power. Mordain continued, his voice carrying undertones of shadow that made the air itself shiver. They knew the price of wielding it. As I do. He flexed his blackened fingers, remembering how they'd once held quill and parchment instead of writhing darkness. Devilcat suddenly tensed, sensing something in the magical currents that Mordain felt a moment later, a surge of pure energy that made his corrupted essence recoil. The lantern's purple light flickered erratically, caught between his influence and some opposing force he couldn't quite identify. The dissonance built until even breathing became difficult. Mordain's shadow magic roiled unstably, fighting against the harmonics Glimscale continued to emit. The wyvern's crystalline formations pulsed in complex patterns that stirred more unwelcome memories, formulas and frequencies he'd once understood, before shadow magic had twisted his perception of the world's underlying rhythms. Mordain's laughter echoed through the glade, a hollow sound that carried undertones of shadow magic. Balance? The word tasted like ash in his mouth as the darkness around him deepened, responding to his bitter amusement. I've seen what lies beneath your precious harmony. For a heartbeat, his control slipped. The shadows flickered like a guttering candle, revealing glimpses of who he'd once been. Kael Vorath's scholarly features, now gaunt and haunted. The transformation felt like being torn in two directions, each ripple of his form sending spikes of pain through his corrupted essence. The lantern's purple light pulsed, calling to something buried deep within his shadowy form. Mordain felt the resonance in what remained of his soul, a siren song of power and possibility. His shadow magic writhed erratically as he fought to maintain control, darkness spilling from his fingertips in unstable waves. Devilcat slunk behind the group, yellow eyes gleaming with predatory intent. But Glimscale's presence disrupted their usual hunting pattern, the wyvern's crystalline formations humming at a frequency that set Mordain's teeth on edge. Each pure note struck against his corrupted essence like physical blows, echoing with memories of what natural magic had felt like flowing through untainted hands. The Veilborn understood transformation, he snarled, lashing out with tendrils of shadow that whipped toward Glimscale. The wyvern's harmonic barrier dissolved his attacks into wisps of darkness, each failure burning like the day he'd first lost his humanity. They knew power required sacrifice. Another strike dissipated against Glimscale's defenses. Mordain's corrupted hands trembled, blackened flesh aching with the effort of channeling so much shadow magic. The wyvern's scales shimmered with pure leyline energy, each pulse a reminder of everything he'd lost in his pursuit of knowledge. When Glimscale channeled a particularly strong surge of leyline energy, the resonance cut through Mordain's shadows like sunlight through fog. For one crystalline moment, he remembered the thrill of discovery in his study, the pure joy of unraveling Veilborn mysteries. The scholar he'd been would have marveled at Glimscale's natural harmony with the ley lines, would have spent hours documenting the crystalline formation's frequencies. But that clarity twisted almost instantly into desperate need. The purity of Glimscale's magic only highlighted the corruption that had become his essence. Shadow magic roiled through him, responding to his distress and desire. The lantern's light seemed to pulse in sympathy, its corrupted energy calling to his own. Devil Cat yowled, a sharp note of warning. The feline's fur stood on end as Mordane's shadow magic began to fragment, responding to the violent clash between his power and the lantern's strange light. The dissonance built until even maintaining his form became difficult, shadows splitting and reforming like ink dropped in water. What was broken can be reformed, Mordane ground out through clenched teeth, gathering the tatters of his power around him. The shadows responded sluggishly, fighting against Glimscale's continued harmonic resonance. Or completely transformed. His final words hung in the air as he pulled the darkness close, letting it envelope him like a cloak. Devil Cat's yellow eyes were the last thing visible before both master and familiar melted into the shadows, leaving only whispers of corrupted magic in their wake. The retreat felt like failure, but Mordane could feel his grip on corporeal form slipping. Each pulse of Glimscale's pure energy threatened to unravel the shadow magic that held him together. Even now, watching from the darkness between trees, the sight of the wyvern's crystalline formations sent shivers of recognition through what remained of his scholarly soul. The lantern's purple light seemed to follow him, a beacon of corrupted power that promised answers, or perhaps just deeper transformation. Mordane pressed his blackened hands against rough bark, anchoring himself as waves of dissonance washed through him. Devil Cat pressed against his legs, its shadow-touched nature helping to stabilize his fragmented essence. Chapter 5. Silvara's Grove. Theron's fingers trembled slightly as he adjusted the veil-born lens, its familiar weight against his eye, grounding him in the ethereal atmosphere of Silvara's Grove. Bioluminescent moss carpeted ancient stones in sweeping patterns, casting everything in a gentle, otherworldly radiance that made his heart ache with recognition. After centuries of research, of chasing whispered legends and half-burned manuscripts, the resonance here felt different, deeper, more purposeful than the usual leyline signatures that threaded through Willowmire. The weathered stones seemed ordinary enough to the naked eye, but through the lens they held secrets. Subtle iridescent markings flickered just at the edge of visibility, reminiscent of the temple documentation scattered across his research journals. His white-streaked dark hair fell forward as he crouched to examine a particularly weathered boulder, its surface holding the ghost of what might have been a musical notation. "Silvera," he called softly, careful to maintain the grove's delicate peace. "These stones, they're not random formations." The words felt inadequate to express the weight of what he was seeing, but centuries of scholarly reserve held his excitement in check. The dryad approached with soundless grace, and Theron's lens hummed faintly against his skin. The runes shimmered more intensely through the purple crystal, as if Silvara's presence had awakened something in them. Her quiet energy seemed to harmonize with the ancient markings in a way that confirmed his suspicions about the grove's true nature. Years of studying similar sites guided his hands as he traced the barely visible patterns. Each groove and whirl held meaning, their placement too precise to be natural erosion. The Veilborn's genius had always laid in their ability to hide complexity within apparent simplicity, a truth that had taken him decades to fully appreciate. "Draven," he murmured, "bring the lantern closer." The orc's heavy footsteps approached, and Theron held his breath as the purple light drew near. Through his lens, the beam refracted in ways that defied natural law, splitting into precise angles that created a complex geometric pattern across the grove's stones. "It's a key system," Theron explained, scholarly excitement finally breaking through his usual reserve. Through the lens, he watched in fascination as the lantern's light activated dormant runes that had waited centuries for this moment. The Veilborn didn't just hide their temples, they encoded them into the landscape itself. The purple light caught in his lens revealed more with each passing moment, musical notations worked into the stone, mathematical sequences hidden in the spacing of the rocks, and patterns that seemed to shift and change depending on the angle of observation. Each discovery confirmed another fragment of research, another theory that had earned him skeptical looks from his academic peers. These markings, he continued, tracing a particularly intricate sequence, they're not just decorative, they're part of a larger harmonic matrix, a way of storing and transmitting information through resonance. The words spilled out faster now, decades of research finally finding practical application. The Veilborn understood that certain frequencies could interact with leyline energy in predictable ways. They used this knowledge to create, well, something like a magical lock and key system. Through his lens, Theron observed how the lantern's light seemed to dance between the stones, creating connections that had been invisible moments before. The grove itself appeared to be responding, the bioluminescent moss pulsing gently in patterns that matched the ancient rhythms encoded in the stone. Each stone is positioned precisely, he explained, more to himself than his companions. The angles, the distances, everything matters. The lantern's light is activating sequences that have laid dormant for centuries. He adjusted his lens slightly, focusing on a particularly complex cluster of runes. But it's not just about the light. The Veilborn believed in balance, in the harmony between different forms of energy. The familiar weight of his research satchel pressed against his hip, and Theron resisted the urge to pull out his journals and compare notes. Now wasn't the time for academic documentation, no matter how much his scholarly instincts urged him to record every detail. The living magic before him demanded his full attention. A soft resonance built in the air around them, like the first notes of a long-forgotten song. Through his lens, Theron watched as the activated runes began to pulse in sequence, each one adding its own tone to the growing harmony. The lantern's purple light seemed to dance between the stones, drawing lines of power that grew more distinct with each passing moment. "We need to match the sequence," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The lantern's showing us the pattern, but we have to complete it." His fingers traced the air between two glowing stones, following the path of an invisible connection. The Veilborn never relied on a single key. They believed true balance required multiple elements working in harmony. Theron's fingers traced the air where the lantern's light caught the stone, revealing subtle variations invisible to normal sight. His half-elven vision picked up minute changes in texture, ridges and valleys that formed a familiar pattern, one he'd seen fragments of in countless ruined texts and temple remnants. Through the lens, these seemingly random marks transformed into something more. A map, encoded in layers of magical resonance that shifted and changed as the purple light played across their surface. "There's more here than simple markings," he murmured, careful to keep his voice steady despite the scholarly excitement building in his chest. Years of academic discipline helped him maintain his composure, though his hands itched to pull out his research journals and confirm what he was seeing. A soft pulse of light caught his attention, Lenora's locket, responding to the revealed runes with a gentle harmony that made his lens hum in sympathy. Theron carefully schooled his features into practiced neutrality, though his heart raced. The artifact's response aligned perfectly with theories he'd developed over decades of study, theories that had earned him more than a few dismissive looks from his colleagues at the Academy. Through his lens, he observed an unexpected phenomenon. The lantern's corrupted energy, rather than disrupting the ancient magic as he'd initially feared, enhanced certain aspects of the Veilborn runes. Where purple light met stone, dormant patterns blazed to life with surprising clarity. "Even in corruption, there's revelation," he said softly, adjusting the lens to better observe the interaction. His journal was in his hands before he consciously reached for it, years of scholarly habits taking over. As more runes emerged from their centuries-long slumber, Theron's practiced hand moved across the page, capturing complex geometries and harmonic patterns that might fade when the light shifted. Each symbol corresponded to notes scattered throughout his previous research. Here, a resonance pattern he'd documented in the ruins of an ancient archive. There, a harmonic sequence that matched fragments from a half-burned scroll he'd discovered years ago. "These markings," he explained, pointing to a particularly intricate sequence with his free hand while continuing to sketch. They are not just decorative. The Veilborn encoded information in layers, using both physical form and magical resonance. His lens hummed as he traced the pattern's flow. Each layer reveals itself only when the previous one is properly understood. The complete pattern gradually emerged, and Theron felt the familiar weight of discovery settle over him. He'd experienced this sensation before, in forgotten libraries, in overgrown ruins, in moments when centuries of mystery finally yielded to patient study. But this was different. This map, hidden in plain sight for so long, was intact, active, and responding to their presence. He adjusted his lens one final time, taking in the full scope of what the Veilborn had created. The Veilborn believed truth reveals itself to those prepared to see it, he told the group, his voice carrying the quiet authority of long study. They've left us more than just markings. They've left us instructions. His finger traced the air above the stones, following the pattern's flow. Here, where the resonance lines converge, that's where we need to stand. These harmonic sequences, they're not just mathematical expressions. They're a series of movements, a ritual of sorts. The purple light caught a final series of runes, and Theron's breath caught in his throat. The last piece clicked into place, completing a puzzle he'd spent decades trying to solve. "And these," he said, indicating a spiral of musical notations that wound through the larger pattern. "These are words, words in the Veilborn tongue, meant to be sung rather than spoken." His fingers moved instinctively to touch the ancient markings, then stopped just short. After so many years of searching, the temptation to rush forward was strong, but experience had taught him the value of patience, especially when dealing with Veilborn magic. Every detail mattered, the positioning, the timing, the precise pitch of each note. One misstep could seal the temple's entrance for another century. Instead, he continued his careful documentation, adding annotations that connected these new discoveries to years of previous research. His neat script filled the margins of his journal, each note a bridge between past theories and present reality. Through his lens, he watched the play of light and shadow across the stones, observing how the patterns shifted with the angle of the lantern's beam, recording every subtle variation that might prove important later. The lens hummed against his skin, responding to the growing magical resonance in the grove. Around them, the bioluminescent moss pulsed in harmony with the revealed patterns, creating an ethereal dance of light that seemed to echo the Veilborn's ancient rhythms. Theron felt the familiar tension between scholarly restraint and the pure joy of discovery, between the need to document everything perfectly and the desire to push forward into whatever mysteries the temple might hold. Through the shimmering evening air of Silvara's grove, Amara's wings fluttered with anticipation. The dryad moved with fluid grace between patches of glowing moss, her movements as natural as leaves dancing in a gentle breeze. Each step left trails of luminescence that pulsed in harmony with the grove's ancient magic. Raleigh hummed against Amara's hip, the enchanted rolling pin practically vibrating with excitement through her flower-dusted apron pocket. She'd learned long ago to trust its reactions to magical ingredients, and right now it was practically singing. The balance keepers understood that harmony requires both light and shadow, Silvara explained, her bark-like skin catching the ethereal glow of the moss. They cultivated these herbs to maintain equilibrium in the ley lines. Her long fingers, the color of rich mahogany, brushed over a patch of softly glowing vegetation. Amara's wings shimmered as she crouched down for a closer look. "It's beautiful," she breathed, watching how the plants seemed to lean toward Silvara's touch like eager children. The dryad's presence made the entire grove feel more alive, more awake. Raleigh chose that moment to wiggle free from her pocket, rolling itself right into her palm. Amara giggled. "Sorry, someone's getting impatient." Silvara's eyes crinkled with amusement as she plucked a spiraling leaf that seemed to pulse with its own inner light. "This is Moonleaf," she said, holding it out. "It sings to the ley lines, calling them into alignment. The moment Amara's fingers touched the leaf, Raleigh began to spin, sending tiny sparks of magic into the air. Through her fey senses, she could taste the moonleaf's potential, like starlight and morning dew, with hints of something deeper and more ancient. "Oh!" Amara exclaimed as the magical essence danced across her tongue. "It's like the moment just before dawn, when everything is perfectly still." Silvara nodded approvingly, reaching for another plant with petals that seemed to hold captured starlight. "Starbloom," she explained, adding it to Amara's growing collection. "For protection against shadow magic." The flowers felt warm in Amara's palm, and she could already imagine them crushed into a fine powder, their protective properties enhanced by careful baking. Raleigh hummed in agreement with her thoughts. "And this," Silvara continued, gathering stalks of a silvery purple thistle, "is twilight thistle. It helps maintain balance between opposing forces." Amara's wings cast shifting patterns of light across the grove as she examined her magical bounty. Each herb seemed to resonate with its own unique frequency, and her baker's instincts were already combining them in various ways. "Could these be baked into something?" she asked, holding up a particularly sparkly leaf that caught the grove's ambient light like a prism. Silvara's knowing smile was warm as summer sunshine. "I was hoping you'd ask that," she said, kneeling beside a patch of moss that glowed brighter at her proximity. "These herbs have traditionally been used in teas and tinctures, but your fey magic might offer new possibilities." Raleigh spun excitedly in Amara's hands as Silvara demonstrated how each herb responded to different types of energy. The moonleaf glowed brighter when she hummed a certain note, while the starbloom seemed to dance when she passed her hand over it. "Watch this," Silvara whispered, touching the twilight thistle gently. The silvery purple stems began to pulse in a steady rhythm, like a heartbeat. "It responds to the natural balance of things. See how it matches the grove's energy?" Amara's mind raced with possibilities. Protection pastries that could shield against shadow magic, clarity cookies that might help them see hidden veil-born markings, balance biscuits that could stabilize the disrupted ley lines. Raleigh vibrated with enthusiasm, seeming to approve of each idea as it formed. "The tricky part," Silvara cautioned, her voice gentle, "will be maintaining their magical properties through the baking process. Heat can change how they interact with the ley lines." But Amara was already pulling her recipe notebook from another pocket, her wings shimmering with excitement as she jotted down ideas. "What if we infused them into honey first?" she mused, watching how the moonleaf's glow reflected off Raleigh's smooth surface. "Or maybe a cold-set dough for the more delicate properties?" The dryad's laugh was like wind through summer leaves. "This is why I brought you here," she said, gathering a few more herbs into a basket woven from living vines. "Sometimes the old ways need new perspectives, and who better to reinvent ancient magic than a fey baker with an enchanted rolling pin?" Amara's quill danced across her recipe notebook as flower petals drifted from her hair, each one leaving tiny sparkles on the parchment like fairy dust. She'd learned long ago to embrace the constant shower of petals. They were as much a part of her as her wings or her baking magic. Besides, they made her notes prettier. The herbs seemed to respond to her presence, their glow intensifying whenever her wings shifted. Even the moonleaf, which had been softly luminescent before, now pulsed with a silvery radiance that matched her wing shimmer. Raleigh vibrated against her palm, eager to begin experimenting. "Gentle now," Silvara cautioned as Amara reached for the starbloom. "These flowers hold centuries of magic. Let them acclimate to your energy first." Amara nodded, holding her hand above the delicate petals without touching them. She could feel their magic reaching up to meet her own, like curious children extending their hands in greeting. The sensation tickled her palm. "That's it," Silvara encouraged. "Notice how the starbloom responds differently than the moonleaf? Each plant carries its own frequency, its own song in the greater harmony." Raleigh hummed in agreement, and Amara carefully touched the rolling pin to each herb, watching the interactions. The twilight thistle's silvery spines seemed to dance when Raleigh came near, while the moonleaf's glow synchronized with the rolling pin's gentle vibrations. Balance isn't just about equal parts, Silvara explained, watching as Amara measured tiny portions into her portable mixing bowl. It's about harmony between elements, like a perfect chord, each note distinct, yet part of something greater. The words sparked something in Amara's mind. Like layered pastries, she exclaimed, wings fluttering with excitement. Each layer has its own flavor, but they work together to create something new. She scribbled frantically in her notebook. What if we created something with distinct magical layers that harmonize when combined? Silvara's smile was warm with approval. Now you're thinking like a balance keeper. Amara pulled out her standard magical baking ingredients, shimmer flour ground from moon wheat, dawn-harvested dewdrops, and her special vanilla beans that had been blessed by moonlight. With practiced movements, she began combining them with pinches of the sacred herbs. The mixture in her bowl started to glow, first with the silvery light of moonleaf, then with the star bloom's golden sparkle. When she added the twilight thistle, the entire combination shimmered with an opalescent sheen that made her catch her breath. "Raleigh," she whispered, "ready to try something new?" The rolling pin practically leaped into her hands. As she began to knead the dough, Raleigh's magic merged with the herbs in unexpected ways. Where the pin touched, the dough took on different hues, silver, gold, and twilight purple swirling together like an aurora. But it was more than just pretty colors. Amara could feel the magical frequencies aligning, each herb's power enhanced rather than diminished by the others. The dough beneath her fingers hummed with perfectly balanced energy. Even Silvara leaned forward, her eyes wide with wonder. "In all my years," the dryad murmured, "I've never seen the herbs respond quite like this." Amara's wings quivered with pride as she carefully wrapped the successful samples in preserving leaves. Her mind was already racing with possibilities for larger batches, perhaps crescents for the moonleaf, star-shaped cookies for the star bloom, and twisted braids for the twilight thistle. Each shape could enhance its herb's natural properties while contributing to the overall harmony. "The temple will recognize harmony in any form," Silvara assured her, helping to gather the remaining herbs, whether it's found in ancient spells or fresh-baked pastries. Amara tucked her notebook away, her fingers trailing over Raleigh's smooth surface. The rolling pin was still warm from working with the magical dough, its usual hum now carrying notes that reminded her of Silvara's grove, deep, ancient, and full of possibility. She gathered a few more sprigs of each herb, carefully labeling them in her basket. Some would need to be dried in moonlight, others preserved in morning dew. The twilight thistle, she noted, seemed happiest when stored with both light and shadow-touched ingredients, another lesson in balance. Amara's wings cast shifting patterns of silver-blue light across her workspace as she carefully arranged Silvara's herbs on the worn wooden counter. Each bundle seemed to pulse with its own subtle magic, making her skin tingle when she brushed against them. Raleigh spun excitedly beside her mixing bowls, leaving faint trails of sparkles in its wake. From the corner workbench, metallic clicking and whirring sounds punctuated Jill's muttered calculations as she tinkered with cogs. Amara glanced over to see the brownie's t-shirt proudly displaying "Engineering in Progress" in glowing letters. "Harmony requires balance," Amara murmured, picking up Raleigh and holding it over each herb in turn. The rolling pin hummed different notes, a high, clear tone for the star bloom, a deep, resonant note for the moonleaf, and a complex harmony for the twilight thistle. It was like composing music with magic, each ingredient adding its own voice to the song. A shadow fell across her workstation, and Amara looked up to find Glimscale's iridescent head peering through the kitchen window. The wyvern's crystalline formations pulsed with a gentle blue-green light that reminded her of summer mornings. The timing couldn't have been better. As she attempted to extract the essence of moonleaf, the liquid began to bubble and spark erratically. Before Amara could step back, Glimscale's natural leyline affinity reached out, smoothing the volatile reaction into a steady, silvery glow. "Thank you!" Amara's wings showered grateful sparkles that made Glimscale's scales shimmer even brighter. The wyvern's eyes crinkled in what she'd learned to recognize as a smile. "Hey, Amara!" Jill's voice carried across the kitchen. "Could your sparkle dust give Cog's new scanning lens some extra oomph?" Her t-shirt had changed to read, "Fairy dust makes everything better," making Amara laugh. She sent a controlled burst of fey magic toward the workbench, watching as the silvery sparkles settled onto Cog's newly installed lens. The mechanical raven preened, his gears whirring with satisfaction as the magic integrated with Jill's engineering. Amara turned back to her baking, breathing in the emerging aromas as she began folding Starbloom into her special pastry dough. Raleigh guided her hands with gentle pressure, ensuring each turn created perfect magical layers that caught the light like mother of pearl. Behind her, Cogs tested his upgraded wings, creating tiny whirlwinds that sent herb leaves dancing through the air. The moonleaf's glow traced ethereal patterns in the disturbed air, while the star blooms sparkled like falling stars. As Amara began shaping the first batch of pastries into delicate crescents, she noticed how the twilight thistle transformed the dough. Where her fingers pressed, the surface shimmered with intricate patterns that reminded her of the markings on Theron's Veilborn artifacts. Her wings fluttered nervously at the similarity. "I'll call these Keeper's Crescents," she announced, trying to sound more confident than she felt. The pastries seemed to respond to their naming, the magical layers settling into a perfect balance of light and shadow, strength and delicacy. Raleigh hummed approvingly as she arranged the crescents on her enchanted baking sheet, each one curved like a tiny moon, their surfaces catching and holding fragments of magical light. The twilight thistle's influence had transformed her usual recipe into something both familiar and mysterious, rather like the Veilborn themselves, she supposed. Glimscale watched with obvious interest as she worked, the wyvern's crystalline formations pulsing in rhythm with the magic flowing through her baking. Even Cogs paused his flight testing to perch on the windowsill, his mechanical head tilted curiously at the shimmering pastries. "These might be the most magical thing I've ever baked," Amara admitted, watching the crescents begin to rise and glow in the warm oven air. Her wings cast prismatic reflections across their surfaces, adding another layer of enchantment to the already remarkable treats. Amara was just sliding her second batch of crescents into the oven when a thunderous crack from Jill's workbench made her wings flare in surprise. A cloud of rainbow-colored smoke billowed across the kitchen, carrying the distinct scent of singed metal and magical residue. "Minor calibration issue," Jill's voice emerged from the haze, followed by the brownie herself, her pigtails standing on end. Her t-shirt flickered briefly before settling on, "This is fine," in cheerfully glowing letters. Amara's heart was still racing as she reached for her jar of dried lavender. "Maybe we could all use a touch of calm," she murmured, sprinkling the purple buds into her next batch of dough. Raleigh hummed in agreement, its wooden surface warming beneath her fingers as it helped work the lavender through the magical mixture. Glimscale, who hadn't even flinched at the explosion, pressed closer to the window. The wyvern's crystalline formations began to pulse in rhythm with each successful pastry as Amara removed them from the oven. The resonance reminded her of wind chimes in a summer breeze, and she found herself humming along with Raleigh's happy vibrations. The kitchen filled with their improvised melody, Raleigh's wooden tone, Glimscale's crystalline chiming, and her own fey-touched voice weaving together in perfect harmony. To her delight, the pastries seemed to respond to their kitchen symphony. The magical layers swirled more vibrantly, and the herbs' properties blended more smoothly than she'd ever managed before. "These should help us stay centered in the temple," she explained, watching Cogs hop across the counter to examine her work. The mechanical raven's new lens whirred and clicked as it analyzed the magical frequencies emanating from the crescents. "Fascinating!" Jill scrambled onto a stool, her t-shirt changing to "Science Meets Magic" as she compared the readings from Cogs to her own notes. "The harmonic resonance is exactly what we need to counter the temple's disruptive energies." Encouraged by their success, Amara began her final batch. She carefully measured out all 3 of Silvara's herbs, then reached for her special jar of Fae-blessed honey. As she worked, tiny flower petals drifted down from her hair, a common occurrence when she was deeply focused on her baking. Rather than brush them away, she watched in wonder as they settled into the dough, each petal dissolving in a tiny burst of sparkles that enhanced the existing enchantments. "Time for the taste test," Jill announced, snatching up a cooled crescent. Amara held her breath as the brownie took a bite. Jill's t-shirt began cycling through messages rapid fire. "Oh my stars. Pure magic. Better than coffee." Finally settling on. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. Cogs hopped excitedly from foot to foot, his new sensors confirming what they could all feel. The pastries had achieved perfect harmonic resonance. Glimscale's appreciative rumble made the kitchen windows vibrate softly, sending ripples through the remaining herb bundles on the counter. With trembling fingers, Amara began carefully arranging the keeper's crescents in the special containment box Jill had engineered. The box's interior gleamed with protective runes, and tiny crystals at each corner helped maintain the pastry's magical stability. Her wings glowed with pride as she nestled each crescent into its designated spot, their combined magic creating subtle auroras that danced across the ceiling. Raleigh gave one final jubilant spin across the counter, leaving a trail of golden sparkles in its wake. The rolling pin's usual hum had deepened into something that felt almost like purring, and Amara couldn't help but smile as she latched the containment box closed. Each pastry inside held the perfect blend of protection, clarity, and balance. Her own small contribution to their upcoming challenge. "Well done, Raleigh," she whispered, giving the rolling pin an affectionate pat. Tiny flowers bloomed in her hair in response to her satisfaction, their sweet scent mixing with the lingering aroma of magical baking. Around her, the kitchen seemed to glow with residual magic, Glimscale's crystals still chiming softly, Cog's new lens catching and refracting enchanted light, and Jill's t-shirt cycling through one last message. Dream Team. Chapter 6. The Balance Keeper's Temple. Jill adjusted her toolkit strap as Cogs soared ahead, his metallic wings catching the early morning light. Her t-shirt proudly displayed Professional Puzzle Solver, a message that made her grin. The Clockwork Raven's recent upgrades had been some of her best work yet, if she did say so herself. The crystalline focusing lenses she'd installed in his eyes now projected thin blue beams through the misty forest, scanning for magical signatures. "See anything interesting up there, you gorgeous piece of engineering?" she called out. Cogs responded with a series of clicks and whirs that she'd learned to interpret as his version of excitement. Reaching into her toolkit, which she'd organized at least 3 times this morning, Jill pulled out her latest creation, a compass modified with bits of enchanted lodestone and a tiny fragment from Theron's lens. "Watch this," she whispered to no one in particular, holding the device flat in her palm. The needle spun wildly before snapping to point at what appeared to be just another moss-covered stone. Her t-shirt shifted to read, "Hidden things can't hide from me," as she brushed away the vegetation, revealing an ancient rune carved into the rock. "Ha! Score 1 for brownie ingenuity." She carefully traced the symbol with her finger, memorizing its pattern for later documentation in her ever-growing notebook of weird stuff we found. A low humming drew her attention to Glimscale, whose crystalline formations had begun pulsing with an urgent rhythm, the wyvern's eyes fixed on a patch of ground ahead that looked perfectly ordinary, which, in Jill's experience, meant it was anything but. "Hold up, everyone!" she called out, already reaching for her elemental summoning charm. With a flick of her wrist and a whispered word, she called forth a tiny air elemental she'd nicknamed Whisper. "Go check that spot, would you?" Carefully now. The elemental swirled forward, disturbing leaves and revealing a series of pressure plates cleverly disguised as natural forest floor. Ancient wards hummed just beneath the surface, still active after all these centuries. "Nice catch, big guy," she beamed at Glimscale. Her shirt obligingly changed to Team Wyvern for the win. "Cogs, time to earn your keep!" The Raven swooped down, his enhanced vision identifying magical trip lines that crisscrossed between the trees like an invisible spider's web. Together, they began mapping out a safe path forward. Jill pulled out her notebook, sketching the pattern, while Cogs used his lockpick talons to trigger mechanisms from a safe distance. "You know," she muttered as she worked, "whoever built this place really didn't want visitors. Good thing they never met a brownie with an engineering degree." She paused, considering. "Well, technically it's a degree I made myself, but the principle stands." The path eventually opened into a clearing where beams of light cut through the canopy in ways that definitely weren't natural. They intersected in complex patterns, creating a geometric dance of light and shadow on the forest floor. "It's a light and shadow puzzle," she announced, her t-shirt helpfully updating to "Captain Obvious Strikes Again." Cogs landed on her shoulder, his gears clicking thoughtfully as he processed the pattern through his new scanning lens. The control mechanism was partially hidden behind a curtain of vines, but Jill's brownie stealth came in handy as she slipped between the light beams to reach it. Her shirt now read, "Don't mind me, just sneaking," as she examined the intricate lock. The basic mechanism was similar to others she'd picked before. She'd made quite a hobby of it back in her more mischievous days. But this one had magical complications that made her engineer's heart flutter with excitement. "Oh, you're a beauty," she whispered, pulling out her specialized picks. Cogs hopped down beside her, his blue eyes providing additional light as she worked. "See these etchings here? They're like the ones in Theron's books, but they're meant to redirect magical energy instead of just storing it. Whoever designed this was absolutely brilliant. Possibly mad, but brilliant." She pulled her goggles down, adjusting the magical focus to better see the energy flows. "It's like a puzzle box, but instead of moving pieces, we need to redirect the light beams to match these shadow patterns." Her fingers traced the worn symbols. "Cogs, can you project what you're seeing onto that flat stone over there? I need to see the whole pattern at once." Jill watched in fascination as Glimscale's crystalline scales pulsed with a soft blue light. The wyvern moved forward cautiously, and where its presence disturbed the air, previously invisible threads of shadow magic dissipated like smoke in a breeze. Her enchanted measuring tape, lovingly named Stretchy McRuler, zipped through the air of its own accord, taking readings of the disruption field. "Would you look at that?" she whispered, checking the glowing numbers that appeared along the tape's length. "The resonance frequency matches the leyline patterns perfectly." Her t-shirt shifted to display "Dragons make everything better" as she scribbled the measurements in her notebook. The temple's defensive magic seemed to recoil from Glimscale's natural harmonics, creating safe corridors through what would otherwise have been a maze of shadow traps. Jill's fingers itched to understand the mechanism better, but there would be time for that later. Probably. Maybe. A particularly nasty-looking section of corridor ahead sparkled with crisscrossing beams of light that definitely weren't just for show, but something about their arrangement tickled her memory. "Hey, Cogs, remember that trick we learned with the reflective surfaces?" she called out to her mechanical companion. The Raven cawed softly, his gears whirring as he processed the request. He took flight, positioning himself at precise intervals, his metallic feathers catching and redirecting the light beams. Her shirt updated to Birdbrain Genius as the pattern began taking shape. "Just a bit to the left," she directed, consulting her notes. "No, your other left." "Yes, there." Each adjustment brought them closer to completing the complex geometric pattern she'd spotted earlier. But something was still missing. The next sequence proved particularly challenging. Jill pulled out her pocket abacus, which she'd modified to calculate magical frequencies, and ran the numbers again. "We need to split these beams," she muttered. "Glimscale, can you shuffle those gorgeous crystals over here?" Her shirt cycled through messages as they attempted to align everything perfectly. Almost got it. Not quite. So close. Glimscale's crystal formations caught the light, splitting it into precise angles while Cogs maintained position, his enhanced targeting systems keeping him steady. Finally, the beams aligned perfectly. creating a harmonic resonance that made Jill's tools vibrate sympathetically. "Nailed it!" her shirt proclaimed as the pattern locked into place. While the others examined the newly revealed markings, Jill's keen eyes spotted something else. A small opening near the floor, perfectly sized for someone of Brownie stature. Years of maintenance work had taught her to recognize these signs. "Always include maintenance access," she muttered approvingly, her shirt changing to "think like a builder" as she approached the opening. The tunnel beyond was lined with service runes, their magic still active after centuries. She slipped inside, finding a network of passages that ran parallel to the main temple corridors. These maintenance tunnels proved invaluable, allowing her to bypass several particularly nasty-looking traps. She emerged occasionally to guide the others, her small size and natural brownie stealth making her the perfect scout. Near what appeared to be the main temple entrance, Jill paused to study a series of interlocking mechanisms. The design looked familiar. She'd seen similar configurations in Theron's books during their late-night research sessions. Her shirt displayed "Knowledge is power" as she traced the patterns with her finger. "It's all about the harmonics," she explained to Cogs, who had perched nearby. "See how these grooves match the resonance patterns we found earlier? The Veilborn weren't just brilliant engineers, they were musicians too. Every mechanism has its own frequency, its own song." She pulled out her tuning fork, modified, of course, with several magical enhancements, and struck it gently. The note hung in the air, and several of the temple's runes glowed in response. Combining this with their earlier discoveries about harmonic patterns, she began to decode the sequence. The massive temple doors loomed before them, covered in intricate mechanisms that made her inventor's heart skip a beat. Various devices from her toolkit began whirring and clicking, each one detecting different layers of magical security. Her resonance meter spun wildly, her modified compass pointed in 3 directions at once, and even her lucky wrench was vibrating with excitement. "The real fun starts now," her shirt declared as she reached for her most specialized tools. She pulled out her prized lockpick set, each pick enchanted for a specific type of magical lock. Her harmonic amplifier, carefully calibrated to Veilborn frequencies, and several other devices she'd created specifically for moments like this. "All right, you beautiful nightmare of engineering," she whispered to the door, spreading her tools out before her. "Let's see what makes you tick." Lenora's heart fluttered as they stepped into the circular chamber, her locket pulsing with warmth against her chest. The space stretched upward into shadows, but it was the mirrors that made her pause. Dozens of them, each taller than Draven, and set into the curved walls at precise intervals. Their surfaces rippled like sun-dappled water, making her own reflection waver and dance. "Well, this is different," Jill murmured behind her, her t-shirt flashing "Mirror, mirror" on the wall. "All of them?" In glowing letters. Peanut pressed against Lenora's legs, the familiar's nose casting a soft glow that reflected infinitely in the mysterious surfaces. The little dog's tail wagged uncertainly, creating a rippling wave of movement across the mirrored chamber. "The energy here!" Lenora trailed off, struggling to describe how the magic felt different, older, deeper somehow. Her locket's warmth spread through her chest, as if reaching for something just beyond her understanding. The first movement caught her by surprise, a flicker in the mirror directly ahead that had nothing to do with their group. A figure emerged from the silvery surface, not stepping through but simply appearing. Tall and ethereal, it wore robes that seemed woven from starlight and shadow, their edges blurring into the air itself. "Oh!" The exclamation escaped her as her locket hummed in response, creating a musical note that hung in the air. The Veilborn echo, for what else could it be, raised its hands in a series of fluid gestures. Each movement sent ripples of golden light through the air, and Lenora's locket pulsed in perfect time with the display. "They're not just memories," she breathed, watching the ancient figure's dance of magic. "The mirrors are preserving their actual teachings." Her locket's resonance matched the rhythm perfectly, like a student harmonizing with a master's song. Peanut's sharp bark drew her attention to another mirror, where shadows moved like liquid ink across the surface. Through the enhanced perception granted by her locket's connection to the chamber, Lenora could see how these shadow paths linked the mirrors together, creating an intricate web of energy that shifted and reformed with each new echo that appeared. "Look at this," Theron whispered, his scholar's excitement evident as he adjusted his spectacles. The positioning of the mirrors must correspond to different aspects of their magical practice. Lenora felt a gentle but insistent pull as her locket grew warmer, drawing her toward specific mirrors. In one, a veil-born echo demonstrated the precise movements for channeling leyline energy, its gestures as graceful as a dancer's. The magic flowed visible in the mirror's surface, golden threads weaving through the air in response to each motion. "It's a teaching chamber," Lenora said, understanding blooming in her mind as her locket sang in harmony with the ancient magic. Each mirror contains different lessons, different aspects of their knowledge. She watched, transfixed, as another echo appeared, this one tracing glowing runes in the air that matched markings on her locket's surface. "The Veilborn weren't just trying to preserve their magic," she continued, turning slowly to take in the full scope of the chamber. "They wanted to pass it on, to teach others who could understand their methods." Peanut sniffed at the base of one mirror, her glowing nose leaving trails of light that lingered for several seconds. The little dog looked up at Lenora and wagged her tail as if confirming her understanding. "But how do we access the lessons?" Amara asked, reaching out to touch one mirror's surface. Her fingers met solid glass, though the ripples intensified around the point of contact. Lenora's locket pulsed again, and she found herself moving instinctively into position before one of the mirrors. I think we need to match their movements. See how the shadows create paths between certain mirrors? We're meant to follow the sequence." The veil-born echo in her mirror began another series of gestures, and Lenora's locket hummed encouragingly. She raised her hands, attempting to mirror the figure's movements. Golden light trailed from her fingers, weak and uncertain at first, but growing stronger as she matched the echo's rhythm. "The locket," she realized, feeling the warm metal against her skin. "It's not just showing us the way, it's helping us tune into their frequency, their way of channeling magic." Lenora's hands trembled slightly as she mirrored the veil-born echo's flowing movements. The locket's warmth spread through her arms, guiding her gestures with gentle pulses of energy that felt as natural as breathing. As she completed the sequence, the mirror before her rippled like a pond disturbed by rain, its silvery surface parting to reveal a stone archway. Peanut bounced on her stubby legs, tail wagging furiously as she sniffed at the newly revealed passage. The familiar's excitement was infectious, helping calm Lenora's racing heart. "It worked," she whispered, though her voice carried in the chamber's perfect acoustics. Another echo materialized in an adjacent mirror, and Lenora froze. This figure's movements, the way it tilted its head while tracing sigils in the air, how it held its wrist at that precise angle, she knew these gestures intimately. They were the same unconscious habits she'd had since she was small, the ones her grandmother used to smile at knowingly. That's how I..." The words caught in her throat as her locket pulsed in confirmation. She'd always traced patterns in the air while thinking, just like the echo before her, had always tilted her head just so when working through a difficult spell. More echoes appeared, filling the mirrors with shifting light and shadow. The chamber hummed with ancient power, but her locket's steady warmth helped her focus through the overwhelming display. She could feel which paths were true and which were meant to mislead, the knowledge flowing through her connection to the locket's magic. Peanut's nose glowed brighter as she padded ahead, the familiar stopping to bark sharply when she sensed unstable magic. The warning helped Lenora avoid a patch of floor where the shadows ran too deep, likely hiding one of the temple's protective wards. "The patterns," Lenora murmured, watching how the echo's movements flowed together. They're teaching us their methods, showing us how to work with the ley lines. She began another sequence, feeling more confident as her locket's energy merged with the chamber's ancient magic. The mirrors shifted in response, rotating smoothly in their settings until they formed new configurations. Each arrangement revealed different aspects of Veilborn magic: how to draw power from the ley lines, ways to weave protective charms, methods for sensing magical imbalance. This wasn't just a test of worthiness. It was a carefully preserved lesson, waiting for someone who could understand. Movement drew her attention to the largest mirror. The echo that appeared was different from the others, more distinct, more present somehow. Its ethereal features held an awareness that made Lenora's breath catch. The figure's eyes met hers directly, and there was recognition in that ancient gaze. Her locket grew almost painfully hot as the echo gestured toward it, its movements precise and deliberate. The same symbols that decorated her locket's surface appeared in glowing lines around the figure. Lenora touched the warm metal with trembling fingers, understanding blooming in her mind. Her grandmother's cryptic words about family legacy, her natural affinity for certain types of magic, the locket's reaction to veil-born artifacts. It wasn't coincidence. "One more," she whispered, sensing they were near the chamber's exit. Her locket guided her through the final sequence, its pulses of energy matching perfectly with her movements. The mirrors filled with echoes, dozens of veil-born figures performing the same graceful gestures in perfect unison. Their combined magic created harmonies she could feel in her bones, a reminder of what had been lost, and perhaps what could be restored. Peanut pressed against her legs, offering steady companionship as Lenora completed the sequence. The chamber's magic swelled around them, and for a moment she could almost see the world as the Veilborn must have, a tapestry of interwoven energies, each thread singing its own note in a greater symphony. "I think," she said softly, watching the echoes fade, "we're beginning to understand what they were trying to preserve." Her locket hummed in agreement, its warmth a comfortable presence against her skin as they prepared to move forward into the temple's depths. Chapter 7. Trials of Balance. Draven's boots met ancient stone, and the temple's power surged through him like a thunderclap. The Earthshaper's bracers hummed against his forearms, their stone-textured surface warming as they amplified his connection to the chamber's foundation. Years of sensing leyline fluctuations beneath the inn had honed his abilities, but this was different. The very stones sang with opposing energies, light and shadow locked in an intricate dance that had lasted centuries. In the chamber's heart, orbs of radiance and darkness rotated in mesmerizing patterns. The sight reminded him of late nights at the inn's hearth, watching embers dance against the darkness. But these were far more ancient, far more dangerous. His fingers traced the wall beside him, feeling the temple's pulse through weathered stone. A faint, grinding sound drew his attention downward. Hairline cracks spiderwebbed across the floor, darker than mere shadows should be. Through his earth resonance, he felt the temple's pain, its desperate struggle to maintain balance as shadow energy seeped through the failing foundation. "The balance is failing," he rumbled, his voice bouncing off walls that had stood silent for generations. The words felt heavy in the air, like the moment before a storm breaks. Through the stone beneath his feet, he sensed how the entire chamber depended on the equilibrium between light and shadow. Each crack in the foundation sent ripples of instability through the ancient wards. Movement caught his eye, a patch of darkness deeper than the rest, writhing into form. The first shadow creature oozed through a crack near Lenora's feet, formless and hungry. Draven didn't hesitate. Energy surged through his bracers, and he slammed his palm against the floor. A barrier of solid stone erupted between the shadow and his companions, its surface gleaming with traces of protective magic. "Stay behind me," he ordered, his voice carrying the same quiet authority he used when breaking up tavern disputes at the inn. But this was no drunken brawl. The temple's very structure groaned around them, and more cracks appeared with each passing moment. Draven planted his feet firmly, feeling for the temple's natural resonance. It pulsed through the stone like a heartbeat, and he matched his breathing to its rhythm. The bracers grew warmer, their power mixing with his innate connection to stone. Years of mercenary work had taught him how to read a battlefield. Now he read the chamber's weak points, identifying where the foundation needed immediate reinforcement. His muscles burned as he channeled power through the bracers, shifting massive stone blocks back into their original positions. Each movement had to be precise. This wasn't just about brute strength. His elemental attunement guided his hands as he wove protective energy through the stone, stabilizing critical junctions where light and shadow met. More shadows slithered through the widening cracks, their forms twisting hungrily toward his companions. Draven widened his stance, drawing on the same protective instincts he used to maintain the inn's sanctuary. The air around him thickened with power as he extended his influence outward, creating a sphere of stability that pushed back against the encroaching darkness. "Work quickly," he called to the others, never taking his eyes off the prowling shadows. "I'll hold them back." Sweat beaded on his forehead as he maintained the protective zone, his bracers pulsing in time with his heartbeat. This was what he was meant for, not the violence of his mercenary past, but standing as a shield between danger and those who needed protection. Through his earth resonance, he felt each shadow that tested his barriers, each crack that threatened to widen. But he also felt something else, the temple's approval. The ancient stones recognized his efforts to restore balance, and their power flowed more readily through his bracers. Together, they would hold. They had to hold, while his companions worked to restore the equilibrium that had kept darkness at bay for so long. Another surge of shadow energy slammed against Draven's defenses, this one more violent than the last. The bracers pulsed against his forearms, their stone-textured surface growing almost uncomfortably warm. Deep in his chest, an ancient orcish battle hymn rose unbidden, one his grandmother had taught him years ago. The low, resonant notes rumbled through the chamber as he worked, each syllable carrying power that seemed to strengthen his connection to the stone. Through his earth resonance, he felt the temple's response to each balanced orb. The sensation reminded him of maintaining the inn's protective wards, though these were far more complex. Where the inn's magic flowed like a gentle stream, the temple's power crashed like ocean waves against ancient shores. Still, the underlying principles remained the same. Find the weak points, shore up the foundations, maintain the flow of energy. A shadow creature lunged at his left flank, its form writhing like smoke given malevolent purpose. Draven pivoted smoothly, muscle memory from countless battles guiding his movement. His boot scraped against stone as he shifted his weight, one hand maintaining the barrier while the other traced a quick pattern in the air. A pillar of stone erupted from the floor, dispersing the creature into wisps of darkness. "Getting bold, aren't they?" he muttered, already tracking the next threat through his connection to the chamber's foundation. The vibrations through the stone told him exactly where the shadows gathered, like ripples in a still pond. 3 more creatures formed behind him, but he was already moving. His bracers flared as he channeled power through them, raising a series of curved stone barriers that forced the shadows away from his companions. A tendril of pure darkness whipped toward one of the floating orbs, its purpose clear. Draven's protective instincts flared hot and immediate, the same ones that had him jumping between brawlers at the inn or shielding travelers from bandits in his mercenary days. The bracers blazed with sudden light as he slammed both palms against the floor. Energy coursed through him into the stone, sending out a ripple of stabilizing force that scattered the shadow like dust in a strong wind. Sweat trickled down his temple as he maintained the defensive zone. The strain of holding back the shadows while supporting the chamber's failing structure made his muscles burn, but he'd endured worse. "Focus on the orbs," he called out, keeping his voice steady and firm. Years of calming, panicked-in guests had taught him the value of projecting confidence. "I'll handle the shadows." Another tremor through the stone warned him of movement to his right. Without looking, he raised a barrier just as a shadow creature attempted to slip through a crack in the wall. His earth resonance painted a clear picture of the chamber's weak points, allowing him to anticipate and counter each threat before it fully manifested. The temple's energy shifted subtly as more orbs aligned. Draven felt it in his bones, the gradual strengthening of ancient wards, the slow return of balance. His bracers hummed in harmony with the stabilizing power, and he instinctively channeled this resonance into the chamber's foundation. The stone beneath his feet grew warmer, accepting his aid like an old friend finally returned home. A particularly large shadow creature rose before him, its form more solid than the others. Draven recognized the greater threat immediately and began humming the battle hymn with more intensity. The ancient words spoke of mountains standing firm against storms, of stone enduring through ages. As he sang, power flowed more smoothly through his bracers, and the barrier he maintained took on a crystalline quality that reflected both light and shadow in equal measure. "Not today," he growled at the creature, his voice carrying the weight of stone and centuries. The shadow launched itself forward, but Draven was ready. He channeled power through the bracers and into the temple's original wards, awakening protective runes that had lain dormant for generations. Golden light blazed from the ancient markings, forcing the shadow to retreat. The strain of maintaining so many simultaneous defenses made his vision blur at the edges, but Draven stood firm. He'd spent years learning to protect others, first as a mercenary, then as an innkeeper. Now, watching his companions work to restore the temple's balance while he kept them safe, he felt the rightness of his path with absolute clarity. This was what all those years had prepared him for. The chamber's energy continued to shift as more orbs found their proper alignment. Through his earth resonance, Draven felt the temple's growing strength, its ancient magic stirring like a sleeping giant finally rousing. His bracers thrummed in response, helping him channel this awakening power through the foundation, reinforcing wards that had protected this sacred space since the time of the Veilborn. Lenora's locket thrummed against her collarbone, its warning pulse matching the rapid beat of her heart. Shadows coalesced in the temple chamber like ink dropped in water, taking shape until Mordain stood before them. His form seemed less solid than before, edges blurring and shifting as though he couldn't quite hold himself together. The violet glow of his eyes cut through the darkness, reflecting an unsettling hunger that made Lenora's skin prickle. Devilcat slunk along the chamber's perimeter, its yellow eyes fixed on Glimscale with predatory focus. Dark energy rippled around its paws like tiny waves of midnight, disrupting the temple's ambient magic wherever it stepped. Through her connection to the locket, Lenora felt each ripple as a discordant note in an otherwise harmonious song. "The lantern was never meant for harmony," Mordain snarled, his voice carrying dual tones that sent chills down Lenora's spine. The deeper register held echoes of shadow magic, but beneath it she caught fragments of a more human voice, presumably what remained of Kael Vorath, the scholar he'd once been. Her locket pulsed again, stronger this time, and Lenora gasped as its resonance revealed more than just Mordain's physical form. Threads of corruption wound through his being like dark veins, spreading deeper into what remained of his humanity. The sight made her heart ache with unexpected sympathy. Whatever his original intentions had been, the shadow magic was consuming him from the inside out. When Mordain reached for the lantern, Lenora felt a sudden surge through her locket that nearly knocked her backward. The temple's ley lines sang out in alarm, not in her ears, but in her very bones. Each line of power connected to the lantern like strings to an anchor point, and through her locket's resonance, she could see how delicate that balance was. Beside her, Glimscale's crystalline formations pulsed urgently, matching the rhythm of her locket. Through their growing bond, the wyvern shared a vision that made her breath catch. If Mordain claimed the lantern, its corruption would spread through the ley lines like poison through veins, tainting everything it touched. The harmony they'd worked so hard to protect would shatter. Shadow magic exploded outward as Mordain's fingers closed around the lantern. Without thinking, Lenora lifted her locket, acting on pure instinct. Golden light burst from the pendant, forming a barrier of pure harmonic energy between Mordain and the rest of the chamber. Where shadow met light, the air crackled with competing forces, balance against chaos, order against entropy. The locket grew warm against her palm as Glimscale pressed closer, lending its strength to her shield. Through their empathic connection, the wyvern shared another vision, this one so beautiful it brought tears to her eyes. The ley lines weren't just channels of power as she'd always thought. They were a living network, a symphony of energy that connected all things in perfect harmony. Each line sang its own note in an endless chorus that maintained the world's balance. Looking at Mordain through this new understanding, Lenora saw him differently. Behind the corruption and shadow, traces of the scholar remained. Someone who had sought knowledge just as she did now. Someone who had wanted to understand the mysteries of the Veilborn, perhaps even to protect them. "You don't understand what you're destroying," she said softly, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "The ley lines aren't just power to be claimed or controlled. They're alive, connected to everything, including you, even now." The shadow magic around Mordain rippled, and for just a moment, Lenora caught a flicker of uncertainty in those violet eyes. Her locket hummed with possibility, showing her glimpses of who he'd been. Kael Vorath bent over ancient texts with the same wonder she felt when uncovering Veilborn secrets, the same drive to learn, to understand, to protect what was precious and rare. "There's still harmony in you," she continued, taking a careful step forward while maintaining her barrier. "I can see it through the shadows. The ley lines remember who you were, who you could be again, if you'd only listen to their song instead of trying to dominate it." Devilcat yowled, a sound that sent discordant ripples through the magical energies filling the chamber. The feline's disrupting presence made Lenora's shield flicker, but Glimscale countered by intensifying its crystalline glow, stabilizing the harmonic frequencies that powered her defense. Through her locket's connection to the temple's magic, Lenora felt the precarious balance of energies around them, light and shadow, harmony and discord, all hanging by a thread. And at the center of it all stood Mordain, clutching the corrupted lantern like a lifeline, caught between the scholar he'd been and the creature shadow magic had made him. Lenora felt the locket's power flow through her veins like liquid starlight, familiar now in a way it hadn't been before. Each pulse matched her heartbeat, guided by instinct and everything she'd learned about the Veilborn's harmonic magic. Through her connection with Glimscale, she could see the crystalline formations along the wyvern's spine as anchor points of pure, ley-line energy. Without conscious thought, her hands began to weave, drawing gossamer strands of golden light between Glimscale's crystals. Each thread hummed with a different note, creating a complex melody that made the air shimmer. The temple's ancient stones seemed to sing in response, awakening to a song they had long forgotten. "What are you doing?" Mordain's voice cracked with uncertainty. His shadows writhed and twisted, trying to disrupt her weaving. But Lenora saw more clearly now through her locket's resonance. Behind the corruption, threads of original harmony still pulsed within him, fighting against the shadow magic that had consumed him. Those fragments of Kael Vorath resonated with her spell, reaching for the light even as the shadows tried to snuff it out. "Balance is a lie!" he raged, hurling tendrils of darkness that shattered against her barrier. "There is only power. Power to change what was broken, to fix what was lost." But she heard the desperation in his voice, saw how parts of him trembled in recognition of the harmony she was creating. Glimscale pressed closer, its crystalline formations blazing with pure ley-line energy. The wyvern's presence amplified everything, turning Lenora's simple weaving into a complex tapestry of light and sound. She directed the power through her locket, feeling it transform and strengthen as it passed through the ancient artifact. The chamber filled with melodic resonance, not just sound, but pure, magical harmony. It was the song the Veilborn had once maintained, Lenora realized, reborn through their combined efforts. Each note carried echoes of ancient power, of balance maintained through countless generations. The very walls seemed to breathe with it, awakening to their original purpose. Through her locket's vision, she saw Mordaine's internal struggle intensify. The harmony called to what remained of the scholar, while the shadows fought to maintain their hold. His form flickered between human and shade, caught between two natures at war. "Let us help you," Lenora offered softly, extending her hand. The locket's light illuminated his face, and for a moment she saw Kael Vorath clearly, tired eyes filled with desperate hope, features drawn with years of regret. The scholar reached toward her, fingers trembling. But the corruption ran too deep. Shadow magic surged through him like a tide of darkness, drowning out his humanity. His hand twisted into claws, violet eyes blazing with renewed fury. Devil Cat yowled, the sound distorting the harmonies Lenora had woven. "No!" Mordain snarled, but Lenora heard two voices speaking, the shadow's rage, and beneath it, a whispered apology. "I've come too far to turn back now." He raised the corrupted lantern, its purple light clashing violently with the golden harmony. Shadow magic exploded outward, threatening to overwhelm everything they'd built. But Lenora's locket pulsed with unprecedented power, burning like a star against her chest. Glimscale's crystals flared in response, channeling pure leyline energy into her spell. The temple itself seemed to wake fully then, ancient stone thrumming with remembered purpose. Power surged through Lenora from all sides. Glimscale's pure leyline force, the temple's ancient strength, and her locket's awakened magic. The harmony swept through the chamber like a wave of pure light, transforming everything it touched. Mordain screamed, a sound of both rage and relief, as the light touched him. Shadow magic burned away like mist in the morning sun, revealing brief glimpses of the scholar he'd been. But the corruption had wound too deeply into his being, and he couldn't survive its removal. His form dissolved into echoes of shadow, Devil Cat vanishing with him into the darkness. Where he had stood, only whispers of shadow remained, slowly fading like the last notes of a finished song. The corrupted lantern clattered to the ground, its purple light extinguished, leaving only the golden glow of harmony illuminating the chamber. Chapter 8. Restoring the Ley Lines. Draven set the lantern down with careful precision on the library's central table, its once violent purple light now reduced to a gentle, almost apologetic glow. Through his connection to the stone beneath his feet, he felt the inn's foundation settling back into its natural rhythm, like a deep exhale after holding one's breath too long. The corrupted energy that had threatened to tear through the ley lines had dispersed, leaving behind the steady thrum he'd grown accustomed to over his years as innkeeper. The library responded to the shift in its own way. Books shuffled softly on their shelves, some pages rustling as if caught in a breeze that didn't exist. Draven had long since learned to read these subtle signs. The library always seemed more alive after significant magical events, as if the accumulated knowledge within its walls grew more eager to be discovered. Across the table, Lenora held her locket up to study the lantern, its silver light casting delicate patterns across her focused features. The sight stirred something protective in Draven's chest. He remembered her first days at the inn, uncertain and searching. Now she moved with the quiet confidence of someone who had found their place in the world's greater pattern. "The guardians before us knew this moment would come," he said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of revelation. In the temple, he had felt them, echoes of past protectors resonating through stone and time. His Earthshaper's bracers hummed against his forearms, a warm acknowledgement of the legacy he now shared. The ancient defenders had left their mark not just in stone and spell, but in the very purpose that now flowed through his veins like molten rock. Movement caught his eye through the window, Glimscale's graceful form circling the inn's perimeter. The wyvern's crystalline formations pulsed in perfect synchronization with the restored ley lines, creating a hypnotic dance of light and shadow across the library floor. The sight transported Draven to countless hours spent studying old texts, particularly the detailed sketches of ancient guardians working alongside magical creatures to maintain the world's delicate balance. Those drawings had once seemed like fairy tales. Now they felt more like prophecy fulfilled. His fingers found their way to the inn's guest ledger, tracing the worn leather binding that had absorbed so many stories over the years. The book's weight felt different now, heavier with the accumulated secrets and truths it contained. As if responding to his touch, it fell open to pristine pages, eager to record this latest chapter in the inn's long history. The inn chose its guardians well, he mused, watching as ink began to form letters across the fresh parchment. Through his earth resonance, he felt the subtle ways the building had adapted around them, the stones shifting ever so slightly to reinforce weak points, the foundations extending their protective embrace to include new chambers and hidden passages. Each change reflected the unique needs of those who had found their way here, a workshop for Jill's tinkering, quiet corners for Lenora's studies, even a special roost for Glimscale. The stone beneath his feet carried memories of their arrival, Lenora on that stormy night clutching her grandmother's letter, Jill appearing in the kitchen one morning as if she'd always been there, each of them drawn to this place exactly when they were needed, though none of them had known it at the time. The inn, it seemed, had known all along. Draven pressed his palm flat against the library wall, feeling the steady pulse of magic flowing through the ley lines below. The corrupted energy from the lantern had tested their defenses, but it had also revealed the true strength of what they'd built together. The inn's magic had evolved, becoming something more complex and resilient than simple wards and protection spells. It had become a living thing, shaped by the bonds between its inhabitants. The bracers on his arms grew warm, resonating with the ancient stone. Through them, he sensed the deeper changes in the inn's structure, new chambers forming deep below, passages realigning themselves, the very foundations adapting to channel and purify the ley line energy more efficiently. The building was learning, growing, preparing itself for whatever challenges might come next. Lenora looked up from her examination of the lantern, her locket's glow reflecting in her eyes. "The whispers are different now," she said softly. "Less urgent. Almost peaceful." Draven nodded, understanding exactly what she meant. The very air in the library felt clearer, as if a storm had passed, leaving everything washed clean. Even the shadows in the corners seemed softer, more natural. The inn had weathered this trial and emerged stronger, just as they all had. Draven felt it first through the stone beneath his feet, a resonance as pure as mountain spring water, vibrating up through the inn's ancient foundations. Lenora's locket pulsed one final time against the subdued lantern, and the harmony sang through every rock and timber. The sensation transported him instantly to that first morning he'd stepped through the inn's doors, when the very stones had seemed to welcome him home. Back then, he hadn't understood the weight of that welcome, or how completely it would transform his life. Through his earth resonance, he traced the threads of power flowing beneath the floorboards, no longer corrupted, but running clear and strong like underground rivers. The bracers on his forearms hummed in response, their stone-hewn surfaces warming against his skin. He moved to the library's bay window, drawn by the evening light spilling across Willowmire's cobblestone streets. His connection to the earth spread outward like ripples in still water, mapping the restored ley lines that wound beneath the village, The whispering willow's roots drank deeply from the renewed power, its leaves shimmering with contentment. Even the marketplace stones felt more alive, their ancient patterns singing with renewed purpose. The balance they'd fought so hard to restore reached far beyond the inn's protective walls, touching every corner of their sanctuary. Unbidden, memories of his mercenary days surfaced, the weight of different bracers, meant for breaking rather than building. He remembered the hollow victory of coin earned through conflict, the endless wandering from one battlefield to another. His fingers traced the intricate stonework patterns of his Earthshaper's bracers, so different from the plain steel he'd once worn. These felt right, like they'd been waiting for him all along, their power meant to shield rather than shatter. "There will be other challenges," he told Lenora, his deep voice steady with the certainty of someone who had seen enough of the world to know its patterns. Through his earth resonance, he could already feel subtle shifts in the restored ley lines, like new currents in a familiar stream. The very power they'd stabilized would draw others to Willowmire, some seeking sanctuary, others harboring darker intentions. The library wrapped around them like a protective embrace, its ancient timbers creaking softly in the evening quiet. Draven felt that familiar warmth spread through his chest as he surveyed the room, the feeling that had grown stronger with each passing season at the inn. It was the certainty of being exactly where he needed to be, of finally understanding the difference between having a purpose and being called to one. As if responding to his thoughts, the lantern flared briefly on the table before settling into a steady, healthy glow. Through his earth resonance, Draven detected new patterns forming in the ley lines below, subtle shifts and realignments, like a river finding new channels after a storm. Not threats, but changes that would need watching. He felt them clearly through the stone. Here, a strengthening current beneath the marketplace. There, a new tributary winding toward the whispering willow. The bracers grew warmer against his skin as he mapped these changes, their power harmonizing with the restored ley lines in a way that felt both ancient and new. Through them, he sensed how the inn's very foundations had adapted, stones shifting minutely to accommodate the renewed flow of power. The building had always been more than mere walls and windows, but now it felt truly awake, responsive to its role as sanctuary and guardian. Draven allowed himself a small smile as he watched the evening light paint long shadows across the library floor. The stone beneath his feet hummed with quiet strength, and he felt the echo of that strength in his own bones. The inn had chosen its guardians well, gathering them one by one like precious stones being set in an ancient crown. Whatever came next, they would face it together, each bringing their own gifts to the protection of their home. The last rays of sunlight caught the lantern's brass surface, and for a moment, its purple glow merged with the golden evening light, creating patterns that danced across the library's walls. Through his earth resonance, Draven felt the inn settle deeper into its foundations, like a contented sigh. The restored balance felt right, felt true, in a way that made his years of wandering seem like steps on a path that had always been leading here. Through the pre-dawn mist, Lenora followed Glimscale's shimmering form toward the forest's edge. Her locket warmed against her chest, responding to the way the wyvern's crystalline formations caught the first hints of morning light. Each step felt weighted with meaning, the dewy grass dampening the hem of her cloak. Beside her, Peanut padded along with unusual restraint, his normally enthusiastic tail wagging reduced to gentle sweeps. The changing colors in Glimscale's scales painted the mist with dancing lights, azure, emerald, and gold, so different from the sickly purple hues that had marked their first meeting. Lenora's throat tightened at the memory of finding the weakened wyvern, corrupted by the lantern's influence. Now, Glimscale's presence radiated strength and purpose, each crystalline formation pulsing in perfect harmony with the restored ley lines. "You've chosen to stay, haven't you?" Lenora's voice came out barely above a whisper, though she already felt the answer humming through their bond. The locket grew warmer, amplifying the surge of emotions flowing from Glimscale. Determination like bedrock, purpose clear as crystal, and a wave of affection that made her eyes sting. Memories washed over her through their connection, as vivid as if they were happening now. Glimscale hovering in Amara's kitchen, crystal formations stabilizing a batch of protection pastries that had started to spark wildly. The wyvern's steady presence as they'd navigated the temple's trials, its crystalline light cutting through ancient shadows. That final moment in the temple core, when Glimscale's resonance had anchored her magic, helping her counter Mordaine's desperate grab for power. Her locket pulsed in time with Glimscale's crystals as the wyvern lowered its head to her level. Those fascinating eyes shifted through colors like aurora lights, deep blue fading to green, then warming to gold. Through their combined magical awareness, Lenora could see what Glimscale saw, the intricate web of ley lines converging at this spot, forming a nexus of power that needed protection. From this vantage point, a guardian could sense any disturbance in the magical pathways that crisscrossed beneath Willowmire. Peanut pressed against her legs, letting out a soft whine that perfectly expressed the ache in her own heart. Lenora reached out, laying her palm against Glimscale's scales. The contact sent a cascade of shared emotions surging through their bond. Profound gratitude for healing and friendship freely given, absolute trust in each other's path forward, and that peculiar joy tinged with sadness that came with watching a friend spread their wings. The crystals along Glimscale's spine flickered with fragments of their shared experiences. The warmth of Amara's kitchen, the steady presence of Draven's protection, Jill's laughter echoing through the inn's halls, and quieter moments spent in the garden while Lenora practiced her spells. Each memory sparkled like dew in morning light before settling into the comfortable silence between them. The rising sun painted the mist with golden light, catching in Glimscale's scales and creating a halo of rainbow refractions. Lenora felt the rightness of this moment, even through her reluctance to let go. Her locket thrummed with the pure notes of balanced magic, so different from the discordant whispers that had drawn them all into this adventure. Glimscale's tail swept through the morning mist, creating swirling patterns that reminded Lenora of the veil-born runes they'd studied in Theron's books. The wyvern's crystalline formations caught the light just so, and for a moment, she could see the ancient magic maker's wisdom in creating guardians who could sense and maintain the delicate balance of power flowing through the land. A gentle breeze carried the scent of Amara's early morning baking from the inn, cinnamon and magic mingling with the forest's damp earthiness. Peanut's nose twitched, but he remained pressed against Lenora's legs, his warm weight anchoring her in the moment. The familiar scent reminded her that while paths might diverge, home and friendship remained constant, just like the ley lines flowing beneath their feet. The wyvern's eyes met hers, swirling with colors that spoke of dawns and new beginnings. Through their bond, Lenora felt Glimscale's quiet certainty, not just about staying to guard the ley lines, but about the rightness of their connection, a bridge between past and present, between the ancient magic of the Veilborn and the new ways they were learning to maintain harmony. Lenora's fingers traced the warm surface of her locket as she gathered her thoughts. "You taught me so much about harmony," she told Glimscale, her voice soft but steady. The locket pulsed against her palm, its glow matching the rhythm of the wyvern's crystalline formations. Through their bond, Glimscale shared a vision that took her breath away. The ley lines as they were meant to be, threads of pure energy weaving through the earth in perfect balance, no longer corrupted by shadow or discord, but flowing like streams of light under the wyvern's watchful protection. The morning breeze ruffled her cloak, carrying with it the wild electric taste of magic that always seemed stronger at dawn. Glimscale's wings unfurled with deliberate grace, the translucent membranes catching the early light like stained glass. Her locket captured the moment in its gentle radiance, and Lenora felt the magic of it settle into her memories. The way the sunrise painted those wings in shades of rose and gold, how the crystals along Glimscale's spine reflected the restored harmony they'd achieved together. Through their empathic connection, waves of contentment washed over her. Glimscale's certainty about this choice rang clear as a bell, and Lenora couldn't help but smile through the bittersweet ache in her chest. She understood now, truly understood, how their paths had brought them here. Just as she was discovering her role in protecting the ancient magic of her ancestors, Glimscale had found its purpose as guardian of these vital energies. At her feet, Peanut had been unusually still, as if absorbing the gravity of the moment. Now he lifted his head and let out a single clear bark that seemed to sparkle in the morning air. Glimscale responded by rising into the sky with fluid grace, banking in a wide circle above them. The wyvern's crystals caught the light, scattering it across the forest canopy in sweeping arcs of color, deep sapphire bleeding into emerald, then topaz, then rose quartz. Each hue resonated with her locket in turn, creating a symphony of light and magic that made her heart swell. Their bond stretched like silk as Glimscale glided higher, but it didn't snap or fade. Instead, it transformed, becoming something both more delicate and more enduring. Through it, Lenora felt the wyvern's promise as clearly as if it had been spoken aloud. Though their daily paths might diverge, the connection they'd forged remained unbroken. It had become another thread in the tapestry of harmony they'd worked so hard to restore, another strand in the complex weave of magic that bound their world together. The morning mist began to burn away as Lenora watched Glimscale soar toward the highest point overlooking Willowmire. Her locket hummed a gentle tune, and through it she could sense the wyvern settling into its new role. The presence that had become so familiar over their shared trials didn't vanish. Instead, it expanded, becoming part of something larger. No longer just her friend and companion, but a guardian of the wild magic, a protector of the balance they'd all sacrificed so much to maintain. Sunlight caught in the crystalline formations along Glimscale's spine, transforming the wyvern into a constellation of living light against the morning sky. Through their connection, Lenora felt echoes of what Glimscale sensed, the steady pulse of leylines below, the whispered songs of ancient magic, the delicate dance of energies that needed constant tending. The wyvern's joy in this purpose flowed through their bond, pure and bright as the dawn itself. Peanut pressed against her legs, his warm weight anchoring her as Glimscale became a glittering speck in the distance. Her locket's glow settled into a steady warmth, reminding her that some bonds transcended physical presence. The morning air tingled with possibility, with the sense that while one chapter might be closing, the story of their shared purpose had only begun to unfold. Through their connection, Lenora caught glimpses of what Glimscale saw from above, Willowmire awakening, the Hearth Crust Inn's windows glowing with welcome, the whispering willow's branches swaying in patterns that echoed the flow of magic beneath the earth. The wyvern's perspective showed her their home as she'd never seen it before, a tapestry of light and shadow, magic and mundane, all in perfect balance. The crystalline formations along Glimscale's spine pulsed one final time, sending ripples through the magical field that made Lenora's locket dance with answering light. In that moment, she felt the full weight of what they'd accomplished together, not just the restoration of harmony to the ley lines, but the forging of bonds that would help maintain that balance for years to come. Chapter 9. A Village Rekindled. Amara hummed along with Raleigh as she arranged another platter of glowing pastries on the common room's largest table. Her wings shimmered with contentment, casting iridescent patterns across freshly baked harmony scones and victory tarts that pulsed with gentle, golden light. Each treat had been infused with just the right touch of fey magic to enhance the natural joy of the celebration. "There you go, perfectly aligned," she whispered to Raleigh as the enchanted rolling pin spun excitedly beside her latest creations. The pin gave a musical chime in response, sending a shower of sparkles across the treats that made them glow even brighter. The inn's ancient timbers seemed to breathe with happiness around her. Through her fey senses, Amara felt the restored harmony singing in every corner, a melody of contentment that grew stronger with each burst of laughter from the gathered villagers. The scent of vanilla, cinnamon, and pure magic swirled through the air, carrying whispers of victory and peace. Jill darted past, her pigtails bouncing as she wove between clusters of chattering guests. Her magical t-shirt flashed, "We saved the day," in sparkling letters before switching to "Pastries make everything better," as she snagged a moonbeam muffin from the nearest tray. "Save some for the others," Amara called after her with a laugh, though she'd baked plenty extra knowing Jill's sweet tooth. The gentle rustle of leaves drew her attention as Silvera glided closer, the dryad's presence making the enchanted herbs in Amara's baking sing with renewed vigor. Tiny sparkles danced above the treats like miniature fireworks, casting rainbow reflections in Silvera's ancient eyes. "These are your best yet," Silvera murmured, taking a delicate bite of a Starlight Surprise cookie. The pastry shimmered between her fingers, releasing a burst of twinkling lights that floated upward like falling stars in reverse. "You've captured pure joy in every bite." A metallic whoosh overhead made Amara duck instinctively, though she needn't have worried. Cogs soared past with precise control, his newly polished gears catching the firelight as he delivered tiny tartlets to the children gathered near the hearth. Their delighted gasps brought a fresh shower of petals tumbling from Amara's hair, a common occurrence when her emotions ran high. "Careful with those, you magnificent bird!" Jill called out, her t-shirt briefly displaying bird mom pride as she watched her mechanical companion execute a perfect banking turn. The Raven's new upgrades were working beautifully, Amara noted, remembering how erratic his flights had been before their adventure. A commotion near the window drew scattered laughter, and Amara turned to see Merrick attempting to juggle 3 glowing cupcakes. The pixie's determination was admirable, but his coordination left something to be desired. As one cupcake went sailing toward the ceiling, Amara quickly waved her hand, surrounding it with a cushion of fey magic that guided it safely back to the table. "Show off," Merrick grumbled good-naturedly, pixie dust sparkling around him as he smoothed his ruffled waistcoat. Raleigh hummed an amused tune beside her, and Amara couldn't help but laugh, her wings casting shifting patterns of light and shadow across the room. The joy in the air was practically tangible, making her magical baking even more potent than usual. Each treat seemed to glow with its own inner light, spreading warmth and contentment to everyone who sampled them. She found Draven standing near his usual spot by the main support beam, his normally stoic expression softened by the evening's festivities. Even the stone-like sheen of his skin seemed warmer in the magical light. "The inn hasn't felt this happy in ages," she told him, arranging a fresh batch of harmony hearts on a nearby plate. Through her fey perception, she could see how the restored leyline energy flowed through the building's foundations, intertwining with her baking magic to create something truly special. The very air sparkled with possibility and peace. Draven nodded, his amber eyes reflecting the dancing lights from her pastries. "Your magic helps," he said quietly. "It gives people something to gather around, to share in the victory." Amara felt her wings flutter at the compliment, sending another shower of flower petals drifting through the air. Raleigh spun happily beside her, leaving trails of golden sparkles that merged with the gentle glow of her baking. All around them, the restored harmony of the inn pulsed like a heartbeat, strong and steady and full of promise. Movement at the window caught Amara's eye, a cluster of bright-eyed faces peering in from the darkness. A young deer pressed its nose against the glass, followed by 2 raccoons and a family of rabbits, all drawn by the magical aromas wafting from her baking. Her heart melted at their hopeful expressions. "Looks like we have some extra guests," she murmured to Raleigh, who spun excitedly. Gathering a fresh assortment of treats onto a silver platter, Amara made her way to the inn's side door. Her wings caught the evening breeze as she stepped outside, carrying the enticing scent of her baking to the waiting creatures. She arranged the platter carefully on a weathered stump, making sure to include plenty of moonbeam muffins. They were always a favorite among the forest residents. A russet fox emerged hesitantly from the shadows, and Amara held perfectly still, letting her natural fey energy soothe any fears. To her delight, one of the rabbits hopped forward at the same time, and both creatures ended up sharing a muffin, their usual wariness forgotten in the glow of magical pastries. Back inside, Silvara was waiting with a steaming pot of her special herbal tea. "Shall we create something new?" the dryad suggested, her eyes twinkling like starlight through leaves. Together, they combined the aromatic brew with Amara's baking magic, creating treats that sparkled with memories of their recent adventure. Each bite held a different moment: the crystal gleam of the temple trials, Glimscale's warm presence, the surge of joy when balance returned to the ley lines. Amara could taste them all as she sampled a temple trial tart, its filling shifting between shadow and light just like the puzzles they'd solved. "These are amazing!" Lenora appeared beside her, the girl's locket pulsing with gentle light that seemed to dance with the magic in the pastries. "Could we make them float? Like a display?" Amara's wings fluttered with excitement at the idea. Working together, they guided the treats into graceful patterns above the common room tables. Lenora's locket added an extra shimmer to each pastry, making them glow like constellation maps. The villagers gasped and pointed as moonbeam muffins orbited harmony scones, and victory tarts spun in perfect spirals. Raleigh, not to be outdone, began conducting an elaborate dance of serving plates. The enchanted rolling pin twirled and swooped, directing platters to weave between floating treats with impossible grace. Amara couldn't help but laugh as her baking assistant turned dessert distribution into a magical performance. "Quite the spectacle," Theron remarked, actually smiling as he accepted a glowing wisdom cookie. The treat's soft radiance matched the scholarly gleam in his eyes as he studied its intricate pattern. "I can taste the temple's ancient magic in this. Remarkable." A shadow crossed one of the windows, Devil Cat, watching the proceedings with typical feline disdain. Rather than let the shadow familiar's presence disturb the celebration, Amara quickly shaped some dough into tiny fish, infusing them with a touch of peace-bringing magic. She floated the treats out to the windowsill, and even Devil Cat's yellow eyes seemed to soften slightly before it vanished back into the night. The festivities took on a life of their own as evening deepened. Children gathered around Jill, who had set up an impromptu demonstration of Cog's inner workings. Her t-shirt flashed, "Future Engineers Welcome," as she pointed out the Raven's newly upgraded gears. The mechanical bird preened under the attention, showing off with perfectly executed aerial maneuvers. Near the hearth, Draven spoke quietly with villagers who came to thank him, his usual stoic expression warmed by the celebration's glow. Though he tried to deflect praise, Amara could see how much their gratitude meant to him. The very stones of the inn seemed to hum contentedly around their guardian. Lenora had found a quiet corner where she practiced making pastry crumbs dance and sparkle, her growing confidence evident in each small success. Other young mages gathered to watch, and soon the air was filled with twinkling crumbs performing intricate magical ballets. Amara's wings glowed softly as she took in the scene, joy radiating from her like sunlight through morning dew. Every corner of the inn held a piece of her heart. From Merrick attempting to juggle pastries again, with slightly better success this time, to Silvara teaching children about the magical properties of her herbs, to Cogs performing aerial loops while delivering treats to the higher tables. The warmth in her chest rivaled the hearth's steady flame as she watched her peculiar, wonderful family celebrate together. Her wings scattered tiny sparkles of happiness that merged with the floating treats and drifting crumbs, adding to the magical atmosphere that filled every corner of their home. The celebration's warmth and chatter faded behind Lenora as she slipped through the inn's back door into the quiet courtyard. Her grandmother's locket hummed against her chest. a gentle warmth that had become as familiar as Peanut's padding footsteps behind her. The little Chiweeni's nose glowed softly in the gathering dusk, casting tiny pools of light on the cobblestones as he trotted alongside her. The Lantern of Eternal Twilight sat serenely on its ancient pedestal, its purple light now cleansed of the corruption that had threatened Willowmire. Gone were the sickly shadows that had writhed beneath its surface. Instead, it emanated a steady, peaceful glow that reminded Lenora of sunset reflecting off still water. Sweet traces of Amara's victory pastries drifted on the evening breeze. Cinnamon and starlight, and just a hint of what the Fey baker called bottled giggles. Lenora smiled, remembering how the treats had made everyone's laughter sparkle like fairy lights in the common room. But her attention drew inevitably back to the lantern as her locket pulsed with increasing warmth. "What is it?" she murmured, leaning closer. The lantern's brass surface seemed to shift under her gaze, delicate lines appearing and disappearing like ripples in a pond. Her locket responded, its glow intensifying as she traced the emerging pattern with her finger. The marks reminded her of the star charts in Theron's books, but somehow more deliberate, less like random stellar positions and more like a map, she breathed, tilting her head to follow the flowing lines. They seemed to change depending on how she looked at them, revealing new connections with each shift of perspective. Eldrin's final words echoed in her mind. When one door closes, another whispers. Her locket flared briefly, its light perfectly matching a shimmer that ran through the newly visible markings. Peanut's ears suddenly perked up, his tail giving a cautionary wag. "You see it too?" Theron's quiet voice carried from the courtyard entrance. Lenora didn't startle. Somehow, she'd known he would come. The scholar approached carefully, his veil-born lens catching the lantern's light as he raised it to his eye. "The patterns," Lenora said, not quite a question. "They're different from every angle, aren't they? But not random." "Indeed." Theron moved to stand beside her, his lens reflecting purple gleams as he studied the lantern's surface. "Like a message written in layers, meant to be read from multiple perspectives at once." Lenora's locket grew warmer as she shifted position. The sensation peaked when she faced northeast, toward the distant mountains whose peaks were just visible above the forest canopy. The lantern's light seemed to reach out in that direction, not with any visible beam, but with a sort of magical intentionality that made her skin tingle. Fragments of memory from the temple trials flashed through her mind. Those ethereal, veil-born figures they'd encountered, their gestures that had seemed random at the time. But now... "In the temple," she said slowly. "Those reflections weren't just showing us the way through the trials, were they? Their movements." Her locket pulsed strongly, as if confirming her suspicion. "Keep going," Theron encouraged softly, his lens tracking something in the lantern's light that Lenora couldn't quite see. They were pointing to something else, something beyond the temple itself. The realization settled into her bones with the same certainty she'd felt when first touching her grandmother's locket. The trials, restoring the lantern, it was important, but it wasn't the end of the story. Peanut pressed against her legs, his nose glowing brighter as he too faced the mountains. The lantern's light seemed to sing against her locket's warmth, creating a harmony that reminded her of the temple's restored ley lines. "Look here," Theron murmured, adjusting his lens. When viewed through veil-born artifacts, the pattern forms what appears to be coordinates, but they're written in a way that requires multiple reference points to decode properly. He glanced at her locket meaningfully. Lenora lifted the locket closer to the lantern, watching in fascination as new lines appeared in the brass, intersecting with the ones they'd already seen. The combined pattern pulsed with purple light, creating depth and dimension that hadn't been visible before. "It's like a puzzle box," she mused, remembering the intricate mechanical toys her grandmother used to give her. But instead of moving pieces, it needs different types of magic to reveal its secrets. Her locket warmed again as she faced the mountains. And this time she noticed how the lantern's light seemed to create subtle arrows in the air, visible only from the corner of her eye. Lenora watched intently as Theron adjusted his lens, the monocle catching purple glints from the lantern. The symbol on the brass surface shifted like a living thing, revealing deeper patterns with each subtle movement. The Veilborn never created anything in isolation, Theron mused, his voice soft with reverence. The observation sparked something in Lenora's mind, connecting to half-formed theories she'd been gathering since their temple adventure. Her locket warmed against her skin as she studied the transforming symbol. The way it changed reminded her of Eldrin's pool, how the water's surface had rippled with meaning rather than mere reflection. She'd seen similar patterns in the temple trials, but this felt different, more like a beginning than an end. At her feet, Peanut circled the lantern's pedestal with determined focus, his magical nose casting a bobbing glow across the courtyard stones. Lenora followed his movement, her growing sensitivity to magical resonance picking up something she hadn't noticed before. The courtyard's cobblestones weren't randomly placed at all. Now that the lantern's corruption had been cleansed, she could see how they formed subtle lines and curves, a pattern that had been hidden in plain sight. The evening breeze stirred her hair, carrying with it a whisper that made her locket pulse. Eldrin's voice, clear as if he were standing beside her. Seek the echo of the first song. The words seemed to hover in the air, and her locket responded with a clear, pure note that made the lantern's symbol dance like starlight on water. Following an instinct she didn't quite understand, Lenora raised her hand and began tracing the symbol's pattern in the air. The gesture felt natural, almost like muscle memory, though she knew she'd never done it before. It reminded her of the movements they'd learned in the temple trials, but something was missing. Each sweep of her hand left the faintest trace of purple light, but the pattern remained incomplete, waiting for something. Her locket thrummed against her chest, and suddenly she understood. "There are more artifacts out there," she said, the certainty of it flowing through her like a current of magical energy. She could feel it in her locket's resonance, in the way it sang to the lantern's light. Each Veilborn creation they'd encountered, the temple's mechanisms, Theron's lens, her locket, held its own piece of ancient knowledge. And there had to be more, scattered across the land, waiting to be found. Peanut's tail thumped against the cobblestones as he completed another circuit of the pedestal. His nose glowed brightest at 4 specific points, marking what Lenora now recognized as cardinal directions. The northeastern point, facing the mountains, shone strongest of all. "Look at this," she said, kneeling to trace the previously hidden pattern in the courtyard stones. "The way these lines flow, they're like the ley lines we saw in the temple, but smaller. Local." Her fingers tingled where they touched the stones, picking up traces of old magic that had laid dormant for centuries. Theron knelt beside her, his lens catching the last rays of sunset as he studied the pattern. "The stones are positioned to create a resonance matrix," he explained, "similar to what we saw in the temple's central chamber, but designed to work with." He gestured to the lantern, then to her locket. The sound of celebration drifted from the inn's windows. Amara's laugh, the clinking of glasses, someone starting up a victory song. But Lenora barely registered it. Her attention was caught by the way her locket's light seemed to dance with the lantern's glow, creating intricate shadows that moved across the courtyard's hidden pattern like notes in a silent melody. She shared a look with Theron, seeing her own curiosity reflected in his scholarly gaze. Beyond them, the distant mountains were silhouetted against the deepening twilight, their peaks sharp against the purple-orange sky. Her locket pulsed steadily now, like a heartbeat, and Peanut pressed against her legs with an eager whine. The little dog's nose hadn't stopped glowing, pointing steadfastly toward those far-off peaks. Chapter 10. Bonds Forged in Twilight. Jill's fingers drummed an excited rhythm against her thigh as she arranged her latest creations across Draven's sturdy oak desk. The morning sunlight filtering through the study window caught the crystalline elements in each piece, sending tiny rainbow reflections dancing across the ceiling. Her t-shirt, currently displaying Craftmaster Extraordinaire in sparkly letters, perfectly captured her mood. Above her head, Cogs shifted on his perch, the mechanical raven's newly upgraded eyes whirring softly as he scanned each item. The crystal fragments she'd integrated into his optical system caught the light, making his gaze look almost alive. "These better not explode," Draven rumbled good-naturedly as he entered the study, ducking slightly under the doorframe. Jill's t-shirt immediately changed to 100% authentic Veilborn remix as she bounced on her toes. "Not even a tiny bit. Well, probably not. I used those harmonic crystals we found in the temple's lower chamber. You know, the ones that helped stabilize the leyline fluctuations." She picked up the first item, a delicate brass compass no larger than her palm. "This one's for Lenora." The compass's crystal core pulsed gently as Jill demonstrated its features. Her shirt shifted to navigation expert as she explained, "It's attuned to the same frequency as her locket. See?" She tapped the glass face, and Cogs helpfully projected a miniature light display showing how the needle responded to different magical signatures. "When she's tracking down Veilborn artifacts or trying to map leyline paths, it'll work with her locket to point the way. Much better than getting lost in the woods again." Jill grinned, remembering their last misadventure. "Though I still say that shortcut through the thorny patches was technically valid." Next, she gathered up a set of smooth stone markers, each one bearing delicate runic patterns that seemed to shift under the light. Her shirt changed to Security Systems Specialist as she handed them to Draven. "These will help you expand the inn's protective wards. I incorporated stabilizing crystals that resonate with your earth magic." Draven turned one of the markers over in his massive hands, his amber eyes glowing faintly as he sensed the magic within. "Clever work," he murmured, causing Jill to beam with pride. "Watch this." She pulled out her next creation as her shirt proclaimed, "Sweet Science," in a swirling font that looked like it had been piped on with frosting. "For Amara, measuring spoons that can detect magical ingredient harmonies." Each spoon gleamed with inlaid crystal work along the handle, and tiny runes decorated the bowls. "I calibrated them to work with Raleigh's enchantments. No more accidentally mixing moon-blessed sugar with shadow-touched spices." Jill demonstrated by passing one spoon over a jar of dried herbs on Draven's desk. The spoon's crystal inlay pulsed with a soft blue light. "See? Blue means it's safe for dawn-time baking. Red would mean it needs to be used at dusk, and purple. Well, purple means it's probably best to avoid that ingredient entirely." Cogs fluttered down to inspect the spoons more closely, his mechanical head tilting with curiosity. The raven's new crystal eyes captured and reflected the spoon's magical signatures, creating a small light show of their own. "And finally," Jill announced, her shirt changing to Genius at Work, in bold, scholarly script. She reached into her largest pocket and withdrew what looked like a delicate arrangement of crystal prisms and brass fittings. "This is for Theron's Veilborn lens. It attaches right here," she demonstrated with careful fingers, "and helps decode complex magical signatures. Now he can analyze multiple layers of enchantment at once instead of having to do separate scans." She held the attachment up to the light, and the crystals caught the sunbeams, creating a complex pattern of refracted light on the desk. "I based it on the way the temple's central chamber could process different types of magic simultaneously. Took me 3 tries to get the crystal alignment just right, and Cogs had to fish one prototype out of the chimney. Don't ask, but I finally got it working." Jill couldn't help bouncing on her toes as the morning light caught each crystal component, sending rainbow fragments dancing across Draven's study. Her creations, spread carefully across his oak desk, seemed to pulse in response to each other, creating tiny bridges of light between them. Her t-shirt cycled through Team Synergy in flowing script as the magical connections grew stronger. Oh, watch this part." She clapped her hands as Cogs took flight, his new crystal-enhanced eyes capturing and amplifying the web of energy. The mechanical raven swooped gracefully between the compass, markers, and measuring spoons, leaving trails of shimmering light in his wake. Her t-shirt shifted to squad goals as she watched her familiar demonstrate the network she'd spent weeks perfecting. "See how they're all talking to each other?" She pointed excitedly as cogs landed near Lenora's compass, causing both items to pulse with synchronized light. "It's like they remember everything we went through in the temple. All those harmonics we learned to balance, I worked them into each piece." Her shirt glowed with "better together" as she reached into her deepest pocket, the one she'd specially enchanted to hold her most precious projects. But this, she withdrew a central crystal, its facets catching the light like captured starlight. "This is the real miracle worker." The crystal hummed softly as she placed it in the center of the desk, its energy reaching out to touch each gift in turn. "I call it the Heartstone," she explained, her voice unusually soft as her t-shirt changed to "Got Your Back" in gentle, flowing letters. "It keeps us connected even when we're apart. If anyone needs help, it'll let the others know." Lenora gasped as her compass began to spin, its needle glowing as it aligned perfectly with her locket. The two artifacts sang to each other in harmonious tones that made Jill's teeth tingle pleasantly. Meanwhile, Draven's markers pulsed in rhythm with the inn's ancient heartbeat, their runes shifting like liquid silver. Amara's measuring spoons chimed delicately, each one glowing a different color as they detected the various magical energies in the room. One spoon turned a brilliant gold when it sensed the warmth of Amara's fey magic, while another shifted to a deep emerald in response to Draven's earth-touched aura. Theron adjusted his veil-born lens, now enhanced with Jill's crystal attachment, and peered through it at the Heartstone. "Remarkable," he murmured as multiple layers of magical signatures became visible through the upgraded lens. "You've managed to weave all our individual magical signatures into a single harmonious frequency." Jill's t-shirt flickered to "Who's cutting onions?" as she watched her friends explore their gifts. Her chest felt tight with emotion as Cogs landed on her shoulder, his mechanical wings folding with a soft whir that perfectly matched the hum of their combined energies. "We're more than just teammates now," she said softly, surprising herself with how thick her voice sounded. Her t-shirt settled on "found family" as she reached up to scratch Cogs under his metallic beak. The raven's crystal eyes pulsed warmly, projecting tiny hearts onto the desk, a feature she definitely hadn't programmed into his latest upgrade. Draven's large hand came to rest on her other shoulder, its weight comforting and solid. Amara was already planning what celebratory treats she could bake with her new spoons, while Lenora held her compass close to her heart, its glow matching her lockets perfectly. Even Theron's usually serious expression had softened as he studied the magical network through his enhanced lens. The Heartstone's light grew stronger, responding to their gathered presence, and Jill's t-shirt displayed its final message. "Home is where your team is." The words seemed to shimmer with the same warm energy that filled the study, reflecting off Cogs's polished wings and dancing through the crystal components of each gift. Cogs chose that moment to project a perfect miniature image of their group above the desk, captured during their celebration after sealing the temple. The light construct showed them all laughing together, their magical signatures intertwined just like they were now. Jill hadn't even known he could do that. Her clever raven was full of surprises. Draven's boots whispered against the worn stone steps as he descended into the inn's basement. The air grew thick with earthy dampness, but something else thrummed beneath the familiar musty scent, the restored leylines pulsing with renewed vigor. His Earthshaper's bracers hummed against his wrists, their stone-textured surface warming as they resonated with the magical currents flowing beneath the foundation. He paused at the bottom of the stairs, closing his eyes to better sense the network of power. Where before he'd felt only whispers of energy, now distinct patterns emerged, like sheet music written in stone and light. The ley lines sang clearer than ever, their melody strengthened by their recent restoration in the temple. Well, this is different, he muttered, running his hand along the rough wall. The stones seemed to lean into his touch, eager to share their secrets. Memories that weren't his own flickered through his mind. Other guardians who had stood in this very spot, their own magic woven into the very bones of the building. A dwarven woman with gems braided into her beard, channeling protection through crystal formations. A weathered human man tracing runes with trembling fingers, his dedication outlasting his strength. Draven pulled Jill's stone markers from the leather pouch at his belt. The brownie had outdone herself with these, each one perfectly carved with delicate runic patterns that complemented the inn's existing protections. "Let's see if your tinkering pays off, little friend," he said, placing the first marker in a corner where two ley lines intersected. The marker activated with a soft pulse of amber light, and Draven felt it lock into place through his earth resonance. The sensation was like hearing a perfect musical note, everything aligned just so. His bracers grew warmer, guiding his hands as he moved to the next position. As he worked his way around the basement's perimeter, ancient ward patterns began revealing themselves. They shimmered like heat waves rising from summer stones, each one a different layer of protection laid down by previous guardians. Through his enhanced connection to the earth, he could read them now, understanding how they fit together, where they needed reinforcement, how to weave his own strength into their framework. The third marker slipped perfectly into a niche that had been waiting for it. The stones around it shifted ever so slightly, accepting the new addition to their centuries-old dance. Above him, the inn's timbers creaked, not their usual settling sounds, but something more purposeful. Draven smiled, recognizing approval when he heard it. "Yes, I hear you," he said, patting the wall. The stone felt warm under his palm, almost alive. This was more than just a building now, it was a partnership. Each marker he placed strengthened that bond, expanding the web of protection outward into Willowmire itself. His bracers pulsed as he channeled power through the ley lines, directing their flow with an instinct that felt both new and ancient. The sensation reminded him of kneading bread dough, something he'd watched Amara do countless times, finding the right rhythm to work with the natural properties of the material rather than against them. The final marker slid home with a satisfying click, completing the circuit. Energy rippled through the entire network, and for a moment, Draven could see it all. Every ward, every protection, every layer of magic that made the Hearth and Crust what it was. The vision was overwhelming in its complexity, yet somehow made perfect sense, like a language he'd always known, but never spoken until now. He steadied himself against the wall as the vision faded, leaving behind a bone-deep understanding of his role here. This wasn't just about being an innkeeper or even a protector. It was about being part of something larger, something that had been growing and evolving since the first stones were laid. The ley lines hummed contentedly beneath his feet, their song stronger and clearer than ever before. Through them, he could feel the edge of Willowmire's boundaries, the subtle shift where protected ground met wild forest. His new wards expanded that protection, not like a wall, but like roots growing outward, strengthening the whole. Draven took a deep breath, tasting stone dust and magic on his tongue. The bracers cooled against his skin, their work done for now, but their connection to the earth remained strong and clear. He understood now why the temple had called to him, why its trials had awakened this deeper resonance. Some questions still needed answers, but this at least felt right, like completing a puzzle he'd always known how to solve. Draven closed his eyes, letting his awareness sink deeper into the ley line currents. Old memories surfaced, not the sharp, bitter ones he usually pushed away, but tactical knowledge gained from years of reading battlefields and protecting merchant caravans. He remembered the way shadow mages would probe for weaknesses, how desert bandits could seemingly materialize from empty dunes. Back then, he'd learned to anticipate threats by reading the subtle shifts in wind and sand. Now, those same instincts served a higher purpose. Through his earth resonance, he mapped potential vulnerabilities in the inn's magical defenses, spots where negative energy might gather, or where the wards needed reinforcement. His mercenary training had taught him that the best defense wasn't always the strongest, it was the most adaptable. The basement air shimmered as he pressed his palm against a rough stone pillar, channeling power through his Earthshaper's bracers. The wards responded differently now, more fluid and responsive than their previous rigid barriers. Like a skilled fighter adjusting their stance, the magical defenses shifted and flowed, ready to redirect rather than simply block. "Show me," he murmured, and the stones beneath his feet thrummed in response. Through his connection, he could sense how the inn's protections had begun learning from each challenge they faced. The shadow creature's attack had taught them to recognize corrupted energy. Mordaine's assault had strengthened their ability to counter dark magic. Even Jill's occasional mishaps with experimental devices had helped the wards develop more nuanced responses to magical accidents. He moved to a spot where 3 ley lines converged, their energy forming a natural nexus point beneath the kitchen stores. Here, the resonance was strongest and oldest. As he knelt to examine the junction, an echo of another guardian's presence washed over him. A dwarven woman, her beard intricately braided with protective gems, had once knelt in this very spot. Her methods of channeling earth magic felt familiar yet distinct, like a dialect of a language he already knew. Draven let her memories guide his hands as he traced the ancient ward patterns. His own earth magic merged with her crystalline techniques, creating something that honored the old ways while adapting to present needs. The stones sang beneath his touch, accepting this evolution of their protections. Rising, he tested the enhanced wards with a gentle probe of power. The response surprised him. Instead of the expected pushback, the defenses caught his test energy and smoothly redirected it into the leyline network. The corrupted traces from his probe emerged purified, transformed by the natural balance of earth magic. "Clever," he acknowledged, understanding how this would help maintain the inn's magical equilibrium. His bracers grew warm as he moved through the basement, completing the protection matrix. Each step brought new insights into how the defenses worked together. The ward under the hearth channeled excess heat into the ley lines, while the one beneath Amara's kitchen helped stabilize her more experimental magical baking attempts. Near Jill's workshop, the protections had developed a particular resonance that seemed to anticipate and gently contain unexpected explosions. Power surged through his bracers one final time as he connected the last elements of the matrix. The inn settled around him with a satisfied creak, its magical defenses now humming at exactly the same frequency as his earth resonance. The sensation was like finding perfect balance in a sparring match, every movement flowing naturally into the next, no energy wasted. Standing in the center of it all, Draven felt the full weight of his guardian role settle over him like a familiar cloak. But unlike the heavy burden of his mercenary days, this responsibility felt right. The inn's magic pulsed steadily around him, neither overwhelming nor distant, but perfectly attuned to his protection. For the first time since hanging up his sword, he felt truly prepared for whatever challenges might come. He allowed himself a small smile as he ran his hand along the nearest wall. The stones were cool beneath his palm, but they thrummed with quiet strength, much like the orc himself. This wasn't the life he'd imagined for himself, but standing here in the heart of the inn's defenses, he couldn't imagine wanting anything else. Amara hummed a gentle melody as she surveyed her kitchen workspace, her wings casting prismatic reflections across the worn wooden counters. The morning light filtered through the window, catching on the delicate shimmer of Silvara's harmonized herbs laid out in neat rows before her. Each bundle seemed to pulse with its own subtle rhythm, a dance of natural magic that made her heart skip with excitement. "Ready for something extraordinary today, Raleigh?" She patted the enchanted rolling pin, which gave an enthusiastic twirl in response. Ever since their adventure at the temple, Raleigh's usual gentle hum had deepened into something richer, more resonant. It reminded her of the ancient harmonies they'd discovered in the Veilborn chambers, Reaching for one of Jill's newest creations, a set of copper measuring spoons etched with tiny mechanical runes, Amara carefully measured out a spoonful of iridescent moonleaf powder. The powder cascaded into her mixing bowl like falling starlight, responding to her fey magic with tiny sparks of silver and blue. Raleigh spun excitedly beside the bowl, and Amara noticed how the powder's glow intensified near the rolling pin's enhanced magical field. Patience, she chuckled, steadying the enthusiastic utensil. We need to get the balance just right. As she worked the initial ingredients into a soft dough, Amara felt the familiar tingle of magic flowing through her fingertips. But there was something different now, a deeper awareness of how the magical energies interacted. She could sense the moonleaf powder's ethereal properties weaving together with the grounding influence of Silvara's herbs, creating patterns of energy that reminded her of the leyline formations Draven had shown them. Her wings fluttered unconsciously as she worked, casting shifting patterns of light across the kitchen. Each movement seemed to create ripples in the magical atmosphere, and she noticed how Raleigh responded, adjusting its position to maintain perfect harmony with her movements. The dough beneath her hands practically sang with potential. "Look at you," she murmured as Raleigh executed a perfect roll, automatically varying its pressure to distribute the magical energies evenly. The rolling pin's happy hum resonated with the dough's own magical frequency, creating tiny harmonics that made the nearby spice jars tingle. A few flower petals drifted down from her hair, a common occurrence when she was deeply focused on her baking. But instead of brushing them aside as she usually would, Amara paused, watching with fascination as they settled into the dough. Rather than sitting on the surface, the petals seemed to melt seamlessly into the mixture, each one releasing a small burst of fey energy that spiraled through the developing layers. "Well, that's new," she whispered, leaning closer to study the effect. The petals had created delicate swirls of natural magic that complemented rather than disrupted the careful balance she'd been building. It was as if her innate fey magic had found a new way to express itself, enhanced by everything they'd learned about Veilborn harmonics. Inspired, Amara began working with renewed purpose, carefully infusing each layer of dough with different aspects of Twilight energy. The first layer she imbued with clarity, thinking of the crystal-clear moments of insight they'd shared in the temple. The dough took on a subtle pearlescent sheen, like early morning mist catching the first rays of dawn. The second layer she filled with focus, remembering how they'd needed to concentrate to solve the temple's puzzles. This time, the dough developed a deeper, more intense glow, like the heart of a star captured in pastry form. Raleigh hummed in approval, its movements becoming more precise as it helped her roll out the perfectly even sheet. For the final layer, Amara concentrated on balance. The fundamental principle they discovered was key to both Veilborn magic and their own success as a team. As she worked, she could feel how her fey magic naturally aligned with the ancient techniques, creating something entirely new. The dough took on a mesmerizing quality, shifting between light and shadow like the surface of a twilight pool. "We might be onto something here," she told Raleigh, watching as the rolling pin made one final pass over the dough, its enhanced enchantments working in perfect synchronization with her intentions. The magical frequencies in the kitchen had aligned into a harmonious whole, reminiscent of the moment when they'd finally restored balance to the temple's core. Amara watched in fascination as Raleigh glided across the dough with newfound precision. The rolling pin's usual cheerful hum had taken on an almost musical quality, rising and falling in perfect rhythm with each pass. Where the enchanted wood touched the dough, ripples of pearlescent light spread outward, reminiscent of the way Glimscale's scales had shimmered in the temple's glow. "That's it," she murmured, her wings fluttering with excitement as Raleigh adjusted its pressure ever so slightly, correcting a nearly imperceptible variation in thickness. The dough responded instantly, evening out into a perfectly uniform sheet that caught the morning light like mother of pearl. Even her most ambitious pre-temple creations hadn't achieved this level of harmony. Moving to prepare the filling, Amara noticed something extraordinary. The magical ingredients she'd laid out seemed to pulse with their own inner light, creating patterns that drew her eye from one combination to the next. Moon-ripened berries cast silver reflections onto crystallized honey, while ground starflower petals spiraled through the air to settle exactly where they were needed. Her fey senses tingled, suddenly able to perceive the delicate threads of magic that connected each component. "Look at that," she told Raleigh, watching as a sprinkle of twilight spice created perfect concentric rings in the filling mixture. "It's like they're dancing together." The magical frequencies reminded her of the temple's harmonics, but on a smaller, more intimate scale. Each ingredient knew its place in the greater whole, just as she and her friends had found their roles in restoring balance to the ley lines. When she slid the first batch into the oven, the entire kitchen filled with a soft, pulsing radiance. Raleigh positioned itself on the counter nearby, its enchantments extending like invisible tendrils to wrap around the oven. Amara could feel how it regulated the magical temperature, maintaining the perfect balance of mundane and mystical heat. The air itself seemed to hum with possibility. While waiting for the tarts to bake, she turned her attention to decoration. Sugar crystals formed under her fingers, each one catching and holding a tiny spark of magic. Some shone with the clarity of morning dew, while others held the deeper glow of twilight. As she worked, she found herself humming the same melody they'd discovered in the temple, and the crystals responded by arranging themselves into patterns that echoed the ancient Veil-born runes. "These aren't just pretty," she realized, watching the crystals pulse in harmony with the baking tarts. "They're actually helping to stabilize the magic." Each sugar formation acted like a miniature resonance chamber, capturing and reflecting the balanced energies she'd woven into the pastries. The moment she opened the oven, Amara knew something extraordinary had happened. The tarts emerged perfectly golden, each one radiating a gentle aura that made her fey senses sing. Raleigh spun excitedly as she lifted the first one to her lips, and the taste— oh, the taste! It was like biting into a piece of twilight itself, bringing back the crystal-clear moment when she'd stood in the temple's heart and felt all magic flow as one. Clarity bloomed in her mind, sharper than any of her previous magical pastries had achieved. She could sense the ley lines humming beneath the inn, feel the delicate balance of energies that they'd worked so hard to restore. Each bite seemed to strengthen that connection, not just for her, but for the very fabric of magic around her. Setting the tarts on her favorite display plate, a piece of carved moonwood that Draven had given her last solstice, Amara stepped back to admire her work. The pastries glowed with a soft, steady light that painted the kitchen in gentle shadows and silver highlights. Raleigh gave one last satisfied spin beside the plate, and she reached out to pat it affectionately. "We did it, didn't we?" she whispered, watching the light from the tarts dance across the kitchen walls. These weren't just magically delicious treats, they were something more. Each one held a small piece of the harmony they'd discovered in the temple, ready to share that balance with anyone who needed it. The magic of the Veilborn translated into something warm and welcoming, just like the inn itself. Jill hummed an old brownie tune as she laid out her tools with methodical precision, each one finding its perfect spot on her workshop bench. Her t-shirt flickered to life with Mad Scientist mode activated in gleaming letters that seemed to spark with excitement. Above her, Cogs perched on his favorite brass stand, his metallic head tilting with curiosity as tiny gears whirred beneath his obsidian feathers. The workshop itself was a cozy chaos of controlled clutter, shelves lined with jars of spare parts, bundles of enchanted wire, and the occasional shiny trinket that had caught either her or Cogs's magpie-like attention. Afternoon sunlight filtered through the window, catching on suspended crystals that cast rainbow patterns across her workspace. "Ready for your upgrade, buddy?" Her t-shirt shifted to best bird mom ever as she reached for her specially modified screwdriver. The tool's handle was wrapped in soft leather and decorated with tiny carved runes that helped channel her brownie magic into more precise work. Cogs responded with a melodic chirp that sent a sympathetic vibration through her tools, making them dance ever so slightly on the workbench. He hopped down and settled into his maintenance nest, a cushioned bowl lined with silk and embedded with stabilizing crystals. "Now hold still, you sparkly troublemaker." Jill's fingers, despite their constant energy, moved with surgical precision as she located the nearly invisible seam in Cogs's chest plating. She'd designed it herself, a perfect blend of mechanical ingenuity and magical crafting that had taken weeks to get just right. The panel came away with a satisfying click, revealing Cogs's inner workings, an intricate dance of gears and enchanted components that never failed to make her smile. Her shirt changed to precision engineering as she picked up her magical soldering iron, its tip glowing with a soft blue light. "This might tickle a bit," she warned, carefully positioning the first Veilborn crystal fragment. It was barely larger than a breadcrumb, but it pulsed with ancient power that made her brownie magic tingle in response. Each connection required perfect placement, creating tiny sparks of harmonic energy that made Cogs's feathers ruffle with pleasure. "You know," she chatted as she worked, "I've been studying those old Veilborn diagrams Theron shared. Their frequency manipulation was centuries ahead of anything we're doing now." She paused to adjust her magnifying goggles, which had started sliding down her nose. "This should help you see what I can't. All those subtle magical frequencies we've been missing." Her shirt updated to crystal clear vision as she activated the new sensor array. Cogs's eyes shifted from their usual steady blue to a swirling kaleidoscope of colors as his systems integrated the enhancement. A small hologram flickered to life above his head, showing swirling patterns that Jill recognized as the workshop's ambient leyline activity. "Look at that!" She bounced excitedly on her stool, nearly knocking over a cup of enchanted screws. "You're picking up the magical resonance from Amara's kitchen 3 floors down. Those must be her new Twilight Moon tarts." The mechanical raven preened proudly, his projection shifting to show more detailed energy patterns. Jill reached for the emergency storage unit she'd prepared, a compact cylinder wrapped in hair-thin copper wire and inscribed with miniature runes. Her shirt proudly displayed "Power Up" as she began the delicate process of installation. "This little beauty," she explained to Cogs, who was watching the procedure with his usual keen interest, "will let you store excess magical energy. You know how the ley lines sometimes surge? Instead of it overwhelming your systems, you can save it for when we really need it." The workshop filled with a gentle mechanical humming as she made the final connections. It was a soothing sound, like a cat's purr translated into clockwork. Jill sat back, her tools still hovering attentively in her hands as she watched the crystal fragments pulse in perfect synchronization with Cogs's core mechanisms. Her shirt softened to perfect harmony as she realized just how far her mechanical friend had come. What had started as a simple messenger automaton had evolved into something beautifully unique, a perfect blend of ancient Veilborn wisdom and her own innovative engineering. Cogs hopped onto her shoulder, nuzzling against her ear with his metallic beak. His newly enhanced systems hummed contentedly, and Jill felt the familiar surge of pride that came with a job well done. She reached up to scratch under his chin, where she knew the sensitivity sensors were strongest. "Just wait until the others see what you can do now," she grinned, already imagining Lenora's fascination with the leyline projections and Merrick's inevitable attempts to sneak a peek at Cogs's new crystal components. Her shirt flickered briefly to "Warning, Genius at Work," before settling back to "Perfect Harmony" as she began the careful process of closing up Cogs's chest panel. Jill's fingers tingled with anticipation as she made the final adjustments to Cogs's crystalline wing resonators. Each feather contained a hair-thin filament of enchanted copper, carefully woven through the metallic barbs to create a network of magical conductors. Her shirt shifted to "Flight check in progress" as she stepped back, giving her mechanical friend space to test his enhanced capabilities. "Show me what you've got, partner," she encouraged, her whole body practically vibrating with excitement. Cogs spread his wings, now gleaming with subtle iridescence where the crystals caught the light. The air around him seemed to ripple as he activated the new systems, And then, silence. Perfect, absolute silence as he lifted off, his wings cutting through the air without so much as a whisper. The only sound was the barely audible hum of his internal mechanisms, a sound that always reminded Jill of a cat's contented purr. Her tools danced slightly on the workbench as Cogs's enhanced magical field brushed past them. She'd have to adjust their sensitivity later, but right now she couldn't take her eyes off her friend's performance. He executed a series of precise maneuvers, each one demonstrating a different aspect of his upgrades. The holographic display above his head shifted in real time, showing the magical frequencies he was detecting and adjusting to. Her t-shirt cycled through readings as she monitored his performance. Stability, 98.7%, followed by energy flow optimal, and finally, systems nominal. Each movement was smoother than the last as his adaptive programming integrated the new capabilities. He no longer just flew. He flowed through the air like ink through water, his movements natural in a way that made her previous work seem clunky by comparison. "The harmonic stabilizers are working perfectly," she muttered to herself, making mental notes as Cogs demonstrated his new agility. Her enchanted notebook nearby was frantically scribbling observations on its own, the pencil practically smoking as it tried to keep up with all the successful test results. Cogs swooped down to land on her shoulder, his weight familiar and comforting. His metallic beak gently preened a loose strand of her hair, and her shirt softened to "Partners in Crime." Looking at him now, it was hard to believe he'd started as a simple messaging automaton. They'd grown together, each upgrade and modification bringing them closer to this moment of perfect synchronization between mechanical precision and magical awareness. "Just one more thing," she said, her shirt changing to secret weapon activated as she reached for the harmonic resonator. It was barely larger than her thumbnail, a masterpiece of miniaturization that had taken weeks to perfect. The device contained a complex array of microscopic runes that would allow Cogs to generate protective frequencies in emergencies. "This might feel a bit strange at first," she warned as she carefully positioned the resonator near his core systems. The installation required absolute precision. One misaligned rune could throw off the entire harmonic balance she'd worked so hard to achieve. Her hands remained steady despite her excitement, guiding the component into place with practiced ease. The resonator clicked home, and Cogs's systems hummed as they integrated the new device. His eyes flickered through a rainbow of colors before settling back to their usual brilliant blue, now with subtle undertones of gold that shifted like sunlight on water. He took off again, this time putting all his new systems through their paces in one continuous display. Silent flight gave way to precise maneuvers, while his holographic projections painted the air with patterns of magical energy. When he activated the harmonic resonator for a test, Jill felt the workshop's ambient magic ripple and realign, like someone had suddenly tuned all the instruments in an orchestra to perfect pitch. Her shirt beamed proud creator as she watched him dance through the air, each movement a testament to how far they'd come together. He wasn't just performing mechanical functions. He was expressing himself, showing off with little flourishes that were purely cogs, not just programming. The mechanical raven finished his display with a graceful landing on his maintenance perch, projecting a miniature light show that transformed the workshop into a galaxy of twinkling stars. Each point of light corresponded to a different magical frequency he could now detect and interact with, creating a visual symphony of data that took Jill's breath away. Her shirt settled on dynamic duo as she gathered her tools, each one finding its proper place in her enchanted tool belt. The workshop felt different now, charged with possibility. This wasn't just her tinkering space anymore. It was a laboratory where magic and technology had found their perfect balance, all through the bond between a brownie engineer and her mechanical friend. Cogs hopped back to her shoulder, his weight slightly different now with all the upgrades, but still comfortingly familiar. His internal mechanisms hummed in perfect harmony with the magical frequencies around them, and Jill felt a surge of pride so strong it made her fingers tingle with residual enchantment. Ready to show the others? She asked, reaching up to adjust one last feather that had shifted slightly out of alignment. Her shirt flickered briefly to show time before returning to dynamic duo. Lenora stood in the heart of the Hearth and Crust's library, surrounded by towering shelves of leather-bound books and scrolls that now felt like old friends rather than intimidating strangers. Her locket pulsed with a gentle warmth against her chest, matching the rhythmic glow of Peanut's nose as he sat attentively at her feet. The magical theory books that had once made her head spin with their complex diagrams and archaic terminology now seemed to whisper their secrets directly to her understanding, as if the Veilborn's ancient knowledge had awakened something deep within her. "Ready to try something new?" she asked, smiling as Peanut's tail wagged with such enthusiasm that his whole body wiggled. The little Chewini had come so far from the nervous familiar who once hid under chairs at the slightest magical disturbance. Her fingers brushed the locket's surface, feeling its familiar spiral patterns beneath her fingertips. As she reached for her magic, the gem at its center brightened with a soft amber glow that matched her eyes. The energy flowed through her with surprising ease, no longer the stubborn trickle she'd struggled with months ago. She guided it outward, weaving it into the beginning of a ward that shimmered like morning dew in the library's gentle illumination. Peanut circled the ward's perimeter, his nose trailing sparkles of golden light as he worked. Through their strengthened bond, Lenora felt each spot where the magical barrier needed reinforcement, as clear as if someone had marked them with glowing ink. She adjusted her casting accordingly, their teamwork as natural as breathing now. "That's it," she murmured, more to herself than to Peanut. Her fingers traced patterns in the air, incorporating the harmonic frequencies she'd learned in the Balance Keeper's temple. The ward responded beautifully, its energy patterns shifting like aurora lights dancing across a winter sky. Unlike her earlier attempts at protection spells, which had felt rigid and fragile, this barrier hummed with stable power. The scent of old books and magical residue filled her nose as she worked, mingling with the faint, honey-sweet aroma that always seemed to drift up from Amara's kitchen below. Dust motes sparkled in the afternoon light, streaming through the stained glass windows, taking on an iridescent quality as they passed through her ward's boundary. "Good boy," she praised as Peanut sat back on his haunches and added his own magical signature to the ward. His contribution felt like a warm summer breeze weaving through her more structured spellwork, creating something entirely new. The barrier rippled, adjusting and strengthening itself in response to their combined energy. Her locket grew warmer as she prepared to anchor the ward, its glow intensifying as it detected the ley lines running beneath the library floor. The ancient Veilborn pathways of power were so much clearer to her now, like silvery streams flowing just beneath the surface of reality. She could feel how they connected to the inn's existing protections, to Draven's reinforced wards in the basement, even to the lingering traces of Silvara's protective herbs in the garden outside. As she wove the final anchoring patterns, Lenora realized with a start that she wasn't following any particular technique she'd learned. Instead, she was innovating, combining the Veilborn's harmonic principles with her own intuitive understanding of how magic flowed through the inn. The ward took on a subtle purple-gold sheen, reminiscent of twilight, as it settled into place. Peanut pranced around her feet, clearly pleased with their work. His nose still glowed faintly as he sniffed at the ward's boundary, but his relaxed posture told her it was stable and secure. "We've come a long way from basic unlocking charms, haven't we?" she asked him, reaching down to scratch behind his ears. The familiar leaned into her touch, his tail still wagging. Through their bond, she felt his contentment and pride in their shared accomplishment. The library felt different now, more alive somehow. Books that had previously kept their secrets locked away seemed to hum with possibility. Her locket's warmth had settled into a steady pulse, like a second heartbeat against her skin, attuned to the new magical frequencies they'd established in the room. Lenora pulled her grandmother's old spellbook from her satchel, its worn leather cover soft beneath her fingers. She opened it to a blank page, ready to document this new technique they'd created. As she dipped her quill in ink, she smiled at the way the ward's light played across the paper, turning the blank page into an invitation for discovery rather than an intimidating void. Peanut's excited bark echoed through the library, making Lenora jump slightly before breaking into a smile. Through her locket's enhanced perception, she watched in amazement as their newly crafted ward pulsed in perfect synchronization with the inn's existing protections. The magical frequencies wove together like an intricate tapestry, Draven's steady earth resonance providing a strong foundation, while Amara's playful fey energy danced along the edges in spirals of silvery light. "Look at that," Lenora whispered, touching her locket to better focus on the magical convergence. "It's actually working with the other wards instead of just existing alongside them." The gem at the center of her locket warmed appreciatively, confirming what she was seeing. She took a deep breath, steadying herself for the next step. "Ready to test it, boy?" Peanut's tail wagged in response, his stance alert but confident. Lenora gathered a small ball of disruptive energy in her palm. Nothing dangerous, but the kind of magical static that could interfere with delicate spellwork. With careful precision, she released the energy toward their ward. Peanut's nose immediately blazed brighter, tracking the disturbance as it approached the barrier. Instead of simply blocking the energy, the ward responded with remarkable sophistication. It absorbed the disruption, neutralized its chaotic elements, and redistributed the remaining power to strengthen its own matrix. "Did you see that?" Lenora asked, her voice filled with wonder. Peanut pranced in place, clearly as excited as she was. "It didn't just stop the magic, it actually improved itself using the energy." She could hardly believe this was the same protection spell she'd struggled with for so many weeks. Encouraged by their success, Lenora began adding more layers to the ward. Each new addition felt more natural than the last, as if she were simply having a conversation with the magic rather than forcing it to bend to her will. The locket's warmth spread through her chest and down her arms, its energy harmonizing perfectly with her own magical core. She wove in threads of sound-dampening magic to protect the library's peaceful atmosphere, then added a subtle alertness enhancement to help readers maintain focus. Each layer settled into place like it had always belonged there, the ward growing more robust with every addition. Peanut suddenly stopped his celebratory circling and sat perfectly still, his nose twitching. Through their familiar bond, Lenora felt his attention fix on something she'd nearly missed, a faint magical frequency hovering just at the edge of perception. It reminded her of the whispered songs they'd heard in the Balance Keeper's temple, but softer, more subtle. "What is that?" she murmured, kneeling beside him. Peanut's ears perked forward as he maintained his concentration. Using their shared awareness, Lenora finally detected what he'd found, a delicate harmonic that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the library itself. "Good boy," she praised, scratching behind his ears while keeping her magical senses attuned to the discovery. "Let's work it in." Together, they carefully integrated the new frequency into the ward's matrix. The barrier shimmered as it accepted the addition, its protective field becoming even more comprehensive than before. Lenora stood back, taking in the full scope of what they'd created. The ward hung in the air like an invisible curtain of starlight, visible only through her magical senses. But it was more than just its appearance that made her breath catch. It was the profound difference she felt in herself. Gone was the nervous uncertainty that had plagued her first attempts at spell casting. The locket no longer felt like a crutch she relied on, but rather an extension of her own growing abilities. She understood now why her grandmother had said it would show her the way. It hadn't given her power, but rather helped her discover the magic that had always been within her. Peanut launched himself into her arms without warning, nearly knocking her off balance. His tail wagged with such enthusiasm that his whole body wiggled and his nose still glowed with residual magical energy. Lenora hugged him close, feeling the quiet pride emanating from her locket as it pulsed against her chest. "We did it," she whispered into his fur. Through their bond, she felt his absolute agreement and unwavering loyalty. The familiar who had once hidden from complex magic now helped her create it, their partnership growing stronger with each new achievement. The ward continued its gentle pulse around them, a testament to how far they'd come. Lenora could feel how it drew strength from both their magical signatures, her structured spell work providing the framework, while Peanut's intuitive magic filled in the gaps she might have missed. Together, they'd created something neither could have managed alone. Through eyes that shifted like opals in morning light, Glimscale surveyed the awakening forest below. The dawn painted the canopy in soft golds and ambers, but the wyvern perceived far more than mere sunlight. Threads of magical energy wove between the ancient trees, pulsing with renewed vigor since the lantern's cleansing. Each ley line shimmered in Glimscale's enhanced vision like a river of starlight, flowing pure and strong once more. Banking on a thermal, Glimscale's wing membranes caught the light, transforming them into translucent sheets of living crystal. The patterns within them shifted and swirled, matching the currents of magic that rose from the earth. Every wing beat drew the wyvern closer to a powerful nexus point where multiple ley lines converged in a brilliant knot of energy. The landing was graceful despite Glimscale's size, talons settling into moss-covered stone with practiced ease. Here, the magic sang strongest, vibrating through crystalline formations that studded the wyvern's spine. Each crystal began to pulse in perfect rhythm with the earth's heartbeat, an ancient song that felt as familiar as breathing. The connection brought memories of ages past, when Glimscale's kind had partnered with the Veilborn to maintain this delicate balance. Extending its awareness through the web of ley lines, Glimscale detected patches where the lantern's corruption still lingered, like shadows in clear water. The damage wasn't severe, but it needed tending. Settling into a more comfortable position, the wyvern closed its eyes and channeled pure energy through its crystal formations. The process came naturally now, though Glimscale couldn't help but remember those first uncertain attempts with Lenora. The young mage's patient guidance floated through its memories, her gentle voice explaining how to direct the flow of power, her hands steady on Glimscale's scales as they practiced together. "Like threading a needle," she'd said, demonstrating with her own magic. Gentle but precise. The technique served well now as Glimscale carefully wove strands of clean energy through the damaged sections of the ley line network. Each crystal along Glimscale's spine brightened as it established new harmonic points throughout the forest. The points formed a constellation of protective anchors, resonating with the same frequency as the inn's restored wards. This wasn't just healing, it was reinforcement, ensuring that such corruption would find no easy purchase in the future. The work drew attention. A young deer stepped delicately from the underbrush, followed by a family of rabbits. A wise old owl settled on a nearby branch, its eyes reflecting the magical light. Through its empathic sense, Glimscale felt their curiosity and growing trust. They recognized what the wyvern was doing, even if they didn't understand the complexities of ley line manipulation. Their presence added weight to Glimscale's purpose, a reminder that maintaining this balance affected all living things. More creatures gathered as the morning progressed. A fox with unusual silver markings sat watching with particular interest, its tail twitching in time with the pulses of magic. 2 squirrels chattered on a lower branch, their usual nervousness subdued by the harmonious energy flowing through the clearing. Even the trees seemed to lean in slightly, their leaves whispering in approval as Glimscale worked. The wyvern's crystals hummed with accumulated power, casting rainbow refractions across the gathering. Each successful restoration made the next easier, as though the forest itself was learning to heal alongside its new guardian. The ley lines responded more readily to Glimscale's touch, eager to return to their natural paths. A particularly stubborn knot of corrupted energy required extra attention. Glimscale focused intently, remembering another of Lenora's lessons about patience and persistence. The crystals along its tail began to pulse more rapidly, matching the frequency needed to dissolve the corruption. Slowly, like ice melting in spring sunlight, the darkness dissipated until only clean energy remained. The success sent a ripple of satisfaction through Glimscale's empathic awareness, echoed by the assembled woodland creatures. They understood, in their own way, that something important had been accomplished. The forest felt lighter, more alive, its magic flowing as it should. A gentle breeze carried the scent of wildflowers and morning dew, along with traces of magic that spoke of health and renewal. Glimscale's wing membranes rippled in response, their patterns shifting to match the strengthened leyline currents. This was what it meant to be a guardian, not just fighting against corruption, but nurturing the natural harmony that kept the forest strong. Glimscale's talons lifted from the moss-covered stones, wings spreading wide to catch the afternoon thermals. The next nexus point called like a familiar melody, drawing the wyvern through sun-dappled air toward the eastern edge of the forest. Here, ancient oaks stood as silent sentinels, their roots diving deep into the earth where ley lines converged. As Glimscale settled onto a weathered stone arch half buried in vegetation, something different resonated through its crystals. The frequency was hauntingly familiar, the same harmonic signature encountered in the Balance Keeper's temple. The wyvern's crystalline formations shifted instinctively, adapting to match this ancient veil-born resonance. It felt like discovering an old friend's footprints in fresh snow. The connection deepened naturally, as though the Veilborn had designed their magical frequencies to work in concert with creatures like Glimscale. Each crystal along its spine began to pulse in sequence, creating a bridge between past and present protections. The ancient magic responded eagerly, like an instrument finally being played in tune after centuries of silence. Focusing on a particularly damaged section of the leyline network, Glimscale curved its tail around until the largest crystal cluster aligned with the disruption. The crystal caught the afternoon light, transforming it into precise beams of magical energy. With careful concentration, the wyvern began weaving strands of purified power through the damaged areas, just as Lenora had taught it during their practice sessions. The forest's response was immediate and enthusiastic. Trees swayed without wind, their leaves shimmering with renewed vitality. Small woodland creatures emerged to watch, drawn by the harmonious energy flowing through their home. A family of deer stepped into the clearing, their eyes reflecting the crystalline light as they observed the healing taking place. Without warning, a surge of wild magic erupted from a hidden pocket beneath the ancient arch. The raw power threatened to overwhelm the careful balance Glimscale had established, but the wyvern remained steady. Memories of Lenora's patient guidance surfaced, her voice calm even when spells went awry, her hands gentle as she demonstrated proper control. Those lessons served well now. The crystals along Glimscale's spine flared brilliantly, automatically adjusting their resonance to match and redirect the chaotic energy. What began as a destructive surge transformed into a controlled flow, merging smoothly with the restored leyline network. The wild magic, once tamed, added its own strength to the forest's renewed vitality. Rising to a higher perch among the ancient oaks, Glimscale surveyed its work with satisfaction. To normal eyes, the forest might appear unchanged, but the wyvern's enhanced perception revealed the truth. Streams of pure magical energy flowed like luminous rivers between the trees, creating intricate patterns that spoke of health and harmony. Every plant and creature glowed with its own subtle light, connected to this greater web of power. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, Glimscale's crystalline formations started their evening transformation. The day's stored energy released in a gentle, steady illumination, a natural response to the approaching darkness. This new rhythm felt deeply right, as though the wyvern had finally found the role it was meant to play. Guardian by day, beacon by night, maintaining the delicate balance between light and shadow. The first stars appeared in the darkening sky as Glimscale spread its wings once more. With powerful beats, the wyvern rose to its night watch position atop the highest ancient oak. From here, it could monitor the entire restored network, its crystals pulsing in quiet contentment. Though paths had diverged, the inn's warmth and its friends' company now memories rather than daily comforts, this was where Glimscale truly belonged. The wyvern's crystals cast their soft light across the forest below, creating patches of gentle illumination that mirrored the stars above. Each pulse synchronized perfectly with the restored ley lines, a testament to the day's work and a promise of continued protection through the night ahead. Through Silvara's connection to the earth, every heartbeat of the forest resonated with renewed vigor. She knelt in the soft loam of her grove, where shafts of morning light filtered through the canopy to dance across her bark-textured skin. The dappled shadows played differently now that balance had been restored, more playful, less hesitant. "There you are, little dreamer," she murmured, carefully extracting a seed that gleamed with an inner light. It had absorbed the essence of courage during their trial in the temple's Hall of Reflections, when Lenora had faced her doubts with unwavering determination. The seed pulsed warmly against her palm, eager to fulfill its destiny. Silvara's fingers traced patterns in the soil, leaving trails of luminescent moss in their wake. Each marking corresponded to the ancient geometries of magic that the Veilborn had once used to anchor their protective wards. The forest remembered these patterns, even if the stones that once marked them had long since crumbled. "Grow strong, little ones," she whispered, her voice carrying the ancient melody of growth as she nestled the first seed into its earthen bed. The soil welcomed it with a soft glow, like starlight trapped in amber. "You carry our stories now." More seeds followed, each one precious with absorbed magic. One held echoes of Draven's protective strength, gathered when his stone-shaping abilities had sheltered them from falling debris. Another sparkled with traces of Amara's nurturing magic, captured in the moment her harmony-infused pastries had given them the strength to continue. Each planting was accompanied by a pulse of bioluminescence, the moss spreading in intricate spirals that marked the emergence of new magical anchors. The existing plants in her grove shifted subtly, making space for their future siblings. Mature trees bent their branches to ensure the seedlings would receive just the right amount of light, while flowering vines adjusted their growth patterns to create protective barriers around the newly planted areas. The forest's cooperation brought a smile to Silvara's lips, nature's own form of hospitality. Through the restored leyline network, she sensed Glimscale's presence patrolling the forest's boundaries. The wyvern's energy signature rippled through the magical currents like sunlight on water, steady and reassuring. Their roles complemented each other perfectly. While Glimscale guarded against external threats, Silvera nurtured the internal harmony that kept their sanctuary strong. Rising gracefully, she moved among the herbs that had flourished since the restoration of balance. The plants seemed to reach for her as she passed, offering their gifts freely. Moonflower petals gleamed with enhanced luminescence, perfect for Amara's twilight pastries. Dreamleaf stems had grown unusually straight and true, ideal for Draven's protective brews. Even the notoriously temperamental Whisperbloom had produced an abundance of flowers, their magic-amplifying properties stronger than she'd seen in decades. "Thank you," she breathed, gathering each herb with reverent care. Her harvesting basket filled with precise portions, enough to support their guardians without depleting the plant's strength. The scents mingled in the air: sharp mint, sweet jasmine, and the earthy richness of sage, each enhanced by the restored magical currents flowing through the grove. A nearby sapling, one she'd planted seasons ago, suddenly straightened its stem and produced a single perfect blossom. Silvara paused in her harvesting to observe this unexpected gift. The flower's petals held an iridescent sheen that reminded her of Glimscale's scales, and its center glowed with the same steady light as Lenora's locket. The forest was adapting, incorporating elements of their recent trials into its very essence. The moss beneath her feet continued to pulse gently, creating patterns that spread through the grove like constellations in a living sky. Each point of light represented a connection, a thread in the complex tapestry of magic that now protected their home. Through these illuminated networks, Silvara could feel the steady thrum of the Hearth and Crust Inn, its warmth reaching even here among the ancient trees. She gathered a handful of soil, watching as it sparkled with tiny motes of magical energy. The earth itself seemed more alive, more aware, since they'd restored the Balance Keeper's temple. Even the smallest organisms, the beetles that helped decompose fallen leaves, the fungi that connected tree roots in vast underground networks, carried traces of the renewed harmony. A soft breeze carried the distant sound of Amara's baking bell, signaling fresh treats at the inn. The wind also brought hints of magic, the warm spice of protection charms, the sweet notes of healing enchantments, and underneath it all, the steady bass note of Draven's stone-strengthened wards. These familiar magical signatures had become as much a part of the forest's symphony as birdsong and rustling leaves. The dryad carefully sectioned off portions of her gathered herbs, wrapping them in large leaves that would keep them fresh until she could deliver them to the inn. Each bundle was tied with strands of her own hair, adding an extra layer of natural magic that would help preserve their potency. The packages arranged themselves in her basket according to their purpose. Healing herbs closest to the handle, protective plants along the sides, and the most potent magical catalysts carefully cushioned in the center. Silvara's fingers danced through the air as she wove her gathering basket, drawing strands of willow and moonvine into an intricate lattice. The plants responded eagerly to her touch, twining together with a faint phosphorescent glow that mimicked the leyline patterns now flourishing beneath the forest floor. She hummed an ancient dryad melody as she worked, one that spoke of growth and renewal. The basket took shape beneath her hands, its weave incorporating small crystal fragments that had sprouted in her grove since the restoration of balance. These natural prisms would help preserve the magical properties of her gathered herbs, their facets catching and storing traces of moonlight. She moved through her grove with practiced grace, each step deliberate as she selected her herbs. Moon-touched thistle stretched toward her fingers, its silvery spines retracting just enough to allow safe harvesting. The plant's crystalline core pulsed with stored lunar energy, perfect for enhancing mental clarity. Into the basket it went, nestled against a cushion of soft moss. Twilight moss came next, growing in patches that seemed to exist halfway between shadow and light. Its protective properties had grown stronger since their victory at the temple, as if the very essence of their successful defense had seeped into the soil. Silvara gathered it carefully, making sure to leave the root systems intact so it would regrow even more abundantly. The dawn bloom petals required special attention. These delicate flowers opened only in the first moments of sunrise, their iridescent petals strengthening magical bonds between compatible energies. She had noticed how they seemed to mirror the harmony between her companions, Draven's steady strength, Amara's nurturing magic, Lenora's growing confidence. Each petal went into a special pocket woven into the basket's rim. Pausing in her gathering, Silvara rested her palm against the bark of an ancient oak. Through this connection, she felt the subtle changes rippling through her grove. New patterns of growth emerged daily. Spiral formations of luminescent fungi that traced forgotten leyline paths, branches that grew in perfect geometric patterns reminiscent of Valeborn architecture, flowers blooming in colors she hadn't seen in centuries. A warm breeze carried the unmistakable scent of Amara's baking, cinnamon and stardust, vanilla and moonbeams. The magical aromatics reminded her of the unique way their group had come together, each member contributing their own flavor to their shared success. Her fingers found a sprig of singing sage, its leaves humming faintly at her touch. This rare herb would complement Amara's gift perfectly, enhancing both the magical and mundane properties of her creations. Even at this distance, Silvara felt the inn's protective warmth through her connection to the earth. The ley lines that ran beneath both grove and inn pulsed with renewed vigor, carrying whispers of Draven's stone-strengthened wards and echoes of laughter from the common room. Her herbs would add another layer to this protection, wild magic working in harmony with more structured enchantments. As twilight approached, she secured the last stems in her basket and began her walk to the inn. Each step left a temporary glow in her wake, bioluminescent moss sprouting briefly before fading back into dormancy. These trails served as nature's recognition of her role, marking the path between wild and tamed magic. The forest itself seemed to bend slightly away from her path, branches lifting and roots settling deeper to create a natural walkway. The closer she got to the inn, the more she felt the blend of energies. The wild pulse of the forest meeting the steady thrum of civilized magic. Her grove's influence extended this far now, evidenced by the healthy growth of the inn's herb garden and the way the ivy on its walls grew in patterns that subtly reinforced the building's protective wards. Standing at the inn's threshold, Silvara carefully placed her basket where it would be found in the morning. The herbs within pulsed softly with stored moonlight, each bundle arranged to complement the others. Dawn bloom petals lined the rim, their glow intensifying as they resonated with the inn's existing protections. The singing sage seemed to hum in harmony with distant kitchen sounds, while the twilight moss spread a subtle protective aura around the entire basket. The moon rose higher, casting silver light through the branches above. In this illumination, Silvara could see the ghostly outlines of leyline energy flowing between her grove and the inn, no longer separate sources of magic, but parts of a greater whole. The herbs in her basket glowed in response, each one a promise of continued support and friendship. Eldrin felt the shift in his waters long before the moonlight touched their surface. The ancient Wabaglim had dozed through the afternoon in his favorite depression along the lake bed, his moss-like patterns blending perfectly with the underwater foliage. But now, as Willowmire's magic settled into its newly restored harmony, the currents whispered of things yet to come. He allowed himself to drift upward, his broad, flat body undulating gently through the cool water. The moonlight filtered down, catching his luminescent patterns and making them dance like stars beneath the surface. Each glow spot tingled with the renewed vigor of the ley lines, a pleasant change from the sickly purple corruption that had tainted his domain mere days ago. "Much better," he murmured to himself, his voice carrying through the water in rippling waves. "Though not quite finished, are we?" The lake responded to his presence, currents swirling in familiar patterns that only a centuries-old oracle could read. Eldrin's whisker-like appendages twitched, sensing the subtle changes in temperature and magical resonance. Yes, there it was, the unmistakable pull of destiny's threads, weaving new challenges into the fabric of Willowmire's future. A maple leaf spiraled down from the overhanging trees, landing on the water's surface. Eldrin guided a gentle current beneath it, watching as it began to spin in a perfect circle. The motion felt right, proper, and he let his magic flow through the water, transforming the leaf's natural dance into something more. Its shadow on the lakebed shifted, stretching and morphing into the outline of distant peaks he'd never seen with his physical eyes, but knew as certainly as his own fins. "Interesting," he mused, his fern-like fins swaying as he directed more currents to join the first. "Very interesting indeed." The water around him responded eagerly to his touch, like an instrument finally tuned after being long out of key. Ripples spread in concentric circles, each one catching the moonlight at just the right angle to form fleeting symbols. Ancient runes that hadn't been seen in Willowmire since the Veilborn walked these shores. Eldrin felt the familiar surge of prophetic energy building within him, that peculiar pressure behind his eyes that meant the waters were ready to speak through him. He allowed himself to rise further until his head broke the surface and his patterns glowed clearly in the night air. When harmony sings in twilight's grace, he intoned, his voice resonating both above and below the waterline, creating a strange double echo that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The lake's surface dimpled and swirled, reflecting fragments of future visions, a crystalline spire rising from mountain mists, its faceted surfaces catching the light like trapped rainbows. Eldrin's whiskers traced complex patterns in the air as he guided the water's response, each movement precise and deliberate. "Seek the echo in the highest place," he continued, watching as the lake painted rippling mirages of snow-capped peaks and cloud-wrapped cliffs. The prophecy flowed through him like the currents he commanded, each word carrying the weight of future possibilities. He could taste them in the water, the bitter chill of mountain air, the sharp tang of ancient stone, the peculiar resonance of melodies frozen in time. "Where frost meets flame in endless dance," he proclaimed, his patterns pulsing brighter. The water directly around him began to steam, even as a thin sheet of ice crystallized on its surface, both states existing impossibly in the same space for a heartbeat before dissolving back into ordinary lake water. "There lies the key to second chance." The final words hung in the air like mist, and Eldrin felt the familiar drain of energy that came with true prophecy. He remained still, letting his fins wave gently in the midnight currents as the lake settled back into its natural rhythms. A small school of minnows darted past, their scales catching the moonlight. Eldrin watched them with ancient eyes, remembering other nights, other prophecies, other seekers who had come to his waters in search of guidance. The fish scattered suddenly, and he sensed familiar footsteps approaching the lake's edge. Well then, it seemed his visitors had good timing tonight. He sank back slightly, letting his patterns dim to a subtle glow. After all, what was a proper prophecy without a bit of dramatic presentation? He'd wait until they were properly positioned on the shore before rising again. A Wabaglim oracle had standards to maintain, after all. Besides, he mused as he felt more footsteps join the first, he was rather curious to see what they'd make of this one. His whiskers twitched with something almost like amusement. At least they were usually kind enough to bring bread. Eldrin let the prophecy's energy flow through him, his ancient awareness expanding beyond the confines of his lake. The water around him became a living mirror, reflecting not just what was, but what had been and what might yet be. His patterns shifted from their usual moss-like glow to deeper, more resonant hues as he channeled the visions. Through his oracle's sight, the threads of destiny wove themselves into intricate patterns, each strand humming with veil-born magic. He saw how the mountain peaks connected to the ancient harmonies, how they held secrets that the Veil-born had locked away in the highest reaches of the world. Their magic still sang there, preserved in crystal and ice, waiting. The knowledge settled in his bones like the weight of deep water. "The paths are clearing," he murmured, his voice rippling through the water, though not all paths should be revealed at once. He felt the temptation to share more, to warn them of every twist and turn ahead, but centuries of experience had taught him the danger of too much knowledge too soon. Some truths needed to steep like tea leaves in cold water, releasing their flavor gradually. The currents darkened beneath him, and Eldrin felt the shadow taint that still lingered in the deeper magical currents. His fins trembled slightly as he projected the warning, "But beware the shadow's sweet desire, for what was lost still burns like fire." The lake's surface rippled with images of Mordane's transformation, the moment when Kyle Vorath's hunger for knowledge had consumed him. Eldrin watched the shadow magic curl around the scholar's form, like ink dropped in clear water, changing him forever. The vision pulsed with unresolved energy, suggesting that Mordane's story was far from over. The water remembered, and through it, Eldrin could taste the bitter remnants of that fateful choice. His awareness spread outward, touching each member of the group that had gathered on his shore. The The water reflected them back to him, each image glowing with newfound purpose. Lenora, her magical signature stronger now, more controlled, like a stream that had found its proper course. Draven, solid as bedrock beneath the inn's foundations, his connection to the ley lines humming like a deep note in still water. Amara's magic sparkled like sunlight on wavelets, warm and nurturing, while Jill's clever innovations sent ripples of possibility through the magical currents. Eldrin's patterns pulsed brighter as he observed their growth. They had changed since first coming to his waters, like river stones smoothed by the current. Yet he could sense greater challenges ahead, trials that would test their new strength. The water swirled around him, eager to share these visions, but he held them back. Some things they needed to discover for themselves. The prophetic energy surged stronger, and Eldrin let his voice carry across the lake. In heights, where eagles dare not soar, ancient songs unlock the door. His fins waved in complex patterns, directing the water to dance with symbols and shapes, each one a fragment of the puzzle they would need to solve. He saw crystalline spires catching sunrise, heard the echo of veil-born melodies frozen in mountain air, felt the pulse of ancient magic waiting in chambers of ice. The waters tugged at him now, signaling that the moment of revelation was ending. His patterns began to fade as he sank slightly lower, but he had one last truth to share. Look to the peaks where winter dreams. Nothing there is what it seems. The words left him like bubbles rising through deep water, each one carrying a weight of meaning that would become clear only when the time was right. His form began to dissolve back into the lake, but he allowed himself one last small indulgence, a cryptic smile that would leave them wondering. As he settled back into the comfortable darkness of his deeper pools, Eldrin felt the satisfaction of a prophecy well delivered. The water closed over him like a blanket, and he resumed his patient watching. A small school of fish darted past, and he noticed with amusement that someone had indeed brought fresh bread. He could taste the crumbs dissolving in his currents. Perhaps he'd surface again, just briefly, to accept the offering. After all, what was the point of being a mysterious oracle if you couldn't appreciate the simple pleasures of a good snack? Through shadows cast by ancient willows, Mordain observed the warm glow emanating from the Hearth and Crust Inn. The restored harmony of the ley lines sent sharp jolts through his shadow-infused form, each pulse a reminder of what he'd lost. Darkness coiled around him like living smoke, responding to his discomfort. Inside, their laughter carried across the evening air. Mordain's violet eyes narrowed as he watched Lenora gesture animatedly, her locket catching the light. Even at this distance, he could feel the resonance of their victory thrumming through the earth beneath his feet. A whisper of movement beside him heralded Devil Cat's arrival, the familiar materializing from a patch of deeper darkness. Its yellow eyes gleamed with gathered intelligence, and through their bond, images flowed into Mordain's mind. Draven's hands pressed against the inn's foundation stones, channeling power through his veil-born armor. Lenora and her ridiculous hamster creating wards that adapted and flowed like water. The baker girl infusing twilight magic into her pastries, while that insufferable brownie tinkered with her mechanical companion. "They think they've won," Mordain whispered, his voice carrying the hollow echo that had plagued him since the accident. He reached down to stroke Devil Cat's fur, watching as temporary void-like patterns bloomed beneath his touch. The familiar leaned into his hand regardless, one of the few creatures that didn't recoil from his corrupted presence. The shadows around his fingers left swirling patterns in Devil Cat's coat, like ink dropped in water. Each mark faded slowly, a reminder of how his very essence now corrupted everything he touched. The memory of warm skin and solid flesh felt more distant with each passing day. With his other hand, Mordain withdrew a leather-bound journal from within his cloak. The pages crackled as he opened it, revealing dense columns of calculations and theories about leyline resonance. Recent observations had revealed a pattern he couldn't ignore. Each magical disruption created ripples through the ley lines, echoes that matched the frequency of his transformation. Devilcat's tail flicked as Mordain traced the equations with blackened fingers. The numbers held a brutal poetry, each formula bringing him closer to understanding the accident that had shattered his humanity. The lantern was just the beginning, he mused, more to himself than his companion. Through their bond, he shared fleeting visions of other Veilborn artifacts he'd discovered in his research. A mirror that trapped echoes of the past, a bell that could resonate with leyline frequencies, a key that might unlock more than mere doors. His shadow magic pulsed painfully as an unwanted memory surfaced. Sunlight on skin that hadn't yet been stained by darkness, the weight of scholarly robes instead of his ever-shifting cloak, the simple joy of holding a book without leaving void marks on its pages. The recollection felt like grasping at mist, becoming hazier with each attempt to hold it. Devilcat pressed against his leg, offering silent support even as its own form rippled with the shadows that spilled constantly from Mordain's presence. Through their bond, he felt its wordless reassurance, tinged with the familiar's own brand of sardonic comfort. The celebration inside the inn continued, oblivious to his presence. Mordain watched Lenora study the lantern's new marking with scholarly interest, ignorant of its true significance. If only they understood. The artifact's transformation wasn't an ending, but a beginning. Each shift in its resonance revealed new frequencies, new possibilities for manipulating the ley lines themselves. His fingers traced a particular equation, one that suggested a terrifying and exhilarating possibility. Perhaps his condition wasn't a curse to be broken, but an evolution to be mastered. The thought sent conflicting waves of horror and fascination through him, making the shadows around him writhe more violently. Devilcat's ears flattened as a surge of power rippled through the ley lines, Draven reinforcing the inn's protections. Mordain felt it like a physical blow, forcing him to take a step back from the boundary of Willowmire's protective sphere. The familiar twined around his ankles, sharing impressions of other paths they could take, other secrets they could uncover. The shadows around them deepened as Mordain closed his journal, tucking it away in a fold of his cloak that seemed to swallow it into nothingness. His violet eyes reflected the inn's warm light like distant stars drowning in darkness. Each day, the memory of warmth felt more foreign, more like a story he'd read about someone else's life. Yet something in him still ached for it, even as another part whispered that true power lay in embracing the void that had claimed him. Mordain traced the intricate patterns in his journal with blackened fingers, the void-like marks spreading across the parchment before fading. The lantern's disruption had left echoes in the ley lines, ripples that matched a familiar frequency, one he'd documented on the night of his transformation. Devilcat perched on a gnarled root beside him, its yellow eyes reflecting the mathematical precision of his notations. "If enough ley lines are destabilized in the right sequence," he murmured, voice carrying that hollow resonance that made even his own words sound foreign to his ears. The calculations suggested something both terrifying and promising. The possibility of recreating the accident that changed him, but with controlled variables this time. Devilcat's eyes narrowed to slits, its tail twitching with unease at the dangerous implications threading through their bond. A surge of shadow energy coursed through him without warning, stronger than any before. Mordain doubled over, his form rippling as darkness leaked from his edges like ink in water. The very power he needed to continue his research was the same force pulling him further from humanity. He clutched his chest, feeling the void where his heartbeat should be growing larger, hungrier. Devilcat pressed against his leg, its familiar presence helping him maintain cohesion. Through their bond, he borrowed the cat's sharp vision, watching Lenora near one of the inn's windows. She moved her hands in precise patterns, testing new wards that shimmered like gossamer in the evening light. Her locket caught the fading sun, its veil-born craftsmanship unmistakable. "She doesn't understand her heritage," Mordain muttered bitterly, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. His research into Valeborn bloodlines had been extensive, documented in journals now stained with void marks and desperate theories. Lenora's untapped potential practically radiated from her, visible to his shadow-enhanced sight as threads of pure possibility. Those same notes suggested her innate connection to Valeborn magic might be the key he'd been seeking, a way to either purge the shadows or finally master them. Night crept across the forest like spilled ink, and Mordain felt the darkness calling to him more insistently. The boundaries between his form and the gathering shadows became increasingly unclear, parts of him dissipating into the gloom before reluctantly reforming. Only Devilcat's presence kept him anchored, their bond acting as both salvation and chain. The familiar's own shadow-touched nature resonated with his, creating a harmony that prevented total dissolution. His hands trembled as he closed the journal, each movement requiring more concentration to maintain solid form. The shadow magic pulled at him eagerly, offering sweet oblivion in exchange for what remained of his humanity. Devilcat's tail wrapped around his wrist like a tether, its touch carrying echoes of their shared purpose through their bond. The familiar's sardonic nature had softened somewhat, sensing its master's struggle. "We'll let them think they're safe," he managed, though speaking felt like dragging words through deep water. The shadows responded to his voice, coiling around him more tightly, eager to claim more of his essence. Through Devilcat's eyes, he watched the celebrations continue inside the inn, their victory feeling hollow against the weight of his discoveries. Mordain allowed himself one final look at the warm lights of the hearth and crust, remembering how it felt to stand in such illumination without pain. "Enjoy your victory," he whispered, and for just a moment his voice carried traces of Kael Vorath, the scholar who had once pursued knowledge with pure intention. Devilcat's ears twitched at the change in his tone, recognizing that increasingly rare glimpse of its master's former self. The darkness gathered around them both, Devilcat moving like a piece of night given form at his side. Mordain felt the shadows embrace him, eager to carry him away from the light that now caused him such exquisite pain. His last glimpse of the inn showed Lenora's silhouette against the window, her locket's glow a beacon that both called to him and repelled him, much like the humanity he couldn't quite release. Thank you for listening. Please visit me at winvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.